each way from the keep to the order? I kept my voice mild. I suppose I won't be needing my job, my house, or my clothes anymore. I didn't say that, although let me get back to you on the clothes. It's still under consideration. Look, you don't get to run my life. We slept together once. He held up 7 fingers. Fine, I squeezed through my teeth. We had sex 7 times in a 24-hour period. Just because I'm your lover, mate. Words died in my mouth. In shapeshifter terms, mate meant monogamy, family, children, a union, civil, physical, and spiritual. It meant marriage. Apparently, he hadn't given up on that idea. Mate, I said finally, tasting the word. He winked at me. Dear God, I gave him my hard stare. You're a control freak, and I fight all authority. And you want us to mate? A wicked spark lit his eyes. Many, many times. What's wrong with you? Did I hit you too hard on the head? My mate lives with me, he said. In the keep. Have you had many mates before? He gave me a look reserved for the mentally challenged. I had lovers. So this is a new rule you made up on the spot? That's a perk of being the Beast Lord. You get to make up rules. Going to the keep was out of the question. They were already in danger, but it would be nothing compared to what would happen if I moved in. Curran protected his people, and I endangered them. I forced my voice to sound normal. Any other Curran rules I need to know about? Might as well get them out now, so I can veto all of them. You don't get to veto my rules, he said. I laughed. This will never work. We looked at each other. Let's trade, he said. You tell me what you have to have, and I'll tell you what I want. He was trying to negotiate. I must have won a victory somewhere. Either that or last night was as good for him as it was for me. Okay. He invited me with a wave of his fork. You start. The order is off the table, I said. I'm not quitting. I didn't say you had to. He leveled a heavy stare on me. But since you insist, I agree. The order is off the table. My turn. Danger, danger. Okay. Monogamy, he stated flatly. While you're with me, I'm the only one. Anybody else touches you, and I'll kill them. What if I accidentally bump into someone? Gold flashed in his eyes. Don't. Apparently, he refused to feel humorous about this situation. I'll keep that in mind. You said yourself, I'm a control freak. I'm a jealous, possessive bastard, and I'm not as human as some. You have no idea what last night cost me. Betray me, and I'll kill him. If you don't want to be with me, tell me. Don't go behind my back. I'm trying to be as honest as I can. So there are no surprises? You do realize that killing the other male makes no sense. If I cheat on you, I'm at fault, not him. He didn't promise you anything. It's not about logic. That's the way pack works. I would be within my rights to kill anyone trying to take my mate. I would be expected to do it, I'd want to do it, and I would do it. I pointed the fork at him. Fine, but the parade stops now. What parade? Your girlfriend parade. His eyebrows crept up. Girlfriend parade? Curran, you cheat on me and we're done.
That's fair, Kate. It goes both ways. If anyone tries to make a pass at me, you're welcome to their throat. Page 52, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com/abclit.html. I don't care about people making passes at you. I only care if you act on it. Agreed. The girlfriend parade stops. He bared his teeth in a happy, feral grin. My own personal psycho. I kind of figured that out when you melted the lock on my guest room in a fit of jealousy. You don't say. I picked at my omelet. My turn. The not talking thing, well, never do that again. Boy, that really bugged you, did it? He growled. Yes, it did. Okay, I promise never to stop talking to you. You may come to regret this. He grimaced. I'm sure. We can discuss it in more detail at the keep. And what will the rest of your subjects think about that? He shrugged. The pack functions best when hierarchy is clear. Right now, most people don't know why I was irritable, and those who do know are unsure where we stand, so everyone is walking on eggshells. It will be better once the pack sees us together." No matter what rocks I threw at him, he refused to deviate from his course. I chose my words very carefully. I'd rather they didn't. He sat completely still. His voice gained a low, dangerous edge. "Are you ashamed of being with me?" "No." His face slid into a flat, unreadable expression. "Is it because I'm a shapeshifter?" "No, it's because you're the Beast Lord." He leaned back. "Care to elaborate?" "My value is in my impartiality. I can approach the people, the pack, the druids, or the witch oracle, because it's clear I don't take sides. I'm able to function effectively only if I'm neutral. Sleeping with you destroys my impartiality. You won't tolerate someone who isn't loyal to you, so the moment I acknowledge being with you, everyone who ever had a problem with the pack will stop talking to me. That's only part of the issue. Is there more? If I had any hope for the two of us, I'd have to tell him everything. The thought froze me in my seat. "Kate?" he asked softly. I opened my mouth and tried to make words come out. They didn't. He reached over and covered my hand with his. I couldn't tell him. Not yet. I had to find some other reasons, and so I stuck to things that had gotten me through the misery of the last few weeks. "How many women have you slept with?" He pulled back and crossed his arms, making his biceps bulge. "Don't do this." "It's a legitimate question," I said. "How many men have you slept with?" "You're my third." "Answer the question." "Well, are we counting long-term partners or one-night stands?" I sighed. "Would you like to count partners only?" He grimaced. "Less than 20. Would you care to elaborate?" He mulled it over. 18. "And how many of them lived in the keep with you?" The answer came a little quicker. 7, but none shared my rooms. "What do you mean they didn't share your rooms? Where did you?" "In their quarters." I laughed. "Oh, so you graced them with your nocturnal presence in the bimbo room, Your Majesty? Like Zeus in a blaze of golden light?" He showed me the edge of his teeth. They liked it. Arrogant ass. "Sure. So why don't you let women in your rooms?" "Because being in my rooms means being in a position of power. If he thought I would stay in a bimbo room when this was over, he was out of luck. I would be dead when this was over. In the public eye, there is a huge imbalance of power between you and me. If I went to the keep with you, Atlanta would stop viewing me as Kate Daniels, agent of the Order, and would perceive me as Beast Lord's girlfriend number 19, or number 8, depending on how they chose to look at it. What little reputation I've earned would be wiped away, and you can bet that the Order will take me off the current case faster than you can snarl." "We both have to give up some things," he said. I crossed my arms. "I'm so glad you see it my way, Your Majesty. Quit being the Beast Lord, give up the pack, and come live with me in my apartment. You know I can't do that." I smiled at him. "I get it," he said. "Point made. It's not fair. But the pack is who I am. I built it for my people. The Order isn't who you are. Half of the time you're trying to figure out how to hide what you find from them. I've read your report of the flare. If there was a lying competition, you'd win it hands down." That hit really close to home. The Order is where I choose to be right now. If I'm taken off this petition, it will go to Andrea. She's my best friend. If she collides with the Mary's magic, she might be exposed. It'll destroy her. In any case, I don't have to justify myself to you. Andrea knew the risks when she became a knight. You didn't put her into this situation, she did it herself. You're just delaying the inevitable. She's trying to live in 2 worlds at once, and she can't. Ouch, that hit really, really close to home. He kept going. "You don't want to justify yourself. I respect that. But you want me to be your dirty secret? To skulk about and pretend that you're not mine in public? I won't do it. I'm asking you to be discreet. No. Would you like to borrow a pair of my panties to wave around at the next council meeting to get the point across?" His eyes flashed. "Got any to spare?" I could have picked somebody rational, but no, I had to fall in love with this arrogant idiot. "Come to the keep with me. Be my princess. Mourn me when your crazy dad kills me." Yeah, right. He got up, took the phone from the counter, and set it before me.
I said we both had to give up something. So far, I'm the one expected to give up things. What's your sacrifice? He nodded at the phone and rattled off a number. That's the phone of the keep's steward. His crew makes all the sleeping arrangements. I called him this morning to tell him I would be coming in. Call him. See if I requested a room to be prepared for you. The phone rang. Page 53, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http www.processtext.com/abclit.html. We both looked at it. It rang again and I picked it up. Yes? Kate? Simon's voice sounded mildly anxious. I see you survived the night. Barely. Curran picked up his empty plate. Are you injured? No, just tender in some places. That's good to hear. The sound of tortured metal screeched through the kitchen. Curran was slowly, methodically rolling the metal plate into a tube. What is that noise? Simon said. Construction. Are you planning to visit the temple today? If the magic complies. I would be interested in learning what you find out. Your interest has been noted. I hung up. Curran dropped a chunk of nearly solid metal that used to be a plate onto the counter. I looked into his gray eyes. Curran, if you attack him, I'll have to defend him. There is no competition there. If I had wanted to be with him, I could have. Crap, that didn't come out right. He took a deep breath. What I meant to say was, he offered and I declined. Come with me. I can't. A shadow passed over his face. Then we're done. So it's all or nothing? That's the only way I can do it. He turned his back to me and walked out. Chapter 19. The magic hit 10 minutes after Curran left. I grit my teeth, got dressed, saddled Marigold, and headed to the temple. All or nothing. Hello, your fuzzy majesty. My name is Kate Daniels, daughter of Roland, builder of towers, the living legend, and coincidentally, the man who is trying to eradicate you and your people. If you take me in, he will move heaven and earth to kill you and me when he finds out who I am. Even now, I'm being hunted. And if you keep sleeping with me, you'll never be the same. That was what all or nothing really meant. And I wanted so badly to ignore it and go with him to the keep. When had I become so attached to that arrogant bastard? It wasn't last night. Was it all the times he'd saved me from myself? At least I knew when it started, when he tried to trade the lid wanted by a horde of sea demons for Julie's life. I would kill to stay with him. Now that was a scary thought. The temperature continued its suicidal plunge.
Despite all the layers of fabric, I could barely feel my arms, and my thighs were frozen solid. Grendel and Marigold seemed no worse for wear, but they'd run the whole way. Bordered on 3 sides by a low brick building and by a brick fence on the 4th, the temple looked almost cheerful against the stark landscape of ruined buildings. Bright red walls, snow-white colonnade, and equally white stairs perched upon a snowy lawn. Just a few yards to the left, Unicorn Lane lay in wait. An area of deep, violent magic, Unicorn Lane cut across the battered midtown like a scar. Things that shunned the light and fed on monsters hid there, and when desperate fugitives fled there, neither Pad nor the Order bothered to follow them. There was no need. Unicorn Lane ran straight as an arrow, except when it reached the temple grounds, where it carefully veered around the synagogue. Mezuzot, verses from the Torah, written by a qualified scribe and protected by pewter cases, hung along the perimeter of the temple wall. The wall itself supported so many angelic names, magic squares, and holy names, it looked as if a talismanic encyclopedia had thrown up on it. 4 golems patrolled the grounds, 6 feet tall and red like Georgia clay. The shapeless monstrosities of the early days, just after the shift, were gone. These guys had been made by a master sculptor and animated by a magic adept. Each had the muscled torso of a humanoid male, crowned with a large bearded head. At the waist, the torso seamlessly merged into a stocky animal body, reminiscent of a ram, and equipped with 4 powerful legs with hoofed feet. The golems stalked back and forth, carrying long steel spears and peering at the world with eyes glowing a weak, watery pink. They paid me no mind. If they had, they wouldn't be difficult to kill. Each was animated by a single wordamet, truth, cut into their foreheads. Destroy the first letter and Chemet became death, an end to the golem.
Judging by their slow gait, I could waltz in, take the letter off, and skedaddle before they could bring those big-ass spears around. Everyone had their own method of manipulating the magic. Witches brewed herbal potions, the people piloted vampires, and rabbis wrote. The surest way to disarm a Jewish magician was to take his pen away from him. As I approached, a woman stepped out of the temple and came down to the bottom of the stairs. I tied Marigold's reins to a rail welded to the fence and jogged up the stairs. The woman was short and happily plump. Rabbi Melissa Snowdoll. Kate Daniels, this is my poodle. I understand you have an appointment with Rabbi Kranz. I'll take you to him, but I'm afraid the poodle will have to wait outside. The attack poodle expressed doubts about waiting, and he liked the chain even less, but after I growled at him, he decided it was in his best interest to play it cool. The rabbi raised her hand and stepped forward. A pale glow clamped her fingers and drained down in a waterfall of light as the protective ward on the temple opened to let me pass. "Follow me, please." She led me inside. We passed by the open doors of the sanctuary. Enormous arched windows spilled daylight onto rows of cream pews equipped with dark red cushions. Soothing cream walls climbed high to a vaulted ceiling gilded with gold designs. On the east wall, in front of the pews, a pale fey lantern illuminated a raised platform, and on it the Holy Ark, a gold case containing the scrolls from the Torah. The contrast to the bleak outside was so startling, I wanted to sit down on the nearest cushion, close my eyes, and just sit for a long moment. Instead, I followed Rabbi Melissa down the hall to a small staircase into a narrow room. A square bath occupied the far end of the room, a mikveh, a place where Orthodox Jews came to purify themselves. The rabbi approached the right wall, placed her hand on it, and murmured something. A section of the wall slid aside, revealing a passage stretching into the distance. Pale blue tubes of fey lanterns lit stone walls. "There we go," she said. "Just keep on straight, you can't miss it." I stepped inside. The wall closed behind me. No way to go but forward. Page 54. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. https://processtext.com/abclit.html. The passageway brought me to an empty round office. I passed through it and kept walking. Another office waited ahead, this one with a heavy stone desk and two men standing behind it. The first was in his 40s, tall, thin, with a long face, made longer by a short beard and a receding hairline, and smart eyes behind wire glasses. The second was older by 10 years, heavier by 75 pounds or so, and had the square-jawed face and the eyes of a cop, skeptical and world-weary. The taller man came out from behind the desk to greet me. "Hello, I'm Rabbi Peter Kranz. This is Rabbi John Weiss." I shook their hands and handed them my order ID. They looked at it for a while and gave it back to me. Peter folded his long frame back behind the desk. "Sorry about the dungeon atmosphere." "No problem. As dungeons go, I've seen worse." The two of them chewed on that remark for a bit. I looked past them. Hebrew script decorated the walls of the office, lines and lines of text inked on the wall in thick black lines. It drew the eye. I tried not to stare. "I understand you wish to access the circle." Peter folded his long fingers in front of him. "Yes, we would like to know why." I explained about the Steel Mary and produced the bag with the piece of paper. The two rabbis looked at each other. I looked at the wall. There was something about the Hebrew text. My eyes almost itched when I looked at it, if I squinted just right. "You must understand, of course, we do wish to cooperate with the order," Peter said. "However, we don't advertise the existence of the circle. You might even say we strive to keep it a secret. We're most curious as to how you learned about it. Mentioning Simon would get me thrown out. The order has its sources." Of course, Peter said. The rabbis exchanged another look. The black lines blended, like the old stereograms that hit a 3D image in an ordinary picture. The impact punched my brain, and I saw a word written in a language of power. Amehe, obey. The word sizzled in my brain. I already owned this one, but seeing it written still set my mind buzzing. It made sense that it would be written on a wall full of names of God. Rabbis specialized in written magic, and Yahweh was all about obedience, if the Torah was anything to go by. People study for years and years to access the circle, Weiss said. Some Johnny-come-lately can't just waltz in and demand to see it. I'm not some Johnny. I'm the Johnny with an order's ID and a sharp sword, who's trying to save the city from an epidemic. If they thought their mezuzahs would protect them from the Steel Mary, they would be deeply disappointed. The corners of Peter's mouth sagged. What Rabbi Weiss means is that we're dreadfully sorry, but your lack of qualifications prevents us from granting you access. It's unfortunate. On that, we were in agreement. Would you like me to read what's written on the wall behind you to prove that I'm qualified? Peter gave me a sad smile. Weiss sighed. These are the many names of God. Knowing how to read Hebrew won't get you in, but go ahead if it makes you feel better. It says, obey. A long moment passed, and then Peter closed his mouth with a click. Weiss's eyes turned cold. Who told you about that? Would you like me to pronounce the word in the original language? There was no telling what the word would do to them. I mostly used it to control magic, but it could be used to control people. I'd done it once to Derek, and I would never do it again. But they didn't know that. The rabbis paled. I'd managed to terrify holy men. Maybe I could beat up a nun for an encore. No, Peter raised his hands. No, that's not necessary. We'll take you to the circle. The golem was 7 feet tall and 6 feet wide.
Unlike the golems outside, who had been shaped with finesse like Greek statues, this brute was pure power. Broad, crude, and hewn together with thick slabs of clay muscle. It stood at the end of a narrow hallway before a door shaped like an open scroll. It wore a steel helmet, an armet with visor removed. The metal guard covered its mouth, and a layer of steel shielded its forehead. No scratching off letters here. I wondered what they would do if they ever had to deactivate it. Shoot it with a tank, maybe? Next to me, Peter pointed to the floor, where a small stone fire pit with the fire already laid out waited before the golem. To the side sat a box of matches. There is a price for using the circle. What is it? His voice was soft. Knowledge. That is the keeper of the circle. You must light the fire and tell it a secret. If your knowledge is worthy, the golem will open the door for you. And if the golem doesn't like the knowledge? Was it too much to hope it would chide me and send me to bed without my supper? It may kill you, Weiss said. If you lie, it will know, Peter said. The flame will turn blue. Lovely. The golem's fists were bigger than my head. All it had to do was grab me and squeeze, and my skull would crack like an egg. The hallway was too narrow to maneuver. My speed wouldn't do me any good. We will wait here. Weiss pointed to a small stone bench a few yards away. It faced the golem, so they would have front row seats if it decided to use me as a punching bag. It's not too late to change your mind, Peter murmured. And stare into Orus' dead eyes every time I closed mine? No, thank you. I crossed the floor, picked up the matches, and struck one. A tiny flame flared. Carefully, I brought it to the fire and let it chew on the piece of paper in the center of wooden kindling. A low rumble started in the center of the golem, a rough grating sound of rock grinding against rock. 2 pinpoints of sharp light flared in its cavernous sockets. I sat on the floor. The golem shuddered. One huge columnar leg lifted and stepped forward, shaking the floor. Boom, boom, boom. The golem stopped before the fire and bent down. Tiny flecks of stone or dry clay broke from its shoulders and fell into the fire, igniting into brilliant white sparks. Slowly, ponderously, it crouched, its steel mouthguard only 3 feet from me. I looked into its eyes. Let me into the circle, and I will tell you the story of the first vampire. Behind me, clothes rustled as the 2 rabbis sat on the bench. I picked up a stick and poked the fire with it. Long ago, there lived a man. He was a great man, a thinker, philosopher, and magician. We'll call him Roland. Roland once had a kingdom, the most powerful kingdom in the world, a realm of magic and wonders. His ancestors brought people out of savagery into an age of prosperity and enlightenment, and he was very proud of what his family had achieved. Roland had many children, for he had lived a very long time, But his favorite was his youngest son. Let's call him Abe. He was Roland's only child at the time. You see, Roland had a habit of killing children when they rose against him, so Abe was the only one left. Everything went along splendidly, but the kingdom's people had pushed their magic too far. They disrupted the balance between magic and technology. Tech came, interrupting the flow of magic. The waves of technology attacked Roland's kingdom, pulling it apart the way magic now pulls apart our world. He counted on his son to help him, but Abe saw it as his chance for freedom. In the chaos of tech waves, Abe betrayed his father and fought him for power. The war between them ripped their kingdom to shreds. Abe lost and took his followers into the wilderness, proclaiming he would make his own nation greater than his father's fallen realm. Eventually, Roland failed his people. The mighty kingdom had fallen, and its ruler lost everything. He hid from the world, choosing to live alone on a mountain, spending his days in meditation. Meanwhile, Abe's nation of nomads grew larger. They lost most of what they knew. Philosophy and complicated magic were no longer important. Survival was. Abe had a son, and his son had sons, 2 boys. We'll call them Esau and Jacob. Esau was the oldest. He prided himself on being a great warrior and a hunter of men and beasts. Truth is, Esau was a thug, but he was stronger and more powerful than ordinary thugs, and he made the best of it. The older nomads told stories of the wonders of Roland's fallen kingdom. Rumor had it that when Roland went to his mountain, he took the treasures of his realm with him. Among these treasures was a set of clothes made from the skin of a mythical beast and permeated with the fragrance of a lost valley. A hunter who wore this garment could hunt and capture any animal he wished. Esau, being an enterprising guy, decided to get his hands on these clothes. After all, how much trouble could one old guy be? So Esau got his supplies together and headed for Roland's mountain. Put yourself into Roland's shoes. Here he was, a man who'd lost everything, and now his own great-grandson shows up and tries to rob him? And more, his great-grandson, the fruit of his family tree, is an ignorant thug. In Esau, Roland saw the reflection of his people's fate. All of their knowledge lost, all of their achievements squandered as they reverted to primitive brutality. Roland saw red, and Esau died before he could land a single blow. But that wasn't enough. Roland had a lot of frustration to vent. He raged at his great-grandson, at his fallen kingdom, at the world. He wanted to kill Esau again, and so he dragged him back from the brink of death and murdered him a second time. Again and again Esau died, until finally Roland stopped to take a breath and realized that Esau was gone. His body remained, but his mind had died. Instead, Roland found a mindless creature, neither alive nor dead. An undead with its mind completely blank, like a white page. Roland discovered that he could control this empty brain with infinite ease. He could speak through Esau's mouth and hear what the undead heard. A host of possibilities occurred to Roland, and he decided it would be convenient for him if people thought that Esau had murdered him. He dressed the creature that used to be his great-grandson into the magic garment Esau had come for, and sent the undead back to his family, controlling its every move and spinning wild tales of his own death. He used Esau to torment Abe's nomads. He wanted to destroy Abe and all of his descendants. Eventually, Esau grew fangs and developed a terrible thirst for blood. Years later, the once king put those fangs to a test. He lured Esau's brother to a meeting under the pretense of reconciliation, and there he unleashed the full fury of the undead on Jacob, letting Esau tear into his brother's neck. But Jacob had worn an ivory collar, and Esau's fangs failed to sever his jugular. With time, Esau's body changed. He grew claws, his hair fell out, his body turned gaunt, and he scuttled about on all fours like an animal. Roland released him into a cave, where the bodies of his ancestors and his children lay interred. Starving, the first vampire haunted the cave until a brave man finally put it out of its misery. Such is the true story of the first vampire. I got up. It's not really all that secret.
There are echoes of it in the Bible and in the Jewish scholarly writings. Abe is gone, and so are his children. But Roland, he still lives. Outlived them all, the old bastard. He's made more undead, and he's rebuilding his power, waiting for a time to resurrect his kingdom. I pricked my finger with my throwing knife. A single drop of red swelled on my skin. I leaned toward the golem and whispered so quietly I could barely hear myself. And his blood lives on as well. I touched the blood to the golem's chest. It rocked back as if struck.
Stone screeched, dust puffed. The golem spun back to the door, grasped the stone with its massive hand and pushed it aside, revealing a dark room beyond it. I walked past it into the darkness. Behind me, the stone door slid shut. Pale blue lights winked into existence on the walls. I counted. 12. They pulsed, fading and flaring brighter and brighter, until they finally illuminated the floor in front of me. 2 circles. The first 6 feet wide, the next a foot wider, carved into the stone. 12 stone pillars surrounded the circle, each 5 feet tall. On top of each rested a glass cube. Within the cube lay a sephirot, a scroll. I approached the circle. Magic pulsed between the scrolls like a strong, invisible current. A ward, and a very powerful one. Wards both protected and contained. For all I knew, stepping into the circle would result in some weirdness manifesting in the middle of it and squeezing me like a juice orange. I pulled Slayer from its sheath and circled the lines. No mysterious runes on the walls, no instructions, no warnings. Just the weak, gauzy blue light of the lantern, the scrolls resting in their transparent cases, and the double circle on the floor. It come this far. No turning back now. I slid Slayer under my arm, pulled the paper out of the Ziploc bag, and stepped into the circle. A silver light ignited in the spot I crossed. It dashed along the carved outline of the double circle, igniting it. Magic roiled between the scrolls. A wall of silvery glow surged up, sealing me from the outside world. All I needed now was for some monstrous critter to manifest and try to eat me. Dear rabbis, I'm so sorry. I nuked your circle, dude. Here is his head as a souvenir. Yeah, that would fly. Magic nipped at my skin in tiny, sharp needles, as if testing the waters. I tensed. Hairline cracks spread through the floor. Pale light stabbed through the gaps. Something was coming. I swung Slayer, warming up my wrist. Power burst under me. Magic punched through my feet and tore through my body in an agonizing torrent, grating at my insides as if every cell of my body had been stripped bare. It ripped a scream from me, and the torrent burst out of my mouth in a stream of light, so blind I went blind. My head spun. Everything hurt. Weak and light-headed, I clenched my sword. Breathe. 1, 2, 3. Slowly my vision cleared, and I saw the translucent ward, and beyond it the scrolls glowing on their stone pillars. Deep blue currents of magic slid up and down within the glow. What the hell? I looked up. The last of the magic torn from me floated above in a cloud of indigo, slowly merging with the ward. Damn it! The perimeter wall of the circle wasn't a ward, although it looked and felt like one. It was a Nara, a magic engine. I'd read about them but never encountered one. It lay dormant until some idiot, like me, stepped inside it and donated some magic juice to get it running. It absorbed my magic and turned blue. If I'd been a vampire, the glow would have become purple. It occurred to me that my feet were no longer touching the ground. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see the place where the floor used to be, and it wasn't there. I glanced down. The floor had vanished. In its place gaped a black pit, and I floated above it, weightless. Oh, great, just great. I opened my hand, revealing the parchment. A feather of light swept it off my palm and dragged it into the air to my eye level. The magic buckled. Long veins of indigo streaked through the Anara and struck at the parchment. It shivered, caught in the spiderweb of blue tendrils. It was good that the temple was shielded by a ward, otherwise anyone with an iota of power would be able to sense these fireworks. The tendrils clutching the parchment turned a darker blue. The circle picked up the parchment's magic, and now it spread through the glow. A powerful magic pulse ripped through the Inara. The center of the parchment turned smooth. The worn lines creasing the rough paper vanished. Ink appeared, slowly, like a developing photograph. A magic page, page 56, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com/abclit. Square formed in the corner. An assortment of geometric figures, spirals, circles, crosses. The magic pulsed again and again, like the toll of a great bell. My whole body hummed with the echo. Hurry up, damn you. The ragged edges of the parchment grew as the web built onto it. The parchment must have been only a small piece of the original scroll, a top left corner, and now the circle was reconstructing it as it once had been. Words appeared, written in Hebrew. Between them, smaller lines written in English came through. I devastate the land and shatter it to dust. I crush the cities and turn them into waste. This was familiar. I knew this. I crumble mountains and panic their wild beasts. I churn the sea and hold back its tides. I squeezed my memory, trying to pinpoint where I'd read this before. I bring stillness of the tomb to nature's wild places. I reap the lives of humankind. None survive. Come on, come on. Where did it come from? Why was it lodged in my brain? Words kept coming faster and faster. I scanned the lines. I bring dark omens and desecrate holy places. I release demons into sacred dwellings of the gods. I ravage palaces of kings and send nations into mourning. A final phrase ignited at the end of the scroll. It pierced my mind. Cold bit my fingers. I let evil enter. Oh no. The words glared at me. I let evil enter. Oh no, you don't. I knew this. This was a part of an ancient Babylonian poem, used as an amulet against a man once worshipped as the god of plagues. He'd brought panic and terror to the ancient world and decimated its people with epidemics. His wrath was chaos, his temper was fire, and ancient Babylonians feared him so much they were too afraid to build him a temple. I read all about him when I was 10 years old. His name was Era. But the Steel Mary was a woman. I was absolutely, positively, 100% sure she was a woman. I saw her with my own eyes. A huge 6'6" woman, but unmistakably female. I had a round hole, and no matter how the universe tried to get me to shove a square peg into it, it wasn't gonna happen. The tendrils curled back, withdrawing into the circle. The scroll snapped taut and disintegrated into a cloud of glowing sparks. The piece of parchment, once again, ancient and blank, landed into my hand. The power of the circle vanished, and I dropped to the stone floor. The door slid open, and I saw Peter's pale face. He wheezed, catching his breath. We're under attack. Chapter 20. I double-timed it through the passageways of the synagogue. Peter jogged next to me. What do you mean? There is no way to hide the circle's magic. You said you keep the circle secret. He huffed. The particulars of the circle are secret. Its power isn't. One doesn't hide the power of God. The light of knowledge must shine through. It shone all right. It shone real well. It shone so well that the Steel Mary had sensed the parchment and sent the cavalry to investigate. A thud shook the walls of the old building. I dashed up the stairs, through the hallway, and to the front. Several people stood before the door on the stairs. On the snow-buried lawn, a 6-foot-tall blood-red man grabbed a golem by the hind leg. He jerked the golem up, swung it, and smashed it on the ground, sending a spray of snow into the air. The golem slid, scrambled up, and galloped away, leaping over the broken body of its twin. All around the temple, crushed clay bodies littered the grounds. At least 10, maybe more. It looked like a war zone, and only one side had suffered casualties. A red aura flared from the man, ruby bright against the white snow. The sun was a pale glow behind the clouds. It was almost 5, and the night would pounce soon. I didn't want to fight him in the dark. Is he alone? Nobody answered. Did he come alone?
Yes.
Rabbi Weiss swung into my field of vision. What was on that parchment? What is he? You don't want to know. In ancient Babylon, there was a god called Era, also known as Nergal. He was the god of plagues and chaos, and fear. Except he wasn't really a god. I would have preferred a god, but Era was something much, much worse. Another golem galloped from the back and hurled its spear at the man. The man batted it aside. Era had 7 warriors at his disposal. I flipped Slayer, warming up my wrist. Darkness, Torch, Beast, Tremor, Gale, Deluge, and Venom. Deluge is dead. The Beast Lord killed him 3 days ago. The golem charged the red man and reared, kicking with its hoofed legs. I watched the charge. This would be. The man stomped. Thunder rolled through the yard, like the sound of a colossal sledgehammer. The ground yawned. He grabbed the golem and thrust it into the forming hole. It sank up to its waist, still kicking. The man swung his huge fist and hammered a punch to the golem's sternum. The clay chest shattered like an eggshell. The golem's head fell to the ground. Tremor. Power of Earth. Lovely. By all rights, he shouldn't have been able to make sinkholes, given that the ground was frozen solid, but apparently someone forgot to mention it to him. Tremor surveyed the grounds, looking for the next target. Hell never break the ward, someone said to my right. Oh yes, he will. Trust me on this. I wouldn't count on it. Your wards are very strong, but your magic is too young for him. A gray-haired woman gave me a pitying look, usually reserved for imbeciles. Our wards are written in a language that was 1,200 years old before the Common Era began. Even Unicorn Lane can't breach them. I pointed at Tremor. 1,200 years before the Common Era, Era was 30 centuries young. He predates your language. A bout of hysterical barking came from the left. Idiot dog, making himself a target. Open the ward. I started down the stairs. That isn't wise, Peter called out. The spell will hold. Out of the question. It's too dangerous. The older woman crossed her arms. We won't be held responsible for your death or damage to the temple. Tremor took a step toward my poodle. Open the damn ward or I will break it. Page 57. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http://www.processtext.com/abclit.html. Tremor turned away from the dog, swiped the golem's head off the snow, and hurled it at the temple. It flew through the air, cleared the ward in a flash of silver, and shattered against the temple's door. Of course, the golems belonged to the temple, and the ward was keyed to them, so they could pass through it. He'd pelt the temple with golem remains, and when he'd run out of bodies to throw, he'd stomp over here himself. The rabbis stared at the shards of the broken head. Tremor reached for another body. The gray-haired woman looked up. Peter, open the ward. White light streamed down. I stepped through, and the ward surged shut behind me. I started toward Tremor, pulling on the clasp of the cloak. Tremor turned to face me. He wore the face of Solomon Red. Surprise, surprise. The cloak slid off my shoulders and fell on the snow. I kept walking, nice and slow. Solomon regarded me with a condescending grin. He never smiled. Like a drunk straining every muscle to appear sober, Solomon did his best to hide the fact that he couldn't read behind a mask of grave importance. But now he smirked at me with obvious contempt. An agile intelligence lit his eyes. Era's intelligence. Solomon opened his mouth. A familiar female voice spilled forth. You again? This is the best the priests can do? Or are they trying to entertain me? I swung my sword, warming up my wrist. Why are you a woman? Why can't I be a woman? Because it fucks up my family tree. Because Era's poem says you're a man. Solomon shrugged. You shouldn't put your trust into the ramblings of senile temple rats. I'll keep that in mind. Any other pearls of wisdom? None that would help you live through the next minute. Solomon spread his arms and pulled them together as if pushing a great weight before him. The ground shook beneath my feet. I leapt up and to the left. A sinkhole gaped where I'd stood. I landed and jumped again, barely avoiding another pit. All around me holes opened, like greedy black mouths in the snow, and I hopped between them like a chicken on hot tin. I dashed right, then left. Unless I learned to fly, I'd never get to him. Solomon laughed in Era's voice. Usually I saved my magic as a last resort, but this was the old power, and now wasn't a good time to screw around. I had to hit him now, and hit him hard. I took a deep breath and barked a power word. Asanda. Kneel. The world reeled in a haze of pain, like grabbing a handful of my own flesh and ripping it out. I reeled, but didn't go down. Solomon's mouth gaped open. A dull roar like the sound of a rock slide spilled from his lips. His knees hit the dirt. Who's laughing now? The holes in the ground closed. I ran. The power word had drained too much of my magic, and every step turned into a battle of will, like dragging lead chains. I kept running. Snow flew under my feet. Solomon shuddered. Thick cords of muscle bulged on his thighs. 10 feet. 6. 3. I struck in a classic overhead blow designed to cleave through his neck. As I swung, dirt thrust between us. The saber's blade sliced through soil and came away clean. Missed. Shit. A thick mound jutted where Solomon had knelt. Trying to thrust through it would break the blade and accomplish nothing. First, you kneel, then you hide. So far, I'm not impressed. The mound exploded. Chunks of dirt pelted the snow. Solomon lunged at me, laughing. I dodged and carved at his side. Slayer sliced a narrow line just under Solomon's ribs. Red gushed. Solomon whipped about and backhanded me. The punch smashed into my chest. I flew, slid through the snow, and crashed against something. Cold sliced my right side, as if someone had thrust an icicle into my kidney. My lungs burned. Colored circles swam before my eyes. I must have hit my head. I squinted. The body of a broken golem. Warm, sticky liquid wet my side. I wanted a shower to wash it off. Yep, definitely hit my head. Shake it off, Era said. Come on, up you go. I jerked myself free. The golem's spear jutted out, propped by its corpse, and its spearhead was red with my blood. Just what I need. Have your eyes cleared yet? Hold your horses, I'm coming. Yeah, not so much. From where I stand, you're just breathing laboriously. The snow swam in and out of focus. Breathing hard. Are you coming or just breathing hard? You've got to get your one-liner straight. Thanks, I'll remember that. The blurry haze cleared, and I saw Solomon charging at me on all fours. No time. I braced my back against a column and gripped Slayer with both hands. Solomon loomed over me. Time to pray. I kicked my leg up, catching him in the gut, and thrust into his chest. Slayer slid into the flesh between his ribs. The point met resistance, and it vanished. Solomon's huge hands tried to grip at me, but my foot on his stomach held him back. Pressure ground at my bones. God, he was a heavy bastard. I twisted the blade, trying to rupture the heart. Give it up, I squeezed out. I hit the heart. Era snorted. I know. Do you have any idea how many bodies I had to go through to get him? The light shrank. Earth piled around us. A few moments, and we'd be buried. The wound gnawed at my side. My saber was caught, and sinking silver needles into the undead would be like poking him with toothpicks. Slightly painful, but ultimately futile. Solomon dug his feet in. His fingers scratched my neck. There wasn't enough air. Would you just let him die already? He doesn't have much left, don't worry. You do talk a lot, like a little squirrel in a tree. Chirp, chirp, chirp. I barely saw the light above us. If the earth built up any more, Solomon would collapse on me when he died for the second time. I would suffocate, buried alive. Your animal impressions are stunning.
Solomon jerked right. His hand grasped my arm. He ducked his head, and pain clenched my forearm. She made her undead bite me? What the hell? Solomon grinned. Little squirrel, you taste like family. Oh, shit. A shaggy shape hit Solomon, snarling and snapping teeth. Solomon jerked, and extra weight pressed on me as the dog tore into Solomon's back. I cried out.
Solomon swiped with his arm, knocking the poodle aside. His weight shifted, and I grabbed my throwing knife. "Don't touch my dog," Solomon laughed. "How curious. Hugh's been keeping secrets. No wonder. That's the trouble with hired help. Without ambition, they are useless. With ambition?" I stabbed my throwing knife into Solomon's throat. Severed carotid. "Enjoy." Blood gushed from Solomon's mouth, drenching my face. "See you soon," he gurgled. Solomon's eyes went blank. He shuddered once and crashed on top of me. Page 58, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http www.processtext.com abclit.html. Era had bailed. I strained and pushed Solomon's corpse to the side, into the dirt. A moment later, a smelly tongue licked my face, covering my skin with the fine perfume of day-old roadkill. I hugged the furry neck. Okay, let me up now." The poodle leaped away, excited. I got to my feet. The cut in my side screeched in protest. An earthen wall rose up to my waist. I clutched onto it so I wouldn't tip over. Solomon lay face down. I kicked him. It didn't make me feel that much better. I kicked him again, just in case, and realized I was looking at a spear sticking out of his back. The ward went down. People rushed from the temple, heading toward me. Where the hell had the spear come from? A man reached me. "Are you hurt? Who threw the spear?" He shrank back. "I'm a medic. I can help you." I tried to speak slowly in my non-threatening voice. "Where did the spear come from?" He blinked. "I don't know. I didn't see." I grabbed the spear and strained. Son of a bitch, really in there. I put my foot on the body, crushing a few black needles, and pulled hard. The spear came free. It used to belong to one of the golems. Someone had picked it up and hurled it. Someone with great strength. Someone had reported my crawling around the pole with Joshua's body on it. Someone had watched me from the ruins. And now someone had skewered Solomon and vanished. I was really getting tired of all the secrecy. "Little squirrel, you taste like family. See you later." She recognized the blood, but she didn't know who I was. If I were her, I'd track me down. I'd get into my house, learn anything I could about me, and look for anything I could use as leverage. I knew this would eventually happen, and it finally did. All my friends had just acquired a huge bullseye on their backs. Julie. I had Julie's pictures in the house. I had to get home. I had to warn the pack. I spun around and saw Marigold lying on her side in red snow. Oh, God. I stumbled toward her and broke into a run. "Wait!" The med mage chased me. Marigold lay unmoving, her head jerked high. The twisted wreck of a golem's spear jutted from her neck. She must have been hit when Era was throwing shit around. I dropped into the snow and grabbed her head. Her eyes stayed dark. Her long eyelashes didn't move. "Can you fix her?" "She is dead," the med mage said. "She killed my Marigold. The bitch killed my Marigold. I'd used this mule for a year. I'd brought her carrots, brushed her out, and relied on her to carry me into a brawl or storm. Now she was dead, killed as an afterthought. I staggered to my feet. I had to get to the phone. People jumped out of my way. I marched up the steps and grabbed the first warm body. "Phone?" "Inside, to the right." I ran inside, made a right into a small room, and grabbed the phone. "Work, damn you, work." Dial tone. "Yes." I dialed the keep. A man picked up. I barked, "Curran, now." "Who is this?" "Kate Daniels. I'm the agent of." The phone clicked, and Curran's voice filled the phone. "Leave a message." "The Steel Mary's name is Era. If any of your people fight her, she will make you go mad. It's her specialty. She served Roland, which means she came here to kill the pack. Be careful. Don't fight her directly if you can." The call cut out. I'd reached the message limit. I dialed the order. Maxine came on the line. "I need a pickup at the temple." "I'm sorry, dear, but everyone is out." "Andrea? She's out helping Mauro." I hung up and punched in Jim's number. He picked up on the second ring. "I need help." "You just now figured this out?" I tried to speak calmly. "I'm at the temple. I just ran into the Steel Mary, and I need to get home before she makes it there. I'll have a car there in 20 minutes. "Thank you." I went outside. 3 rabbis approached me. The older woman, Weiss, and a man who had to be in his 70s.
With long, pure white hair and an equally white beard, he looked positively ancient, and he walked with a limp, leaning on an ornate staff. "You've brought this to the temple," he indicated the Golem graveyard with the sweep of his hand. "You are no longer welcome here. Leave." "Oh, that's just peachy." I pointed to Solomon. "Burn the body. Don't touch the blood. If you experience any symptoms of illness, immediately contact Biohazard." I pointed at the medic. "You, patch me up." "Did you not hear?" The woman stared at me incredulous. "I have a Mary with pandemic potential who pilots undead mages and who is fixing to raid my house. Everyone I've ever known is about to become a target. Being banned by the temple is the least of my worries." Every step I took jabbed a dull, cold pain into my side. My skin felt wet under the dressing. The wound had come open. The temple medic was very good, but the cut simply hadn't had enough time to heal. At least the dressing had been well applied, so the blood should stay put. I made it to the bridge and slumped into the snowdrift. Grendel licked me and ran away to paint the snow yellow. I had to get home. A car shot across the bridge way too fast. Metallic black, it had the body of a hot rod that had somehow sprouted Indy Racer-style front wheels. Painted red flames stretched from its front over the hood, licking a bizarre horned skull with the words "Demon Lightning" painted above it. Its backside bubbled up, struggling to contain a monster of an enchanted water engine. The car hurtled past me, braked in a spray of snow, and stopped 2 feet away. The driver's side window slid down, revealing a tiny Indonesian woman. I'd met page 59, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com, abclit.html her before. She was the pack's resident mythology expert. She was also a vegetarian, and when she turned into her animal, which happened to be a cross-eyed white tiger, she refused to bite anything that would bleed into her mouth. She was also blind as a bat. Dolly peered at me through her glasses and nodded at the car. "Get in." I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. "Get in, Kate." "What the hell is this?" "That's a 1999 Plymouth Prowler, also known as Pookie. I bet Jim thought he was funny." "Dolly, you can barely see. You can't drive." Dolly stuck her nose in the air. "Watch me." No choice. I screamed for Grendel, stuffed him into the car, got in, and buckled my seatbelt. Dolly floored it. Snow burst on both sides of the car, and we shot forward. The wooden planks thudded under the Prowler's weight. The bridge curved ahead. Dolly showed no indication of slowing down. "Dolly, there is a turn." The turn rushed at us. "Dolly." The Prowler sped up, straight as an arrow. "Turn, turn left." The wooden rail loomed before us. The Prowler veered left, turning so sharply it almost careened. I held my breath. For a second we were weightless, and then all 4 wheels landed on solid ground. I saw it. Dolly pushed her Coke bottle glasses up the bridge of her nose. "I'm not blind, you know." "Hold on to your seat. There is another turn coming up." If I survived this, I'd kill Jim with my bare hands. The car squealed and missed the rail by a hair. Dolly's happy face swung into my view. "I know your kryptonite." "What? Kryptonite?"
"It's the rock that could take down Superman?" I stared at her. Dolly grinned. "You're scared of my driving." "It wasn't driving. It was suicide by car. I need to tell you about Era." I clenched my fists as the car fishtailed. "So you can tell Jim." Dolly made a face. "Why do I get the privilege?" "Because you're a pack expert with a proven record, and you can back up what I say with your own research. He'll listen to you, and I don't have time to explain things to him myself right this second." She looked at me. "Kate, is this something really, really bad? Because you have that clenched teeth look. Watch the road." She swerved, avoiding an overturned wreck of a truck. "I have it under control." "What do you know about Babylon?" "Not much. My expertise is in the Asian region. It was a Mesopotamian city-state that sprung up around the 3rd millennium BCE and eventually grew into an empire. Sargon of Akkad claimed to have built it. Mesopotamia is considered to be the cradle of civilization, and Babylon is mostly famous for the Code of Hammurabi, which was the first written code of laws, and the Hanging Gardens, which was the first time a man had to restructure the city to get laid.
I think the name means Gateway of the Gods, although nobody quite knows why. Her definition of not much needed work. It was called Gateway because it was the first city built after Eden. She turned back to the windshield. Babylon dates back to 3,000 years before the Common Era. It's too recent. That's the new Babylon. The old Babylon was almost completely built with magic, and when the tech came, it crumbled to the ground, just like that. I pointed at downtown's architectural graveyard through the window. The old Babylon was over 12,000 years old when the Common Era rolled around. How do you know this? Not important. Have you ever read the poem of Era? No. It's a poem that acts as an amulet against diseases in general and a god called Era in particular. It was found chiseled on stone tablets all over Babylon. More copies of it exist than there are copies of the Gilgamesh epic. Dali whistled. Gilgamesh was their big daddy. Yes, but they weren't that scared of him. They were very scared of Era. So scared, they cut the poem into every available stone surface. According to the story, Era was the god of plagues, fear, and madness. He had 7 warriors at his disposal: torch, tremor, deluge, gale, beast, venom, and darkness. The first 4 had elemental powers: fire, earth, water, and wind. Dali nodded. Beast was a monster. Venom is self-explanatory. And darkness? I shook my head. Nobody knows. She wrinkled her nose. Don't you just love when that happens? The poem goes on about how Era and his advisor called Isham came to Babylon and destroyed it. The poem is also wrong. Era wasn't the one in charge. Isham was. The Babylonians were so terrified of Era, they put him in charge just to be on the safe side. They also made him male. Wait, Era was a girl? Yes, Era is a woman and Isham is Roland. Dali said nothing. She clenched the wheel tighter. Her knuckles turned white. I kept going. About 6200 BC, Roland and Era were running around and conquering Mesopotamia. They were young, and this was their first big war. They came across Babylon, which was ruled by Marduk, who was unimaginably ancient by this point. He used to be monstrously powerful, but he had grown old and senile. The world moved on. Marduk didn't, and he knew it. He was content to rule Babylon, his last city, the gem of the ancient world. It was a large, thriving metropolis, built almost entirely with deep magic, and he was very proud of it. I knew this story very well. Voron had told it to me long ago, except in his version, Era was a man. Even Roland's warlords didn't know everything about him. Roland decided they didn't have the troops to hold the city. Marduk was greatly revered, so they'd have to put up with a lot of native resistance, and the infrastructure was too complex to easily take it over. Roland makes war to acquire, not to subjugate. He wants to take cities with minimal damage, install his own government, and build them up to make them better. He moved on, but Era dug her heels in. Something about Marduk must have rubbed her the wrong way. Era took a chunk of Roland's army, and along with her 7, they invaded Babylon. She took the city and ran Marduk out, but the Babylonians refused to bend over and take it. Era decided to break Babylon. She bombarded them with plagues and let the 7 run amok in the city, halved the population, wrecked the holy places, engaged in unbelievable atrocities. It was hell on earth. When there was nothing left to hold, she left. Marduk later came back to the city and rebuilt it, but it took centuries for it to rise to prominence again. What we know now as Babylon from archaeological records is a pale imitation of what page 60, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, https://processtext.com/abclit.html, once was. I looked at Dali to make sure she understood. They had magic defenses that we can't even dream of, and Era crushed them and walked away laughing. I need you to tell this story to Jim. Dali swallowed. Why? Because Era is here. Curran killed Deluge, and I just took out Tremor. Is she after us? I think so.
She has her 7 warriors with her. They are undead. She pilots them like vampires." Dally shrugged her shoulders, as if shaking off dread. "How sure are you of this?" "I'm very sure. Era makes plagues. In ancient times, she walked before Roland's army. She'd pass through the place, and the next morning there would be nothing but corpses. A few days later, once the land aired out, Roland's troops would roll in. We know that Roland wants to do away with the pack. Era is the perfect person to do that. She has the power to panic animals, and it works on shapeshifters." "You're joking." I quoted, "I devastate the land and shatter it to dust. I crush the cities and turn them into waste. I crumble mountains and panic their wild beasts. She drives shapeshifters mad, Dally. She makes you go wild. You've heard about the witnesses to the fight at the Steel Horse. All of them went wild. You can't fight her. Explain this to Jim. I don't know if it's her personal power or if she's using one of the warriors to do it, but she has the old magic, the kind that the pack can't counter. You can't engage her, because she will make all of you insane." The car skidded to a halt, and I realized we had reached my apartment. I jerked the door open and jumped out. Grendel followed. "Kate?" Dally's eyes were huge on her face. "How do we fight her?" "I don't know. You can't fight her directly, and I'll do everything in my power to make sure you don't have to." I slammed the door closed and ran into my building. Chapter 21. I charged up my apartment stairs, slayer in hand and my sweatered demon spawn in tow. My apartment door, in one piece, no sign of a break-in. I forced myself to slow down, slid the key into the lock, and swung the door open. The poodle trotted in. I followed softly on my toes. Kitchen, clear. I nudged the bathroom door with my fingertips. Clear. My living room, clear. Library, Julie's room, clear. Clear. The apartment was clear. I had to hide Julie. I scanned the apartment. Too much. I could throw away the pictures, but signs of her were all over my place. Clothes, teddy bear with vampire teeth, half-painted black bedroom with a big "Keep Out" stenciled on the wall. Sooner or later, Era would make it into my apartment, and she would find something I'd missed. She would look for Julie, and if she found her, she would kill my kid, and she'd do it slowly to torture me with it. Think. I grabbed scissors, marched into Julie's closet, and pulled out her favorite goth dress. 2 snips, and I had 2 pieces of black ribbon. I snatched glue out of the utility drawer and fixed black ribbon over the corner of 2 photo frames. Funeral pictures. That was what Voron did when Larissa died.
She was a were-rat who traveled with us for a while, and when she died, he fixed the ribbons on her photo. I had a kid, but she died, and I kept her funeral pictures in plain sight. I pulled the paper drawer open, took the folder with Julie's school papers, and pushed the books off the wood stove. A bit of kerosene, some crumpling, and 2 minutes later, Julie's school records went up in flames. Okay, I had the phone number of the school memorized. There was no record of it. And if Era thought Julie was dead, she wouldn't look for her. I grabbed the phone and dialed the school's number. In 10 seconds, I was patched through to security and gave detailed instructions. Julie was not to leave the grounds. She was not to contact me until I contacted her. I ended the call, dialed the order, and hung up. If Era knew how to use redial, it wouldn't lead her to Julie either. The papers burned to ash. I sat on the floor and stared at the flames. I beat her. If she broke in now, Julie would be safe. Grendel wandered over to me and whined softly. "Give me a minute," I told him. All my life had been focused on avoiding this moment. My family had found me. Even if I killed her, which was a huge if, it wouldn't exactly go unnoticed. I had to go. I had to grab my shit and take off into the wilderness where she couldn't track me. I knew where to hide. Voron and I had planned out several escape routes years ago. What about Julie? She was safe at the school, but she wouldn't understand. She would think I'd abandoned her. Taking her with me was out of the question. Julie wasn't me. I could take a knife, melt into the forest, and come out on the other side weeks later, leaner but no worse for wear. Julie wouldn't be able to handle it. The responsible thing would be to leave her where she was.
She'd run away and go looking for me. She'd run away in a heartbeat. All I could do would be to send a message to the school and tell them that I had to go and she had to stay, and trust them to keep her there. No good choices. When you care about people, they tie you down. Suppose I did take off and Era lost my trail. The pack would be her next target. She would demolish the shapeshifters. Once she was done with them, she'd have the city to play with. If she really did what she was famous for, Atlanta would become the land of diseased corpses. Era was made out of my childhood nightmares. For the first time since I reached adulthood, I wanted my dad to be alive, in the way a child wants his parent to come into a dark bedroom and turn on the light. Except Voren was dead. Besides, I knew what his response would be. Run. Run as fast and as far as you can. I had a window of opportunity now, before she found me again. Once I let it slip, my avenue of escape was gone forever. Show over. I picked Slayer off the floor and dragged my fingers across the blade, feeling magic nip at my skin. The need to run gripped me. The walls closed in, as if my apartment had shrunk. This wasn't me. I didn't panic. I needed to be sharp for this. I closed my eyes and let it all go. I pictured the worst possible scenario. Julie dead, her little face bloody. Curran dead, his body broken. Gray eyes staring into nothing, all of the gold gone. Jim, Andrea, Raphael, Derek, dead, their bodies torn apart. My hands turned ice cold. My pulse raced. My heartbeat thudded in my ears, too loud. Atlanta dead. Corpses on the streets. Vultures that circled but wouldn't land because the corpses were poison. I soaked it all in. It hurt. Sweat broke out on my face. A long moment passed. Page 61. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http www.processtext.com Apple Lit. Gradually, my heart rate slowed. I breathed in deep and let it out. Again. Fatigue rolled over me in a sluggish wave. The poodle licked my hand. I'd tricked my mind into thinking the worst had happened and I had lived through it. Everyone was still alive. I still had a chance to shield them. My breathing evened out. Dread and fear fell away from me. Fear drained resources. One could be afraid only so much before the body shut it off in self-defense. I'd overloaded the circuits. Calm came. My mind started slowly, like a rusty clock. I had my fun. I made friends, adopted a kid, fell in love. It's time to pay the piper. Grendel tilted his head. Besides, the bitch killed Marigold. We've got to nuke her. Are you game? The poodle turned around, trotted into the kitchen, and brought me his food dish. What happened to your altruism? Fine. I'll pay you in meat if you help me kill her. The dog barked. You've got yourself a deal. Here, let's see what we can scrounge up. I grinned and pushed off the floor. Everything hurt. I was spent. The power word and the fight had cost me, and the wound didn't help. It felt like I was dragging steel chains. My invisible chains, and I made it into the kitchen. I opened a fridge, tossed the undead head into the garbage, and tried to find something to eat. A knock sounded through my apartment. I put Grendel in the bathroom and opened the door. Era stood on the landing, wrapped in a fur cloak, her face hidden by a hood. I was about 5'7". She topped me by at least 10 inches. Would it have killed her to wait a couple hours and let me catch my breath? I held the door open. I get a visit in person. I'm so honored. You should be. There is a ward on the door. Yours, or did you pay someone? Mine. She held out her hand, giving me a glimpse of calluses at the base of her fingers, from sword use. Man hands, Bob had said. I could see why he'd think that. The ward clutched at her skin in a flash of blue. It had to hurt like hell. She clenched her fist. The blue glow solidified around her hand. Hairline cracks dashed through it. For a long second it held, like a pane of translucent blue glass, and then it broke. Magic boomed inside my skull, exploding into a crippling headache. Message received. Whatever I could make, she could break. Subtle auras. Pieces of the ward fluttered down, melting in midair. Era shook her hand with a grimace. Not too bad. My skull wanted very much to split open.
Shall we fight now or fight later? Later. She strode into my apartment. Apparently she wanted to talk. That was fine. I could always make her bleed later. I closed the door. Era pulled back the hood, revealing a mass of dark brown, nearly black hair, slipped her cloak off, and tossed it on my bed. She wore loose black pants and a tailored leather jerkin studded with metal. A simple longsword hung at her waist. No frills, functional hilt, double-edged blade about 28 inches long. Good for thrusting or slashing. The kind of sword I'd carry. Her calluses said she knew how to use it. My vision of facing a spear fighter just went up in flames. She cracked wards like walnuts. She was a giant, and she was good with the blade. You don't spit fire, do you? No. Just checking. Era faced me. She looked older than me about 10 years. Her sharp nose protruded farther, almost Roman in shape, and her lips were fuller than mine. Looking into her dark eyes was like being shocked with a live wire. Magic churned in her irises, fueling towering arrogance, intelligence, and white-hot temper. The tiny hairs on the back of my neck rose. Her eyes narrowed. She scrutinized me. I raised my chin and stared back. Era laughed softly. What do you know? Blood runs true. A little remainder of my own mortality. Thousands of years and godlike power, and here I am, getting challenged by a babe who looks like me. She had me there. Nobody with an iota of sense would have any doubt that we were related. Same skin tone, same eyes, same shape of the face, same smirk, same build, except she was huge. We even wore similar clothes. The double ritual suddenly made sense. I hadn't seen myself in the smeared, cloudy liquid. I'd seen her. The second anyone viewed us side by side, the jig would be up. Era surveyed the apartment. This is where you dwell? Yep, it's a hovel.
What was it lately with everyone commenting on my accommodations? My office was shabby, my apartment was a hovel. How old are you? 26. She blinked. You were just a baby. When I was your age, I had a palace. Servants and guards and teachers. You never forget your first one. First what? Your first palace. I rolled my eyes. Thanks. You're welcome. Era strolled into the back and glanced into the library. I like your books. She picked up Julie's picture off the shelf. Who is the child? She isn't of the family. An orphan. Era's fingers slid across the black ribbon. What happened? She died. Children often do. She turned and nodded at the kitchen. It's cold. Do you have anything to drink? Tea. This was surreal. Maybe if I fed her some cookies, she would postpone turning Atlanta into a wasteland. Is it hot? Era asked. Yes, that will do. I went into the kitchen, made tea, poured 2 cups, and sat. Slayer was waiting for me on the chair. I slid it on my lap and looked at Era. She folded herself into a chair across from me and dumped half a cup of honey into her tea. Of all the people I knew, I had the best shot at taking her down. I wasn't at my best right this second, but we don't get to pick the time to fight for our lives. What are you thinking? She asked. Thinking that you have better reach, but I'm faster. Why a sword and not a spear? The spear is good to pin things in place. Swords tend to break under the weight. I've seen you fight, and you deserve a sword. A corner of her mouth crept up. Unless you plan to stand still while I skewer you. Page 62, generated by ABC Amberlit Converter, http www.processtext.com, abclit.html. I shrugged. The thought did cross my mind, but I have a reputation to uphold. Era chuckled. I figured out who you are. You're the lost child Igenis carries on about when he gets his attacks of melancholy. Melancholy, right. He mourns the fact he failed to kill me. Charming. M? A childhood nickname of your father's. Do you know who I am? The scourge of the ancient world, plague bringer, city eater, my aunt, Roland's older sister. Era raised her cup. Shall we celebrate our family reunion? I raised my spoon and twirled it in the air a couple of times. Whoop-de-doo! She smiled. You're too funny to be his. His children tend to take themselves absurdly seriously.
I sipped my tea. The longer we chatted, the more I rested. You don't say. You're much more like my brood, but I only woke up 6 years ago, so you can't be mine. Too bad. Another time, another place, I could possibly make you into something suitable. I couldn't resist. What were your children like? Impulsive and violent. I mostly made boys, and they tended toward the simple pleasures in life. Drinking, whoring, and fighting, preferably all three at once. She waved her fingers. Im's offspring stare at stars and make clocks that calculate useless happenings, like the angle of a hawk's claws as it strikes its prey. They demonstrate their contraptions, and everyone marvels. My children get drunk, confuse a herd of cows with an enemy regiment, and slaughter the lot, screaming like lunatics until the entire army panics. That sounded like Big Ajax, one of the Greeks who besieged Troy. Must have been during her Greek period. Era took a drink. One dimwit dragged the city gates up a mountain. I asked him why he did that. He said, it seemed like a good idea at the time. I blinked. Did he also refuse to cut his hair? Era grimaced. He was balding. That was his master plan, grow out a mane so nobody would notice. His father was gorgeous, dumb as a pigeon, but gorgeous. I thought my blood would compensate for his lack of brains. How did that turn out for you? My aunt grimaced. He was the dumbest child I ever produced. Killing him was like curing a headache. I sipped my tea. You killed your own son? He was a mistake, and when you make a mistake, it must be corrected. I thought he committed suicide, at least according to the Bible. He did. I just helped him along the way. Ajax killed himself too. She sipped her tea in a gesture so similar to mine, I had to fight not to stare. You don't say. That's my family for you. Oh, so pleasant. I refilled my cup. My aunt glanced at me. Do you know what your father does when his kids disappoint him? I'm sure you'll tell me. He calls me. Im's too sentimental to remedy his mistakes. He's done it a few times, but they have to do something truly asinine for him to kill them personally. I'm excellent at asinine. She smiled, sharp enough to cut, like a sword coming out of a scabbard. That I can believe. We looked at each other. Why the pack? I asked. 5 half-breeds are easy to dispatch. Throw enough troops at them and they will be overwhelmed. 50 half-breeds will slice through 5 times their number. They're fast, and those they don't kill, they panic. 500 half-breeds can take on an army 10 times their size and triumph. She sipped her tea. Her face turned cold. I saw it happen thousands of years ago. This new kingdom of the half-breeds is in its infancy. It must be crushed before they learn to walk. I looked into her eyes. A ruthless intelligence looked back. Why call them half-breeds? It's a convenient term. It drips with contempt. You're a soldier who faces a monstrosity. It's stronger and faster than you. It looks like a nightmare. And when it takes a wound that would kill a normal man, its fellows push you back, and 15 minutes later, the creature you wounded is back on its feet. Where will your courage come from? I leaned toward her. But if you think the creature is an abomination, a half-breed who is less than you might reach deep inside and find a pair. Era nodded. Exactly. Why not just declare them unclean and turn it into a crusade then? She pointed her spoon at me. You want to stay away from religion. Once you bring prayers and worship into it, your troops start thinking you're a god. Faith has power during magic. You begin getting urges that aren't your own. That's why I warned Babylon that if they ever built a shrine to me, I'd raze the city down to a nub and salt the ground it stood on. In any case, the half-breeds must be scattered. They're too organized, and they have a first. I toyed with my cup. What's a first? The first were there first. They have more power, better control, and the rest of the half-breeds flock to them. Curran. Era's eyes narrowed. You like him? I arched my eyebrows. You like the lion? I can't stand him. He's an arrogant ass. Your bed is rumpled, and there are claw marks on your windowsill and the inside door frame. Are you rutting with him?" I leaned back and crossed my arms. "What's it to you? Are you a slut?" I stared at her. "Not a slut, then. Good." Era nodded. "Our blood's too precious to rut with every pretty man you see. Besides, that's just asking for heartbreak. You have to guard yourself, or you will never survive your first century. The pain other people cause you will tear you apart. Thanks for the lecture. About your half-breed. They are great fun in bed, little squirrel, but they always want children and family. Family is not for you." I arched my eyebrows. "Decided for me, did she?" "How do you know what's for me?" She laughed. "You know what you are? You're a pale imitation of me. Weaker, slower, smaller. You dress like me, you talk like me, and you think like me. I saw you fight. You love to kill, just like me. You attack when you're scared, and right now you wonder if you could have shattered the ward on your door the way I did. I know you because I know myself. And I am a terrible mother." I petted Slayer on my lap. "I'm not you." "Yes, and that will be your undoing. The key to survival is moderation. You haven't learned that, and now you never will. Getting a lecture on restraint from the woman who threw a hissy fit and blew up Babylon, that's rich. Speaking of moderation, the casino belongs to the people. Does my father know you attacked one of his bases?" Page 63, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com abclit.html. Era shrugged.
"Im would approve it. It's so." She frowned, obviously searching for a word. "Gaudy. It's everything I dislike about this age. Too loud, too bright, too flashy. Nobody even notices the beauty of the building behind all the colored light and banners. The music sounds like there is a band of monkeys inside beating on cooking pots. They reported it to the authorities." Era's eyes widened. "They did? Pussies." Gostek didn't know what she was, but Nataraja might have been close enough to Roland to have met her and know she was erratic enough to reduce the casino to dust on a whim. He didn't want to take any chances. Era, erratic. God, maybe the word was invented to describe my aunt. That would be crazy. What did the guild do to offend you? Era rolled her eyes. Is this my day to give lessons? How often do you get to teach? She chuckled again. Very well. When you want to take over an army, you walk up to them and say, "Send your strongest man." They do, and you kill him while they watch. You make it fast and brutal, preferably by hand. And while they're reeling from it, you shoot the small guy with a big mouth who heckled you when you first approached. That shows that you could have shot the big man, but you chose not to. I nodded. Sounded reasonable. When you want to take over a city, you have to destroy the illusion of safety it provides. You have to hit the large, well-protected establishments, find the powerful people who run them and are viewed as invincible, and kill them. You want to destroy the morale first. Once the people's resolve is gone and everyone is scared for their own skin, the city is yours. The guild is full of little people who think they're strong. I could have killed their leader in his rooms, but instead I dragged him down and murdered him before their eyes. Not only will they not oppose me now, but they'll spread panic every time they open their mouths. And then, of course, the first wandered into the place as I was pulling my boys out. It was too tempting not to take a shot. So Solomon's shapeshifter status was a coincidence. She'd targeted him because he was the head of the guild, not because he turned furry. But then you made Tremor look like Solomon. Why? Era rolled her eyes. Your father makes weapons and armor. I can do that as well, but mostly I make flesh golems. But a golem must be infused with blood fuel before it can move. When blood is introduced to the body, it takes on the visage of the blood donor. The stronger the magic, the better the golem moves, and the more it resembles the donor. The first 7 I'd made lasted for a couple of centuries because I'd used my children. Now I have to rely on found talent, and pickings have been slim. I choked a bit on my tea. Let me see if I have it straight. You killed your children and piloted their undead bodies? Yes. Does that shock you? No. You're a psychopath. What does that mean? I got up and brought her a dictionary. She read the definition. That sums it up well, yes. The idea of social rules is false at the core. There is only one rule in this world. If you're strong enough to do it, you have the right to do it. Everything else is an artificial defense the majority of the weak set up to shield themselves from the strong. I understand their fear, but it leaves me cold. She was what Voron wanted me to be. No regret, no hesitation, no attachments. I smiled at her. She smiled back. Why the big grin? I'm happy I'm not you. Your mother was very powerful from what I've heard. Era added more honey to her cup. But her spirit was weak. What sort of woman gets herself killed and leaves her child to fend for itself? Nice. Testing me for sore spots? Must be hard to grow up without a mother. It helps to know your father killed her. I drank my cold tea. Keeps you motivated. Era peered at me from above the rim of her cup. I kept fish as a child. They were these bright, beautiful fish with vivid fins delivered especially for me from far away. I loved them. My first one was blue. He only lived 2 years. When he died, I cried for days. Then I got another one. Yellow, I think. My memory is fuzzy. He also died a few months later. Then I got another one. In the end, when my fish died, it became routine. I'd feel a pang of sadness, burn their little bodies with incense, and get a new one when I felt like it. Is there a point to this sob story? Era leaned forward. People are fish to us, child. Your mother's death hurts because she was your mother, and I'm robbed your childhood of security and happiness. You're justified in your revenge. But to him, she was only a fish. We live a long time and they don't. Don't make his crime bigger than it is. Era's eyebrows rose. You'd have to go through me first. I shrugged. I have to do something for a warm-up. She laughed softly. That's the spirit. I do think you might be my favorite niece. It warms my heart. Enjoy the feeling while you still have one. I'm going to enjoy your books after you die. You bred true by pure chance, and no matter what you do, you're weaker than me. If you see your mother on the other side, slap her for me for thinking she could bear a child to our family. That's just about enough of that. I stared right into her eyes. You'll lose. What makes you so sure? You have no discipline. All you do is tear shit down. My father is a bastard, but at least he builds things. You turn cities into smoking ruins and blunder about like some hyper child, smashing anything you see. And then you sit here and wonder, why did all of my children turn out to be violent idiots? It's a mystery of nature. We rose at the same time, swords in hand. Grendel rammed the bathroom door, barking in a hysterical frenzy. Power swirled around Era like a cloak of magic. All right, let's see what you have. I pointed to the door. Age before beauty. Pearls before swine. She strode out and I followed her. Pearls before swine, blah, blah, blah. We headed out of the apartment and down the stairs. My side hurt like hell. We strode out into the snow-strewn parking lot. I swung my sword, warming up. How's your wound? She asked. Does it hurt? I stretched my neck left, then right, popping it. Every time I cut Solomon, he grunted in your voice like a stuck pig. It hurts you when the 7 are wounded, doesn't it? Oh yes, I do apologize. Not 7. 5. Make your peace. She waved me on. Are we going to do this, or will you keep talking? My aunt came across the snow, sword raised. Fast. Too fast. A woman that large should have been slower. Her blade thrust. Quick. I dodged and struck at her side. She parried. Our swords connected. Shock punched my arm. And strong like a bull. Era sliced at my shoulder. I blocked, letting her blade slide off my saber, spun and kicked at her. She leapt back. We broke apart.
My aunt tossed her leather jacket into the snow and motioned to me with her fingers. I'm sorry, am I supposed to bring it? Page 64. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http://processtext.com/abclit.html. What? I charged and thrust. She parried, twisting. I hooked her leg with mine and sank the knuckles of my left hand into her ribs. Bone crunched. She rammed her elbow, aiming for my ribs. I turned with the blow, and the jab barely grazed me. Pain ripped through my insides. We broke off again. Liquid heat drenched my side. She tore the wound open. Great. I saw the muscles on her legs tense and met her halfway. We clashed. Strike, strike, parry, strike, left, right, left, up. I danced across the snow, matching my movements to her rhythm and going faster, forcing her to follow mine. My side burned. Every small movement stabbed a white-hot needle into my liver. I clenched my teeth and fought through it. She was strong and inhumanly fast, but I was a hair faster. We dashed back and forth. She struck again and again. I dodged what I could and parried the rest. Blocking her was like trying to hold back a bear. She nicked my shoulder. I ducked under her reach, slashed her thigh, and withdrew.
Era raised her blade straight up. A drop of red slid down the blade. She touched it. You know a lot of tricks. You don't. She was skilled, but all her attacks were straightforward. Then again, she didn't have to rely on tricks, not when she hit like a sledgehammer. You learned to fight when magic was a certainty, so you rely on it to help you in a fight. I learned to fight when technology still had the upper hand, and I rely on speed and technique. Without your spells and magic, you can't beat me. You aren't better than me. Nya nya nya. Take the bait, Era. Take the bait. Clever, clever little squirrel. Fine. I'll cut you to pieces by hand, without using my power. After all, you are family, and one must make allowances for blood relatives. We clashed again. Snow flew, steel flashed. I cut and diced, putting everything I had into my speed. She defended too well for a good body wound, so I went for her arms. If she couldn't hold a sword, she couldn't fight. Her knee caught me. The blow knocked me back. Pretty stars blocked my vision. I flew and hit the snow. Get up, get up, get up. I clawed on to consciousness and rolled to my feet just in time to block her blade. Era bled from a half-dozen cuts. Her sleeve dripped red into the snow. She pushed me back, grinding her blade against Slayer. My feet slid. Where is your blood armor, little mongrel child? Where is your blood sword? I keep waiting for your power to show up, but it never does. I don't need my blood to kill you. You're bleeding. She nodded at my side. My shirt stuck to my body, soaked with quickly cooling heat. I'd left a trail of red across the snow. We both know how this will end. You're better skilled, but you're wounded. I'll beat on you until the bleeding slows you down and then kill you. Good plan. Right now, it seemed very plausible. Era nodded at the blood trail. Use your blood while you still can, so at least I'll know you were worth something. I don't need it. You can't do it, can you? You don't know how to work the blood, you foolish, foolish child, and you think you can beat me? I dropped my guard and twisted to the side. She took a tiny step forward, off balance, and I knocked her left arm up and thrust. Era jerked back. Slayer slid into her left armpit, quick as the kiss of a snake, and withdrew. She screamed. Blood streamed, but not fast, not deep enough. Damn. I backed away. She laughed, baring her teeth, her hair falling about her face. Her lips moved, whispering. A healing chant. Fine. Two could play that game. I murmured the incantation under my breath, chanting my side into regeneration. I like you. You're dumb but brave. If you run now, I'll give you a head start, she said. 2 days. Maybe 3.
You'd use the time to murder everyone I ever knew and then rub it in my face. Huh, you must be my child. I bared my teeth. If I was your child, I would have strangled myself in the womb with the cord. She laughed. I'll kill your pretty lion and wear his skull as a hat when I return to your father. Don't bring the lion into this. It's about you and me. She attacked. I parried, and she drove me back across the snow. Hit, hit, hit. My arm was going numb. She backhanded me. The apartment building jerked, dancing around me. The force of the blow spun me about. I staggered back, tasting blood in my mouth, and spat red into the snow. Era growled. Her left arm hung limp. Finally bled out enough to cause some damage. Pain is a bitch, huh? I laughed. That's the trouble with being on top too long. You lose your tolerance. The world teetered around me. My head rang. I couldn't take much more. She was wearing me down, and I bled like there was no tomorrow. Might as well use it. I swayed and let Slayer slip a bit in my fingers. Given that a pint of my blood decorated the snow in a pretty red pattern, swaying didn't prove hard. Era raised her sword. Shake it off and take your last look around. Anyone can kill anyone, as long as you don't care if you live or die. Era cared very much if she lived. I did too, but pain didn't scare me the way it scared her. I was better. If I timed it right, I might even live through it. I just needed to get a good strike and conserve my strength enough to deliver it. Let her do most of the work. Talk, talk, talk. You prattle on and on like a senile old woman. Are you slipping into your dotage? She charged me. I saw her crystal clear, running through the snow, eyes wild, sword raised for the kill. Drop down, thrust up under the ribs. The way to a woman's heart is through her stomach. If I sliced through her heart, she wouldn't shake it off. She might be my aunt, but she was mortal, damn it. The world shrank to my aunt and the point of my sword. Curran, I wish we had more time. Julie, I love you. She came at me. The sword arm was too high. If I lunged under that first strike, she was mine. Something hit me from the left. Breath left my lungs in a single painful burst. I gasped, trying to inhale, and saw the ground vanish down below. Something clamped me in a steel grip and dragged me up the building. A bellow of pure rage chased us. Come back here! I managed to suck some air into my lungs. The arm that clenched me had scales on it. I twisted my neck. Red eyes stared at me with slit pupils. Below the eyes, enormous jaws protruded, long and studded with triangular teeth. Olive scales fractured the skin. A shapeshifter? Shapeshifters didn't change into reptiles. My arms were clamped. I couldn't even cough. What the hell are you doing? I had her. The jaws gaped open. A deep female voice growled at me. No, you can't fight her. Drop me. No. Who are you? The roof rushed at us. The edge loomed, and then we were airborne. We hit the next roof, and she dashed across it. Page 65. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http://www.processtext.com/abclit.html. Put me down. Soon enough. The creature leaped again. The ruined city streamed by. Why are you doing this? It's my job. He tasked me to protect you. Who? Who told you to protect me? A familiar building swung into my view. Jim's safe house. Jim had put a babysitter on me. I would kill him. We landed on a roof with a thud. A man lunged at us. She rammed him, knocking him off the roof, and drove her clawed hand into the shingles. Wood screeched. She tossed a piece of the roof aside and dropped into the hole. We fell and landed on the dining table, knocking the dishes aside. Faces stared at me. Jim, Dolly, other people I didn't know. The creature let go of me. A deep roar rolled from her mouth. "Take care of her." She whipped about. A heavy tail swung over me, and she leaped, vanishing through the hole in the roof. Chapter 22. Jim stared at me. What the fuck was that? You tell me. I rolled off the table, shook the stars out of my head, and staggered toward the doorway, where a hallway promised access to the door. I had to get out of there. "She's bleeding," someone barked. Green rolled over Jim's eyes. "Dolly, get Doolittle." Dolly dashed out. Jim clamped his hand on my shoulder. Who was she? The building swayed around me. I don't know. Jim pointed past me. You, and you, quarter-mile perimeter. You don't know them, they don't get in. You, roof, find Carlos. Brenna, Kate doesn't leave. Sit on her if you have to. If I'm not back in half an hour, evacuate to the southeast office. He tensed and leaped up and to the right, bounced off the wall through the hole onto the roof. A blink and he was gone. A woman gripped me in a bear hug. I peered at her face, trying to bring it into focus. Short hair cut in a bob, reddish-brown hair, green eyes, freckles. Brenna, one of the wolves working for Jim as a tracker. Last time we met, I'd put a silver needle into her throat and she bit my leg. She held my right arm and some blonde woman I didn't know held my left. I fixed my stare on Brenna. Her face was smudged. "Let go." "I can't do that." She shook her head. "Brenna, take your hands off me or I'll hurt you." If only the room stopped spinning, I'd be all set. "That's fine, Kate. I think I can take it."
Everybody was a smart-ass. Dolly ran into the room. A black man in his 50s followed, wiping his hands with a towel. "Doolittle. And what have you done to yourself now?" His face crawled sideways. My stomach clenched into a tight ball and I vomited on the floor. "Let her go, Doolittle," snarled. The wolves released me. "That's right. Never piss off a werebadger." Doolittle leaned over me. "Dizzy?" I nodded. Pain rolled inside my head like a lead ball. He touched my face and I jerked back. "Easy, easy now." Doolittle's fingers pressed on my skin, holding my left eye open. Uneven dilation. Blurred vision. I knew the signs. I had a concussion, but it didn't seem important. Slowly, it sank in. Arrow was gone. I'd lost my shot at her. I almost had her. I could have taken her. Lay her down on her back, gently. Gently now. Hands clamped me and lowered me to the floor. "I almost had her," I told Doolittle. "I know you did, child. I know." I wanted to get up, but I wasn't sure which way up was, and something told me I wouldn't figure it out anytime soon either. "I have a concussion." "Yes, you do." Doolittle cut through my sweatshirt. "Brenna, put your hands on her head and keep her from moving." I almost had her. I could have taken her. Someone, probably Brenna, pressed her hands on the sides of my face. Why does she keep saying that? That's just a little perseveration. People with head injuries do that. Nothing to worry about. Doolittle peeled my t-shirt from my body. Draft chilled my skin. "That's your reassuring voice," I told him. "That means I'm seriously fucked up. No foul language now. Who patched you up?" "A rabbi at the temple. He did a good job." "I almost had her. Did I tell you that?" "Yes, you did. Hush now." Doolittle began to chant. Magic stirred in me, slow and thick. He kept whispering, pouring power into the words. Slowly, like melting wax, magic grew liquid and warm and spread through me, flowing out from my chest all the way into my skull and toes. "That's nice," I said. He said to hush. Brenna's hand brushed my lips. "I almost had her. We know," Brenna murmured. "You have to be quiet, Kate. Shh." I closed my eyes. It felt like floating in a warm sea. Tiny hot needles stabbed my wound and danced inside my scalp. My side itched. "I need to talk to her," Jim's voice said through Doolittle's chant. A sharp screech, halfway between roar and chatter, cut him off. It sounded either like a giant pissed-off squirrel or a small but equally pissed-off bear. The hair on the back of my arms rose. There was a word for that. Blood-curdling. I heard my own voice. It sounded slurred. "If something is coming for her, I need to know what it is," Jim said. Page 66. Generated by ABC Amber LIT Converter. http www.processtext.com HTML. "Make it quick," Doolittle said. Jim leaned over me, his face a fuzzy smudge. "That's right. Get closer so I can give you a piece of my mind." "Who brought you here?" Jim asked. "I almost had her." Here we go again, Brenna muttered. I grabbed his shirt and pulled myself up. Shit! Brenna clamped her fingers on my cheeks. I almost had her, I squeezed out through my teeth. I was a second from a strike, and your babysitter grabbed me and dragged me up a building. You cost me my kill. Now all of you are fucked. Damn it, Jim. Doolittle grabbed my shoulders, pushing me down. Keep her head stabilized. Jim's fingers clenched my fist. She wasn't mine. Bullshit. She was a shapeshifter, and she brought me to your safe house. Did you tell her where the house was? Jim squeezed my hand, but I was too pissed off. I told her to drop me. She said it was her job to protect me. Who else would order a shapeshifter to guard me? How would she find your place? Did you put a sign above the door, "Secret pack house here, strange shapeshifters bring a human snack"? Doolittle pressed a point just below my wrist, cutting off the circulation to my hand. My fingers went numb. Jim pulled free. We're clearing out. Doolittle pushed me back down. She can't be moved. An unknown shapeshifter punched a hole through the roof and took off before I could catch her. The house is compromised. How much time do you need to stabilize her? 10 minutes. You have them. Then we move. Doolittle bent over me and began to chant. 10 minutes later, Doolittle clamped my neck into a brace, and Brenna picked me up. She carried me down the stairs like I was a child. The stairs were impossibly high and swirling, like a spiral. I squirmed, trying to get away, but Brenna only gripped me tighter. Don't worry, Kate. I won't drop you. She loaded me into a small sled. People from Jim's crew moved around us. Doolittle strapped me to the sled. Brenna took the reins, and we were off. I lay in the bed, stripped down to my bra and underwear, and watched the bag of O-negative empty into my veins. My attempt to explain that my head had cleared and I didn't need extra attention, and definitely not the extra blood, bounced from Doolittle like dried peas from the wall. He pointed out that he had pulled me from the brink of certain death 3 times, and he apparently had given me blood transfusions before, and he might be just an ignorant doctor, but as far as he could tell, I was still breathing, and it would make his day if we could save some time and assume that he knew what he was doing. His life would be much easier if suicidal hard cases would take that into account. Thank you very much. My ribs still hurt, but instead of sharp stabbing jolts that made me growl, the pain fused into a solid, heavy pressure. Doolittle walked around my bed. You will be the death of me. I'm pretty sure I'll die before you do, Doc. That I don't doubt. He picked up a mirror from the table and held it up to me. I looked. Most of me was pale and a bit green-looking. A dark purple patina covered the corner of my jaw, promising to develop into a spectacular bruise. The second stain covered my midsection, where my aunt had kicked me. I'd flexed my stomach, so my innards didn't turn into mush, and the abdominal muscles took the brunt of the punishment. Green and purple, a stunning combination. Doolittle shook his head, unplugged me from the empty blood bag, and handed me a glass filled with brown liquid, resembling iced tea. You look like you've had an unfortunate encounter with one of the gangs from the Warren. You should see the other guy. No, wait, girl, woman person. Somehow that didn't quite deliver the snappy impact I had originally planned. Doolittle fixed me with a stare. Bed rest for the next 24 hours. I can't do that, Doc. Knowing him, he'd try to sedate me. So far he hadn't. I had watched my IV like a hawk. If I had things my way, I'd be up and running. Right now, Arrow was injured and at her weakest. It was a good time to hit her, but the chances of finding her, even armed with shapeshifters, were nil. My aunt was psychotic, but not stupid. Doolittle sighed. Drink your tea. I looked at my glass. I'd had Doolittle's iced tea before, and exercising extreme caution was in order. I sipped a tiny bit. Sugar overload. I waited to see if my teeth instantly disintegrated from shock. Nothing. My mouth was stronger than I gave it credit for. Doolittle sat down in a chair and looked at me, and for once his eyes were empty of their usual humor. His voice was soft. You can't keep doing this, Kate. You think you're going to live forever. But sooner or later we all have to pay the piper. One day you'll laugh and joke and roll out of your bed, and you'll fall. And then it won't be 3 days of bed rest. It will be 3 months. I reached over and touched his hand. Thank you for fixing me up. I don't mean to cause you grief. He grimaced. Drink. You need fluids. Someone knocked. It's me, Jim's voice said. Doolittle offered me a sweatshirt. I pulled it on, and he let Jim in. Jim looked like he'd chewed bricks and spat out gravel. He grabbed a chair, set it by my bed, sat down, and looked at me. I looked back at him. Sorry I put my hands on you. Won't happen again. It's cool. You weren't yourself. You better now? Yeah.
Let's try this again then.
Tell me about the fight. Did Dolly tell you about Era? She did. I sketched the fight for him, leaving our family connection out of it, and described my rescue. Scales, Jim said. Yup. I knew what he was thinking. Shapeshifters resulting from infection by Lycvi were mammals. There were several cases of humans turning into reptiles or birds, but all of those happened because of outside magical factors, not Lycvi infection. And none of those transformations had an in-between stage. The shapeshifter who grabbed me was in a warrior form. Half human, half something scaled. What sort of eyes did she have? Doolittle asked. Olive iris, slit pupil, reddish glow. Page 67, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http www.processtext.com/abcl.html. Glow isn't a good indicator, Doolittle said. Hyena eyes reflect light in any number of colors, yet Buddha eyes always glow red. But the slit pupil is interesting. He glanced at Jim. There was a man on the roof, I said. She knocked him off. Is he okay? Jim nodded. He says the same thing. Scales, red eyes, tail. I've smelled a similar scent before. What was it? Jim grimaced. A croc. Shapeshifter crocodiles. What was the world coming to? Stranger things have happened. Doolittle pointed at my glass. Drink. I showed the glass to Jim. The good doctor put a spoon of tea into my honey. You're drinking tea a honey badger made, Jim said. What did you expect? Doolittle snorted and began packing gauze and instruments into his medical bag. If you didn't put her on me, then who did? I don't know, Jim said. It wasn't Curran. Security was Jim's territory. If Curran felt I needed a bodyguard, he would have asked Jim to take care of it. Curran. Oi, where are we? I asked. One of the Clan Wolf satellite houses, Jim said. The Wolf Clan house is outside the city, but they have a few rallying points in Atlanta's limits. This was the closest. And Curran? At the keep. Did you tell him about this? Not yet. Is there anything more you have to tell me? No. He showed no signs of moving. Is there anything you want to tell me? Cat and Spy Master, lethal combination. No. What makes you think that? Jim leaned back. You're a lousy liar. That's true. Doolittle rolled up his stethoscope. I've played poker with you, young lady, and the whole table knew every time you got a good card. Deception makes you uncomfortable, Jim said. It works for you on the street, because when you promise to hurt someone, there is no doubt in anyone's mind that you mean it. But if you came to me for an assignment, I'd fire you after the first minute. Fine, I'm a bad liar. I looked at Jim from above the rim of my glass. That doesn't mean I'm hiding something. Maybe there is nothing more to that story. You've put the glass between yourself and me, and you're keeping it pressed against your mouth so the words don't get out, Jim said. I put the glass down. Is it an order thing? Jim asked. No, it's my thing. It has no relevance to the pack. Okay, Jim said. If things change and you want to tell me, or if you need help, you know how to find me. He got up and walked out. I looked at Doolittle. Why the sudden goodwill? Who knows why cats do things? My guess is you taking a blade for him may have something to do with it. Doolittle raised his head and grimaced. They just can't leave well enough alone. A knock sounded through the basement. Who is it? Doolittle called. I've come to see the patient, a woman's voice called. Is she naked? Another female voice asked. I always wanted to see her naked. Shush. George, will you keep me standing here all day? I looked at Doolittle. Is that who I think it is? He bristled and headed to the door. Besides Curran, 2 shapeshifters in the pack gave me pause. Mahan, the Bear of Atlanta and the pack's executioner, and Aunt B, Alpha of the Buddhas and Raphael's mother. The rest were dangerous, but those 2 made me take a moment or two and think things through before I blundered on. I'd seen Aunt B in action with her human skin off. Blowing her off wasn't in my best interests, no matter how pissed off or weak I was. You're looking very fine, George, Aunt B said. Craning my head to see the 2 of them would destroy what little semblance of dignity I have left, so I stayed put. What do you want? Despite Doolittle's coastal Georgia southern accent, the good doctor's voice lost all of its charm. Why, to see Kate, of course. The girl has a concussion. Your scheming can wait until her mind is clear. I'm not here to take advantage of her, George. My goodness. I craned my neck. Doolittle barred the doorway, his finger pointing to the first floor above us.
Up there, you are the alpha of the Buddhas. Down here is my territory. Why don't you ask the girl if she wants to see me? If she is too weak or uneasy, I will come back another time. And she just outmaneuvered us both. If I refuse to see her now, I might just as well stand on my bed with a giant neon sign, "I'm afraid of Aunt B." Doolittle came up to my bed. "The Buddhas wish to speak to you. You don't have to say yes." "Yes, I do, and we both know it." "That's okay. I'll see her." Doolittle looked up. 30 minutes, Beatrice." Aunt B swept in. Behind her, a young female Buddha carried a platter. The aroma of spices and cooked meat swirled around me, instantly filling my mouth with drool. Hunger was good. It meant Doolittle's spells were working, and my body was burning through nutrients at an accelerated rate. The young Buddha set the platter on my bed, stuck her tongue out at me, and departed. Aunt B glanced at Doolittle. "Would you mind giving us a bit of privacy?" He growled under his breath and stalked out. Aunt B pulled up a chair and sat by my bed. In her late 40s or early 50s, she looked like a typical young grandmother, a bit plump, with an easy smile and kind eyes that would convince a child in trouble to pick her out of a crowd of strangers. She wore a bulky gray sweater. Her brown hair sat in a bun atop her head. If she added a platter of cookies, she'd be all set. She greeted me with a warm smile. You'd never know that behind that smile waited a 7-foot-tall monster with claws the size of cake forks. "You seem on edge, dear," she said. "How badly were you injured?" "Hi, Grandma. What big teeth you have." "Nothing major." "Ah, good then." She nodded at the platter. "Beef, pita bread, and tzatziki sauce. Help yourself. Lunch is on me." Not to take a bite would be an insult. To take a bite might obligate me to something, and I'd rather be in debt to the devil than to Aunt B. I settled for sipping my page 68, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://processtext.com/abcl.html. "You aren't propositioning me, are you?" "Funny you should say that." I paused with a glass in my hand. "Just what I need." "It won't be that kind of proposition." Aunt B gave me a bright smile. I squished a shudder. "I'll come straight to the point to make things easier on both of us." Aunt B pushed the plate to me. "Curran didn't return to the keep last night. I'm neither blind nor stupid, and I've spent more years sorting out shapeshifter lies than you've been alive. Please keep that in mind before you answer. Did he spend the night?" Putting claws to my throat was never a good idea. I smiled. "None of your business." "So he did." "Did he use the word mate?" "What happened between me and Curran is our own affair." Aunt B raised her eyebrows. "Congratulations. Then you are, indeed, the mate." "Why me?" "That would be news to me. I wouldn't be surprised if you were the last to know. I've known he'd fall for you since he fed you that soup. It was tons of fun watching the two of you take so long to figure it out. I live to provide entertainment. There is no need to be so hostile." Aunt B pinched off a small chunk of her pita. "I've called to the keep. There are no rooms ready for you. Has the bear approached you? Mahan?" "No. He's getting slow in his old age." She chuckled, baring her teeth. A predatory light flared in her eyes. The effect was chilling. "What do rooms have to do with anything?" I asked.
Curran intends for you to share his quarters. Do I get turn-down service and a mint on my pillow? You get to be the female alpha of the pack, Aunt B said. I choked on empty air. Here, drink your tea, dear. Honestly, what did you think that meant? She asked. I drank my water. Somehow, when Curran said mate, my mind didn't translate it as the pack's beast lady. I'm not equipped to be an alpha. Aunt B smiled. So you don't want the power? I don't. I didn't want the responsibility either. What is it you do want? She asked me. I want to kill the crazy bitch who is running around Atlanta murdering shapeshifters. Besides that, I want him. Without the pack? Yes. I had no idea why I kept answering her questions. There was something in her eyes that made me want to tell her everything I knew, so she would pat me on the head and tell me, "Good girl," at the end. Adolescence in the Buddha clan would be hell with Aunt B around. You can't have just him. Aunt B's eyes were merciless. Curran belongs to the pack, and we won't let you take him away from us. You need him to be happy, but we require him to survive.
If he were to leave the pack, the alphas would fight for power. No one among the alphas now could take his place and hold it. It would be chaos and blood. Eventually, the strongest would win, but the strongest isn't always the best person for the job. She leaned back. We lucked out with Curran, and we all know that our chances of getting another beast lord like him are slim. I like you, but if you tried to lure him away, I'd be the first in line to kill you. Today was the wrong day to threaten me. Think you can? You have a lot of power, but we have the numbers, so yes, we can. I'm not telling you this to get your hackles up. You need to understand the situation clearly. Curran belongs to the pack. Stand between him and his people, and the pack will tear you to pieces. Your meat is getting cold. Eat. She was right. I knew she was right. They wouldn't let Curran go, and even if they did, he'd never leave them. He was a shapeshifter, and they were his people. I had to find a way around it. Why can't I be with him, but not be the alpha? You want to have your cake and eat it too. It simply doesn't work that way. You can't marry the king and not become the queen. You'll be the one he'll growl sweet nothings to in bed, and you'll be the one he'll ask for advice. You'll have unprecedented influence over his decisions, but you want none of the responsibility that comes with it. That's cowardly, and that's not you. It's all or nothing, Kate. That's the deal, and it's not negotiable. So I have no say in this? Aunt B frowned. Of course you do. You don't have to mate with him. You can always reject him. But if you do mate with him, the burden of the alpha comes with it. Ask yourself, would you really settle for a fling? Or do you want him to yourself for always? I made a valiant effort not to ask myself that question. I was pretty sure I knew the answer. That way lay total surrender of all common sense. I'm not a shapeshifter. True? Can you become one? I shook my head. It's not physically possible. I'm immune to like-V. Excellent. She lost me. Were you to become a shapeshifter, you'd have to pick the species of your beast. You'd have to choose a clan and someone to donate like-V, which means 6 clans would feel slighted, and that one clan would expect preferential treatment. It's a can of worms nobody wants to open. This is one of those rare cases when being impartial is actually advantageous. You've given this a great deal of thought, I murmured. The $64,000 question was why. Look at it from our point of view. We want him to mate. As his mate, you have the right to question his decisions, something we can't do. If pack members have an issue with him, they could come to you and plead for assistance. If you issue an order, technically he can overrule you, but he would be reluctant to do so. The pack has been denied this avenue of appeal for too long. She waved her Peter around. Curran is a fair alpha, one of the best, but he has his bad moments, and right now nobody dares to contradict him during those. Sure, some people won't accept you, but that's normal. Anytime there is a power shift, people rumble. After you kill the first couple of challengers, you'll be fine. She was definitely after something. Nobody questions your power, dear. The alphas have seen you fight, and you're a good asset. Anyone able to snap the legs off 200 demons with one word isn't to be taken lightly. She bit into her bread. Besides, if Curran didn't think you're fit, he wouldn't have made the offer. Yes, he's obsessed with you, but he's shrewd enough to take your ability into consideration. Alphas are typically attracted to other alphas. I wouldn't mate with a weakling, and neither would he. It's not that simple, I growled. She laughed softly. We know you have a history, dear. That much power doesn't come without baggage, and Curran isn't an idiot. If he proposed to you, page 69, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com/abclit. Must view your past as an acceptable risk. Had an answer for everything, did she? Why do you care so much whether I become his mate? You didn't come here out of the goodness of your heart. She paused. Her face turned mournful. Raphael is my 3rd child. The first 2 went loop at puberty. After him, I said I wouldn't have any more. I couldn't keep killing my babies. My boy is everything to me. I'd rip the world apart for him. You and I both know the name of his happiness. Andrea.
She nodded. The pain in her eyes melted into pride. My Raphael could have any woman he wanted. If he wanted you, you wouldn't be able to resist. I don't know about that. Trust me, I've been courted by his father. Raphael had his pick, but he chose the girl who is beastkin. Because my life wasn't complicated enough. Andrea loves him. She's smart, trained, and— She raised her hand. You don't have to sing her praises. I know more about her than you do. But the fact remains, she's beastkin, and she's my son's mate. She's dominant, strong, and cunning. I have no doubt she can fight off any challengers, which means that when I step down, the reins of the Buddha clan will pass to a child of an animal. The Buddhas will accept her, but the pack may not. Curran promised me she wouldn't be persecuted. She pursed her lips. It's one thing to ignore the presence of a beastkin in the ranks. It's another to have it rubbed in the alphas' faces. Other clans don't like us. They don't like our unpredictability, and they fear our rages. As the Buddha alpha couple, Andrea and Raphael will sit on the pack's council. That won't go over well with some people. The wolves and Clan Heavy, in particular, will find her presence tough to swallow. There are 400 wolves and only 32 of us. But the bear is by far the biggest threat. He's old-fashioned, and he holds on to his prejudices. He practically raised Curran, and he has a lot of influence with him. If I have any hope of safeguarding my son's future, I have to counteract Mahan. Finally, it all became clear. And you think that if I became Curran's mate, I'd intercede on Andrea's behalf? Not only on her behalf, but on behalf of all Buddhas. There are 6 children in the clan now, 4 of whom are teenagers, all past puberty with no traces of loopism. If you think ordinary adolescents are wild, you're in for a shock. The last time we had that many young ones, Curran was hammering the pack together, and he himself was rather young. He chose to be lenient when my kids stepped out of line. He's secure in his power now and may not be as indulgent. Lenient beast lord, that would be the day. Aunt B leaned in and fixed me with a stare. Suppose you become the alpha. What is the minimum acceptable distance between a female shapeshifter and Curran? I don't know. 3 feet, unless it's a battle. Any closer and she's challenging you. You walk into a room at a formal gathering. Do shapeshifters rise or stay down? I don't know.
The alphas rise to demonstrate that you acknowledge their power. The rest stay down, showing submission. If a shapeshifter shows you his teeth, is he smiling in greeting, or is he trying to intimidate you? I don't know. Broken record, that's me. If his head is bowed, he's smiling. If he's holding himself erect, you need to be snarling. I'd had just about enough. What is the point of all of this? I have no doubt that you'll become Curran's mate. You love him, you nearly died for him, and you won't be able to let him go. When that happens, you'll be in over your head, dear. You must play by our rules, and you don't know them. She smiled triumphantly. Here is my offer to you. I'll give you 2 of my kids. They're very good, steady, and skilled. They won't go crazy unless you give them permission. Their loyalty is to you alone, and they'll have your best interests at heart. They'll keep you from making any big mistakes. You'll still make small ones, but that can't be helped. In return, you promise to hold the Buddha clan in special regard. I won't ask you to break the rules, but I may ask you to stretch them once in a while. It's a very good offer, Kate. I met her gaze. You don't have to bribe me. I wouldn't let anyone touch Andrea anyway. You may think so now, but friendships end and wither, while business arrangements persist. I'm an old-fashioned alpha as well, and I'd prefer to make the bargain. Was there a downside to this? She was right. I knew nothing of the customs. If I chose to accept Curran's offer, what the hell was I thinking? If I do end up being his mate, we have a deal, I said. That's one colossal if. Aunt B's eyes lit up. Excellent, dear. Excellent. I'll tell him about this. I expect you to. You do realize that he could change his mind? We didn't part on good terms. She pursed her lips. Mating is a volatile time for our kind. Newly mated shapeshifters are jealous, possessive, and prone to violence. Their instincts are in overdrive. You want to hole up with your mate somewhere safe, and if anyone looks at him for longer than 2 seconds, you have to fight with yourself not to sink your claws into her throat. It's not the most rational time in one's life, which is why the pack law makes provisions for the mating frenzy. She reached into her bag and pulled out a small leather book with a clasp. She unlocked the clasp, revealing pages protected by clear plastic. A tiny photo album. These are all of my hooligans. Aunt Bee flipped through the pages and held the album out to me. A young man smiled back at me from the photograph. Thin to the point of skinny, he had glossy dark hair and a kid's grin, wide and happy. Alejandro, she said. We call him Mouse because he was always so quiet you wouldn't know he's in the room. 5'3", 120 pounds wet. Arms like matches. Eats like a horse, but nothing sticks to him. He's a shy, sweet kid. Look at that grin, she smiled. Not a mean bone in the boy. He got married last year to a very nice rat girl. Girls joked a bit. Mouse got married to a rat. At his wedding, Curran remarked that his wife was very pretty. Alejandro jumped on the table and tried to cut Curran's throat with his dinner knife. I blinked. What happened? Well, what do you think happened? Curran grabbed him by the neck, and we had to go and get a loop cage to put the groom in until he calmed down. That's how he spent his reception, in the loop cage in the other room, screaming curses. His bride sat by the cage until he cooled off enough to be reasoned with, and then got in there with him. He didn't scream after that. Aunt Bee rubbed the photo with her thumb. Her eyes were warm. He's very embarrassed by it all now. I didn't know the pack law well, but I knew enough to recognize a challenge. Curran could have killed him? Oh yes, would have been well within his rights too. The pack law is very careful. It doesn't say you can't punish a shapeshifter during the mating frenzy. It just says that you don't have to punish him. If you want to overlook his infraction, it won't be seen as a sign of weakness on your part. Mind you, Curran wasn't trying to rile Mouse up. He has to come to every wedding because they always invite him, and he hates it. He's usually very careful with what he says, but he was tired that day, and he said the first polite, congratulatory thing that popped into his head. You have a beautiful wife, Alejandro. That was it? She nodded. Yes, that's all that was said. This is the kind of insanity you're dealing with, dear. Except for you, it's much worse. Curran has a harder time controlling the possessive urges than most. He is. Damaged? What do you mean? She grimaced. It's not my place to explain this to you. What you need to know is that his protective drive is very strong. I'm amazed he hasn't rolled you in a blanket and dragged you off into the keep. He's been insufferable since you had your falling out. He loves you, Kate, and that's why he's waiting patiently for you to make up your mind. I know it may come as a shock, but it's sort of considered polite to wait for the consent of the woman. In fact, I'm pretty sure that if you don't wait, you may, page 70, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/abclit.html, have to deal with pesky criminal charges like kidnapping and rape. Aunt Bee rolled her eyes. The boy isn't a maniac. No is no, and he'll understand that. To force you would be going against everything he stands for, and you know it as well as I do. For everything, there is a price in this world. His price is us. Ask yourself, is he worth becoming an alpha to the pack? Do you love him enough? And take it from someone who buried 2 of her mates, you might want to decide fast. We live in a dangerous world. If you see a chance to be happy, you have to fight for it, so later you have no regrets. Chapter 23. Aunt Bee left. I waited a few breaths, found my shoes, and climbed up the stairs, and ran into Jennifer on the landing. Jennifer looked like she devoted her life to the god of running. Long legs, long body, long face, long teeth, especially in the beast form. Jennifer and her husband, Daniel, ran Clan Wolf. From what I'd heard, of the 2, Jennifer was more aggressive and more likely to twist the head off your shoulders. Daniel could be reasoned with, but if you pissed off Jennifer, it was all over. Going somewhere? The Wolf Alpha crossed her lean arms. Out. I can't let you do that. I looked into her blue eyes.
You might want to rephrase that. Jim wandered out of the kitchen and leaned against the doorframe. Jennifer raised her head. She had a couple of inches of height on me, and she milked them for all she had. You are the Beast Lord's mate and under my protection. Where did you hear that? The Wolf Clan has its sources. Well, wasn't that special? Then the Wolf Clan also knows that my mate status is still in question. I haven't said yet. Her eyes narrowed. You dumped catnip on his bed and welded his weight bench together. Jennifer 2, Kate 0. That's a private matter between me and his furriness. Even if we were mated, I have my own name and I made my own rep. I don't think the term mate should trump everything I've done. I've earned more than that. Jim chuckled softly. Jennifer took a step back and sized me up. Point taken, she said finally. But if you walk out of that door, I'll have to explain to Curran that I had you secured and let you go. I have enough to worry about as it is. She had a point. I have work to do. The magic is down, so it's unlikely Era is still running around. She doesn't like technology much, and the last time I saw her, she was trying to redecorate the snowdrifts around my place in a lovely shade of red. No, I looked at Jim. I'm a bit fuzzy on my status within the pack. Technically, you have none, he said. Sleeping with a shapeshifter doesn't grant you pack privileges. I smiled at Jennifer. Since I have no official pack status, you have no power to detain me. I'm a lawful agent of the Order, and I need you to step aside. She looked at Jim.
Would you like to weigh in on this at any point? Jim shrugged. If you get yourself fucked up and it gets out that Jennifer had you here and let you get hurt, it won't look good for the wolves. And you have a record of getting yourself seriously fucked up. Thank you, Mr. Helpful. Look, I appreciate the difficulty of your position, but I'm not going to sit here all cozy while my dog freezes to death. And as of now, I was my aunt's primary target. The more space I put between me and the shapeshifters, the safer they would be. Take an escort, Jim said. Are you offering to babysit me, Miss Poppins? Nope. I'll give you a vehicle and you can take Jennifer's wolves with you. Brilliant. If I was attacked, I'd have some homicidal werewolves to protect. Jennifer looked at Jim. Why, thank you for volunteering my people, Cat. Any other orders for me? Jim gave her his hard stare. Jennifer's upper lip rose, showing a glimpse of her teeth. I stepped back. Please, feel free to settle your differences, and while you're doing that, I'll quietly go on my way. Jennifer paused her glaring for a second. The cat is right. Take my wolves. I don't know your wolves. I looked at Jim. Why can't you go if you're so concerned? He sighed. Because certain people aren't altogether rational at the moment. If I came with you, I'd have to answer uncomfortable questions. I ask questions. I don't answer them. What kind of questions? Why were you in a vehicle with Kate alone? What were you wearing? What was she wearing? How long were you there? Did you do something or did you talk? What was the nature of your discussion? Could this trip have been avoided? I rubbed my face. So basically you're scared that his lordship might get his panties in a bunch? That's one way to put it. The other way would be that I'm dedicated to observing the pack's social protocol. If you were officially mated and installed in his rooms in the keep, it would be less of an issue. However, technically, you're still available, since you have yet to commit. I made an effort to enunciate my reply very carefully. Available? Up for grabs, on the market, ready for action, putting out the vibe. He was just jerking my chain now. Two could play that game. Fine, I don't care. Give me an escort. Send me in a car or a cart or whatever. Just don't send your girlfriend as a chauffeur. A stunned silence issued. Jim's eyebrows came together. Judging by his expression, if Jim had been in cat form, every hair on his back would have stood up. My girlfriend? Jennifer kept a perfectly straight face. In for a penny, in for a pound. You know, short, glasses, Indonesian, drives like a demon from the lowest bowels of hell. She isn't my girlfriend. Oh, so she's still up for grabs? Fair game? Putting out the vibe? Jennifer added. Jim turned and walked away without a word. Holy crap, I'd struck a nerve. I had no idea that there was anything there. It was a total shot in the dark. Jennifer looked at me.
I'll give you 3 wolves. Why 3? If there is trouble, one will take custody of you and execute a retreat, while the other 2 will run interference. Page 71. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http www.processtext.com abclit.html. My jaw tried very hard to hit the floor. If it was physically possible, I'd be picking up my teeth from the carpet. We've met before, right? I do believe so, yes. Then you do know that if your wolf tries to carry me from a battle, I'll cut her arms off? What are we chatting about? Aunt B came out of the kitchen. I just saw Jim and he had a peculiar look on his face. Jennifer wants to saddle me up with an escort. They're supposed to grab me and run like a bat out of hell if someone sneezes in my direction. Aunt B raised her eyebrows. There is no need. The Buddhas will provide the escort. Jennifer's eyes turned flat like 2 chunks of ice. Are you implying there is something wrong with my people? No, I'm not, dear. Aunt B's smile was so sweet you could spread her on toast. But Clan Buddha and Kate have a special bond. Jennifer's voice turned equally sweet. Clan Wolf and Kate have a special bond as well. Steel slipped into Aunt B's smile. Her voice remained sugary sweet. You should let me take the escort. Jennifer's eyes flared with yellow. She gave Aunt B a big, happy smile. Take care, Beatrice. You're in my house. Why, goodness me, is that a threat? If you couldn't hear what they were saying, you'd think they were 2 Southern women catching up on local gossip at a church picnic. Jennifer rocked forward. I'm tired of you coming around here and poking your nose into everything. A ruby glow sheathed Aunt B's irises. You're young and you want to assert yourself, but don't think for a moment you will do it by taking me down. On your best day, you're only as good as I am on my worst with one arm tied behind my back. Is that so? Maybe we should test that theory. I took 3 steps back and slipped into the hallway. Behind me, a vicious growl announced someone going furry. I jogged to the end of the hallway. 2 shapeshifters stood guard by the door. Aunt B and Jennifer are about to have a showdown, I told them. They took off. I waited a couple of seconds for them to reach the stairs, opened the door, and walked out into the snow. If they wanted to fight, that was fine. I had a poodle to rescue. Jim's safe house was only 30 minutes from my place. Even with the snowdrifts, I'd make it in 45. Hold on, Grendel, I'm coming. I trudged up the stairs to my apartment. My feet refused to move, as if filled with lead. My back hurt. I was so tired. In the last 24 hours, I've fought for my life twice and been healed with magic both times. Med mages accomplished miracles, but they used the body's own resources to heal, and whatever Doolittle did had drained me down to nothing. I was spent. My eyes kept wanting to close, and a couple of times I almost pitched over into the snow because it looked soft and inviting. If it weren't for a biohazard van I flagged down, I might have taken a nap along the road and frozen my ass off. As it was, the biohazard medtechs gave me a ride, cutting my travel time down to 1/3. I'd scored 15 minutes of half sleep in the van on the way, safe and warm. My luck had to be turning for the better. 1 flight of stairs and I'd be home. The splinters of my front door littered the landing in front of it. Fatigue vanished, burned in a rush of adrenaline. I stepped through the gaping doorway and stopped breathing. Chunks of furniture and fabric lay scattered across my floor. Wooden shards protruded from the wall, marked with gashes and holes. The door to the library had vanished. The bookshelves inside had been pulverized. 4 dozen glass bottles lay smashed, their contents staining the floor, mixing with torn pages of rare books and Greg's prized artifacts, now crushed and shattered. Herb dust swirled in the draft from busted windows. My house wasn't just trashed, it was obliterated, as if a tornado had swept through it. The bathroom door had been torn off its hinges. Deep gouges scoured it, too big for Grendel. Era must have brought the beast in. I checked the bathroom. No Grendel, no blood either. If she'd killed him, she would have left the body on display for me. In the kitchen, holes gaped in the plaster where she'd ripped the cabinets from the wall. The wood was broken, not cut. She'd kicked them to pieces. I stepped back into the living room, walking over the floor filled with mutilated books. One of Greg's dirks protruded from the wall, piercing Julie's pictures. Cut sliced the photographs. Era had stabbed Julie's eyes and face again and again. Ice climbed down my spine. If she could have found Julie, I would be cradling my kid's corpse with her eyes sliced out. I had to do the world a favor and kill the bitch. When Greg died, he'd left the apartment and everything he owned to me. The books, the artifacts, the weapons, I couldn't let it go. I'd moved here to Atlanta to keep his memory alive.
He was my last link to anything resembling a family. I assumed his place at the Order and made his apartment into a home. This was my space, my corner of the world where I felt safe and secure, a shelter for me and Julie. And Era had violated it. She'd torn it apart. There was no coming back from this. It was all gone. No matter what I did now, I couldn't restore the library or the apartment to its previous state. She had destroyed it so completely, it would never be the same. It felt a little like dying. I've stared at death often enough to recognize being in a tomb. I should have felt something more, a deeper sadness, a sense of loss. But I just stood there, numb. She'd made her hit. It was my time to hit back. A small noise floated from the stairs. Grendel dashed into the apartment and hit me, pawing at me. "Hey, you idiot!" I grabbed him and hugged his smelly neck, running my hands along his sides. No blood. His sweatshirt hung in shreds, but he seemed no worse for wear. Let's get out of here. I walked out the door, the dog in tow, and didn't look back. 20 minutes later, we made it to Andreas, where I used my mad detective skills to deduce that she wasn't home. Her door was locked, and she didn't answer when I knocked. She was probably at Raphael's. That left me with one option: the Order. The Order had the added benefit of military-grade wards. It would take a small army of mages to break through them. Or my aunt. What a pleasant thought. I dragged myself to the Order. Sleep still clung to me, and fatigue made me slow and stupid. It took me over a minute to get the fold-away cot from the armory. I set it up in my office and collapsed on it. Grendel flopped next to me, and we passed out. I had excellent reaction time. That's why I didn't run Andrea through with my saber when she barged into my office. Instead, I dropped Slayer a fraction of a second after I'd grasped it and sat up slowly. Best friend, no kill. Andrea glared at me. "You're here? Where else would I be?" She shut the door. "You have no idea. My apartment is in shambles. I stopped by your place, but you were gone, so I came here. It's safe and warm, and there is coffee." "You were at Jim's last night." "Yes, Jennifer, Aunt B were about to have a fight, and I made my escape. Normally I would have paid money to see something like that, but I had to go and get my dog. Where is my spawn of hell, by the way?" "He was scratching by the door, and I let him out. That's how I knew you were here." Andrea shook her head. "After you left, Doolittle broke up the fight. Eventually, everyone calmed down enough to realize you'd taken off. Doolittle wigged out because he'd loaded your tea with sedative, and he thought you would pass out somewhere in the snow. Both the wolves and the Buddhas have been combing the snowdrifts for hours looking for you." I picked up a book and bumped my forehead on it a few times. Why me? Why? And nobody thought to call here and check? Jim called, but Maxine told him that you weren't here, and she would give you the message when your shift started. Of course, standard policy of the Order meant that when a night was off, she was off, unless it was an emergency. Otherwise, nights tended to work themselves into complete exhaustion. I concentrated. Maxine? She is out. Ted dragged her off to some meeting. There is nobody here but you, me, and Morrow. What meeting? I have no idea. Andrea waved her arms. Kate! What? Focus. Jennifer, Aunt B, and Doolittle are going to tell Curran this morning. Hi, Your Majesty. We drugged your love muffin and then let her walk out into the dark, in the snow. Her apartment is destroyed, and we're not sure where she is. He'll need a lot of metal plates. What?
Never mind. It's not my job to comply with Aunt B's bodyguarding. I didn't agree to it. Andrea leaned toward me and spoke very slowly and clearly. You need to call the Beast Lord before he skins my boyfriend's mother, if at all possible. I dragged myself to the desk and picked up the phone. Call the Beast Lord. Right. Trouble was, I wasn't sure the Beast Lord and I were okay. I dialed the keep. Kate Daw? The line clicked, and Curran's voice filled the phone. Yes? Here we go. Hey, it's me. I've been waiting for you to call. Is that waiting good or waiting bad? How's it going? That's me, Chipper. It's been better. He didn't sound like he was in the middle of skinning anyone, although knowing Curran, calm voice didn't indicate much. I'd seen him calmly jump on a silver golem's back and be completely rational about it afterward, despite the excruciating pain. Andrea paced the floor like a caged tiger. Me too. I'm at the order. Been here since last night. That's not what I heard. So they told him already. Did you rip anyone to pieces? Not yet. I'm thinking about it. I leaned back. Andrea is wearing a hole in my carpet because she's worried you might be upset with her future mother-in-law. She is a little emotional about this issue. Andrea paused her pacing and gave me her 1,000-yard stare. I'd seen this precise look on her face when she peered through the scope of a sniper rifle sighting a target. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Can I tell her to stop pacing? Is that what you would like? Yes, as a favor to me. As you wish. I couldn't figure out who was the bigger idiot, him for saying it to me, or me for wanting to drop everything and go straight to him because he said it. This insanity had to stop. Thank you. You're welcome. A favor, Curran said. Would you let me pick you up at the order today? He didn't finish, but I knew what he left unsaid. Let me pick you up and take you home, to the keep. My shift started, I glanced at the clock, 12 minutes ago. It ends at 6. If it's at all up to me, I will be here waiting for you. I promise. Thank you. I'm sorry about your place. Me too. I hung up. That was the second civil conversation we'd had since we'd known each other. Too bad there was no champagne handy to celebrate the occasion. He's let it go. Satisfied? Andrea frowned. The Beast Lord just asked you for a favor? Yes, he did. Were Aunt B and Jennifer there? I don't know. I didn't think to ask. I bet they were there. Andrea squinted at me. Curran doesn't ask for favors. He doesn't bother. And he just let this whole thing go without an argument. That kind of influence is something only a mate would have. You slept together. I gave her a blank look. You slept with Curran and you didn't tell me? I'm your best friend. It didn't come up. How disappointing for you. Ha ha. That's not what I meant. She pulled up a client chair and sat down on it. Details, now. We had a fight, screamed at each other for a while, I kicked him in the head, and then he stayed the night. That's it? That's all? That's it. She waved her arms in the air. How was it? Like fireworks, only better. It was good. Getting information out of you is like pulling teeth. Does Aunt B know? I nodded. That explains their collective panic attack. So did the two of you trash your apartment? No. What happened? That wasn't a question I could answer with Morrow down the hall. I took a piece of paper from the drawer, wrote My Aunt Era on it, and showed it to her. Andrea paled. I tore the paper to pieces and threw it into the trash can. The good news is I know who the Steel Mary is. Her name is Era. The bad news is I know what she can do. I gave her the rundown on Era, her history and her powers, keeping our family connection out of it in case anyone was listening. She's completely amoral. She has absolutely no connection to any other human being except Roland. For Era, the world breaks down into family and not family. Not family is fair game. And just because you were born to the family doesn't keep you safe. If she decides that you're not up to snuff, she'll fix the mistake of your existence. Her words, not mine. She has a high opinion of herself, Andrea said. Oh, yes.
When she gets into a car, her ego has to ride shotgun. She tapped her fingers on my desk. Are you thinking direct challenge? Exactly. Issue a challenge, throw a couple of insults, use me as bait since she hates me, and she won't be able to resist. If we do this somewhere outside of town where she can't screw with the crowd and throw every female knight the order can scrape together at her, we may have a chance. I've asked Ted to let me assist you with this twice, Andrea said. The second time in writing, it was denied. Ted went behind my back, I said. What do you mean? I sketched it out for her. Midway through it, she got up and started pacing across my floor again. Faint outlines of spots ghosted under her skin. When I was done, she unclenched her teeth. What he did was against the code of knighthood. But you have no recourse. There is nothing in the charter that protects your rights. You aren't a knight. I don't want recourse, she spun to me. Are you leaving the order? Magic flooded the world. My heart skipped a beat. I chose my words carefully. I have a problem with dedicating myself to an organization who considers my friends non-human. Ted Moynihan isn't the entirety of the order. You've gone through the academy. You know he isn't the only one. I leaned forward. It's a deeply ingrained organization-wide prejudice. I understand why it's there, but I don't agree with it. Non-humanity is a dangerous label. If someone is non-human, they have no rights, Andrea, no protection. She stopped pacing and looked at me. That's why you have to stay and fight. If people like you leave, the order will never change. The change has to come from within to be effective. I sighed. It's not my fight, Andrea, nor am I in a position to change anything. You said it yourself. I'm not a knight. I'm not part of the fraternity. I'm a barely tolerated outsider, and I can be fired at any time. My voice doesn't matter, and it won't be heard no matter how loud I scream. So you're just going to quit? Probably. I can't compromise on this, and I can't fight the entire order. It's a losing battle. Some losing battles are worth fighting anyway, but this isn't one of them. Beating my head against this wall is a waste of time and effort. I can't alter the order, but I can make sure it no longer benefits from my services. Grendel dashed into the room, hurled himself past me and into the corner. A ragged snarl ripped from his mouth. He bit the air, barked once, and froze on rigid feet. Something was scaring him half to death. I grabbed Slayer. Both of Andrea's hands had Sig Sauers in them. A loud boom rang through the building, resonating through my head. Someone had just tested the strength of the order's ward. What the hell? Andrea sprinted into the hallway. I cleared the distance to the window in a single breath. The ward blanketed the building like an outer invisible shell. The order's protective spell was strong enough to hold off an entire squad of MSDU mages, but whatever hit it had left a dent. A solid wall of fire surged up over my window. Pale blue flashed as the invisible barrier of the protective spell strained under the press of the flames. The fire died. A female voice rolled through the building. "Where are you, miserable rodent? I've come to burn down your tree." My aunt had arrived. Boom! The ward took another hit. The building blocked my view. I needed a better angle. I sprinted into the hallway, turned left, and ran to Maxine's desk. Grendel followed me, snarling. Maxine's office was shallow but long, and her window was the farthest I could get from the entrance, short of breaking into Ted's lair. I swung the window open and leaned out. Below me and to the left, a man in a tattered cloak punched the ward, trying to batter his way through the spell to the front door. Boom! Boom! His bare arms glowed with dark red. Torch. Power of fire. My aunt decided not to show up in person. I'd hoped I'd hurt her enough for her to lay low for a day. No such luck. Andrea popped into Maxine's office with a huge crossbow in her hands. The crossbow sprouted metal gun-looking parts in odd places, as if half a dozen assorted rifles had thrown up on it. Morrow followed her. "The guy below is Torch," I told her for Morrow's benefit. "He's an undead mage with power over fire. Era's riding his mind the way navigators ride the vampires. We can't take it outside." Morrow leaned to the side, getting a better look, and nodded at the new office buildings across the street. "If we fight him down there, he'll burn everything. Those buildings across the street are all wood. They'll go up like straw. Better to keep him contained."
Andrea took my spot by the window, sighted Torch, and dropped her aim. No good. Keep him engaged. She moved into the hallway, jumped up, and pulled down the access door leading to the attic. Boom. Keep him engaged. No sweat. I slid the window up, letting the icy air in, and sat on the windowsill. Break it already, you're giving me a headache. Torch looked up. About my age, solid black hair, American Indian features. Looked like a Cherokee to me, but I wasn't sure. There you are, he said in Era's voice. What's the matter? Too scared to come out and fight me yourself? Pace yourself, coward. I'm coming. Boom! The building shuddered. The ward wouldn't hold him for long. Morrow ducked into my office. Andy says bring him closer to you so she can get a shot. Here, he tossed me a jar. Fire protection. I dug in my pocket and pulled out a $5 bill. Hey, Era. Torch glanced in my direction. I dangled $5 at him and let it flutter down in the 6-inch space between the ward and the building. For you. Torch strode over and stared at the $5. What's this? Some change for you. Buy your flunkies some decent clothes. I dipped my fingers into the jar and smeared thick, fragrant paste on my face. Torch frowned, mirroring the expression on my aunt's face. Change? Oh, for crying out loud. It's money. We don't use coins as currency now. We use paper money. Page 74, generated by ABC Amber LIT Converter, http www.processtext.com, abclit.html. He stared at me. I'm insulting you. I'm saying you're poor, like a beggar, because your undead are in rags. I'm offering to clothe your servants for you because you can't provide for them. Come on, how thick do you have to be? He jerked his hand up. A jet of flame erupted from his fingers, sliding against the ward. I jerked back from the window on instinct. The fire died. I leaned forward. Do you understand now? More fire. What's the matter? Was that not enough money? Flames hit the window. Hairline veins of blue appeared in the ward. Not good. Why the hell wasn't Andrea shooting him? I waited until the fire vanished and popped my head back out. Torch stood with both arms raised, and his cloak hung open in the middle, presenting me with entirely too much of his full frontal view. Oh no, is it naked time? He opened his mouth to answer. A sharp twang sliced the air. A crossbow bolt sprouted from his open mouth, its point protruding from the back of his neck, shining like a green star. The air hissed. The second bolt punched through his chest. The third took him in the stomach, just under the breastbone. Green light pulsed once, like an emerald catching the sunlight. The bolts exploded. A torrent of green erupted into the sky. I ducked away from the window. What the hell did she shoot him with? Gala had 5 warheads, something the Welsh came up with to use against the giants. Packs a good punch. Morrow blinked against the light. She demanded we get some after that whole Cerberus episode. The flare finally faded. Era's jeering voice called out from the street. Is that all you've got? Couldn't be. I leaned to the window, Morrow next to me. On the street, Torch pulled the shreds of his cloak off his shoulders. The fabric broke to green glowing ash under his touch. He squared his naked shoulders and opened his mouth. A blast of magic hit me, ripping through the protective spell like a thunderclap. Window glass exploded.
The world went white in agony. The building quaked and bucked under my feet, shuddering from the aftershock of the ward's collapse. I clenched my teeth and clawed through the pain. My vision cleared. In front of me, Morrow slumped on his knees among shards of the shattered window. Blood dripped from his nose. He sucked it in and staggered to his feet, his face caught in a grimace. A power word. Yes, probably something along the lines of open or break. I glanced at the window. A translucent wall of blue blocked the view. Hairline cracks fractured the dead ward. The wall held together for another second and broke apart, melting into the wind. So that was what a power word spoken by a 6,000-year-old woman felt like. Era's voice rolled through the building in a cheerful song. 1 little step, 2 little steps, 3 little steps. I'm coming up the stairs, little squirrel. Prepare yourself. I pulled Slayer free of its sheath and strode into the hallway. Behind me, Andrea dropped through the access panel, landing in an easy crouch on the floor. The door to the hallway flew open, ripped off its hinges, revealing Torch on the landing. His nude body glowed with an angry, deep ruby light. A wide metal collar clasped his neck. There goes my decapitation trick. He was undead, made with my family's blood. It gave me a chance, a small, insignificant chance, but beggars couldn't be choosers. I pulled the magic to me. Torch raised his left foot, stepping inside. Tiny sparks broke across his toes. His foot touched the floor, and the sparks erupted into flames, spiraling up his limbs in a quick cascade. Morrow braced himself. The flames licked Torch's bare chest. 50 feet of the hallway lay between us, 4 offices on each side. I kept pulling, winding the magic around me. That's right, bring him closer, Aunt dear. The shorter the range, the greater the impact. The crossbow string twanged. Twin bolts pierced Torch's chest. He ripped them out with an impatient jerk of the flame-sheathed hand. Andrea swore. Cute, Era barked. My turn. The fire swirled around Torch like a mantle of heat and light. He raised his arms. Flames danced about his fingertips. A huge hand pushed me back. Morrow thrust himself in front of me. His shirt was gone. A dense wall of tattoos covered his back and chest. They glowed with tiny lines of bright red that shifted and flowed, as if inside Morrow's skin his flesh had turned to lava. He stomped, first left foot, then right, planting himself in the hallway, feet spread wide, arms raised at his sides. Get out of the way, I snarled. Morrow took a deep breath. A fireball burst from Torch's arms, roaring down the hallway. Morrow bellowed a single word, Mahuiki. The tattoos flashed with bright red. The wall of flame broke into twin jets 5 feet before the Samoan, shooting through Morrow's office on the left and Jen's on the right. Morrow stood untouched. The fire died. The Torch cocked his head to the side like a dog. What's this? Morrow grunted and stomped, 1 foot, then the other. The red lines on his skin flared. Another wall of fire hit Morrow and twisted, deflected into the offices. Morrow packed a hell of a power. But now 300 pounds of him stood between me and Torch, and those 300 pounds showed no signs of moving. The hallway was too narrow. I was stuck. Morrow, get out of the way. Hit me, Morrow roared at the Torch. Right, no intelligent life there. Brace yourself. Torch swung his arms, building up spirals of fire around his arms. If I couldn't go through Morrow, I had to go around him. I ducked into the break room and kicked the wall. The old wooden boards splintered under my kick. The building was solid brick, but the inner walls that cleaved the inside space into offices were single board thin. I kicked again. The wood gave with a snap, and I broke through into Morrow's office. In the hallway, Morrow roared, a raw bellow full of strain. I hit the next wall with my shoulder. Morrow's body flew past me. A thud shook the building, Morrow's back punching Ted's office door. A wall of fire followed, blasting me with heat. Andrea screamed. I tore at the wall in front of me and squeezed through the narrow opening. Where are you, whelp? Did you run away again, maggot? The boards creaked. She was moving Torch in my direction. A wound to the stomach would do nothing to him, and the collar kept me from slicing his neck. Not a lot of choices. If this failed, he'd burn us alive. Torch passed by the door. Now! I lunged out of the room and clamped my left arm across his throat, pulling his back snug against me. Fire shot along his skin. I slid Slayer between his ribs into his heart and whispered a word into his ear. Page 75. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http www.processtext.com ABC Lit Hesod. Mine. The world shook as all of the magic I'd gathered tore from me at once. Pain streamed through my body, wringing tears from my eyes. Torch's mind opened before me, hot like boiling metal. I clamped it, dousing the flames, and smashed against the solid wall of Era's presence. Her mind punched me, and I reeled. The immense force of her mind towered over me. Nobody was that powerful. Nobody. Was that what looking into my father's mind would be like? If so, I didn't have a fucking prayer. I pushed back, a gnat against Colossus.
an immense pressure grinding against me, sparking pain. I hung on, clenching my hand on Slayer's hilt. If I held it in his heart long enough, the blade would turn the undead tissue to pus. I just had to last. Torch spun, lifting me off my feet. Fire licked my chest. You shame the family, weakling, coward, who runs from the fight like a mangy dog. I gritted my teeth against the pain and pushed back with my mind, extinguishing the flames. It wasn't my idea. I had you, and I would have killed you. Hard fingers gripped my left wrist and pulled, slowly moving my arm from his throat. I strained. The moment he got free, he'd pull Slayer out, and then we'd be done for. You dare to wrestle with my mind? I'm the plague bringer. Gods flee when they hear me coming. If my hands weren't busy, I'd clap for you. Slayer gave under my hand, slightly loose in the rapidly liquefying undead tissue, and I jabbed it deeper into the wound. Era grunted, a harsh sound of pain. Did that hurt? How about this? I twisted the blade. A fiery hammer hit my mind, tearing a groan from me. Heat shot from Torch. The air around me boiled. Fire spiraled up his legs. Did that hurt, whelp? I'll cook you alive. You'll beg me to kill you when your eyes pop from the heat. Torch threw himself back, smashing me against the wall. I hung on to him like a pit bull. A few more moments. It didn't hurt that much. I just had to hold on for a few moments. Era slammed into the other wall. Something crunched in my back. A dark shape sprang from Ted's office and sprinted to us. Era saw it. Flames filled the hallway. I couldn't see. I couldn't breathe. An enormous black dog shot through the fire. I saw eyes glowing with blue fire and ivory fangs. The creature smashed into Torch. My mental defenses shuddered. I was done. The giant dog clamped his teeth on Torch's arm and hung on. Torch shook him like a terrier shakes a rat, but the dog clung to him, dragging him down. A second shape burst through the fire, this one pale and spotted. Deranged blue eyes glared at me from a face that was neither hyena nor human, but a seamless fluid blend of the two. Andrea buried her claws in Torch's gut. We crashed on the floor, Torch on the bottom, me on top. The world drowned in pain, melting into hoarse snarls. The flesh under Slayer's blade gave. I strained, forcing the saber through the soggy undead heart. The blade ground against ribs and burst out in a spray of dark fluid. The undead blood splashed on my lips, and its sting tasted like heaven. "I'll kill you," Era gurgled. "I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth." I smashed my foot into Torch's neck, crushing the windpipe. The awful pressure on my mind vanished. I closed my eyes and floated in a long moment. Absence of pain was bliss. And then an ache gnawed at my arms. My eyes snapped open. A sleek creature rose from the Torch's stomach. Petite, proportionate, with elegant long limbs and well-shaped head, she was a perfect meld of human and hyena. Dark blood drenched her hands armed with long claws, staining her spotted forearms all the way to the elbow. Furious red eyes gazed at me from a human face, seamlessly flowing into a dark muzzle. She'd changed to save me. Andreas' dark lips trembled, showing the sharp cones of her teeth. God damn it. She kicked Torch's corpse, knocking it off me, and kicked it again, sending it flying into the wall. You bitch. Motherfucking whore. I sat up and watched her punt and throw his body, spouting profanities. Being part Buddha, she fought, driven by rage. The quicker she let it out, the quicker she would be able to calm down enough to change back. The enormous black creature lay down next to me and licked my foot. "Grendel?" I asked softly. The hell-dog whined softly in a distinctly Grendel-like fashion. My attack poodle turned into a huge black hound with glowing eyes and shaggy fur. Figures. The light dawned. The black dog, of course. It was an old legend from so many cultures nobody knew exactly where it came from. Stories of giant black dogs with shiny eyes haunting the night have been passed around for years, especially in the United Kingdom and Northern Europe. Nobody quite knew what they were, but when captured, they scanned as fera, animal magic. Animal magic registered as a very pale yellow. When the medtech scanned, their scanner must have failed to pick it up. Andrea growled a few feet away. Grendel whined again and tried to stick his baseball-sized nose into my hand. Around us, the office smoldered. We'd beaten her again. 3 undead down, 4 to go. Chapter 24. To call Hurricane Savannah, which flattened half of the East Coast some years back, a gentle breeze would be an understatement. To say that Ted Moynihan was pissed off would be an understatement of criminal proportions. He stood in the middle of the hallway, surveying the smoking, soggy ruin that was the orders office, and radiating anger with dangerous intensity. After Andreas' rage died down, she changed back. Shifting back and forth pretty much wiped her out. We dumped snow and water on the fire, and the result wasn't pretty. Every window had been busted when the ward collapsed, and icy wind howled through the building, juggling loose papers. I'd laid out Era's identity in broad strokes and made my report. Lucky for me, I had a lot of practice lying through my teeth. Morrow had been knocked out solid for most of the fight. He now sat in the middle of the hallway, pressing a rag filled with snow to a bump on his head. He didn't seem in a hurry to volunteer any information. Ted said nothing. A dead silence claimed the office, the kind of silence that usually only struck at 2 a.m. when the city sank into deep sleep and even the monsters rested. Flame-retardant carpet and metal furniture had done its job. The building had survived, and the damage to the office was mostly cosmetic. The damage to the order, however, was enormous. The knights were untouchable. You injure one, and the rest would show up on your doorstep, throwing enough magic and steel to make you think the world had ended. Era had come into the chapter, into the order's house, and wrecked it. Ted had to hit back, fast and hard. The problem is, we don't know where Era will attack next, I said. We need to take the choice away from her. We killed 3 of her undead. She views it as an insult, and she's arrogant as hell. She will respond to a direct challenge. We pick a spot outside the city, nice and private. It was a simple plan, but simple plans sometimes worked best. Behind us, something thumped. A section of the wall crashed to the ground. Ted glared at it. Page 76. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http processtext.com, abclit.html. The phone rang in my office. I picked it up. Kate, Brenna's hoarse voice gasped. Help us! A distant scream echoed through the phone, followed by a grunt. The disconnect signal wailed in my ear. Oh no. I dropped the phone and started to the door. Daniels! Ted's voice cracked like a whip. One of the pack's offices is under attack. I have to go. No, I halted. Ted gazed at me with glazed-over eyes. You belong here. If you leave, then you don't. People are dying. They called me for help. We're people. They aren't. I'm giving you a direct order to stay here. I looked at Andrea behind him. She stood still like a statue. Her face was bloodless. Brenna's hoarse voice echoed through my memory. Everything I had worked for, everything I'd done and accomplished to keep Greg's legacy alive, but none of it was worth a single life. Daniels, if you do this, we're done. No second chances, no forgiveness. Done. My fingers found the cord around my neck. I tore it off with a brutal jerk, dropped my ID on the floor, and walked out. The snow-strewn city flew by me. I'd grabbed the first rider I saw, jerked him from his saddle, and stole his horse, telling him to bill the order for it so I wouldn't get shot in the back as we galloped away. We rounded the corner at breakneck speed. The wolf house swung into view. Dallas Prowler waited in the middle of the street. She stood next to it, staring at the building, her small body rigid. She heard me and turned to look at me. Her mouth opened. A body burst through the second-floor window in a cascade of glass shards. It plummeted through the air, a grotesque shape, Neither human nor animal, huge claws poised to rend. The shape landed on top of the car and smashed into Dallas, knocking her off her feet with a guttural snarl. I tore at the reins, trying to slow down my horse. The horse screamed. Warped, twisted, covered with random patches of fur and exposed muscle, the beast pinned Dallas to the ground, clawing at her with black talons. Dallas threw her arms up, trying to shield her throat. I jumped off my horse and hit the ground running. Blood sprayed the snow, shockingly red against the white. Dallas' high voice screamed in a hysteric frenzy, "Stop! It's me! It's me!" I snapped a sidekick, putting everything I had into it. My foot smashed into the beast's side, knocking it back. The creature rolled and sprung to all fours. If it was a shapeshifter in a warrior form, it was the worst one I had ever seen. Its left arm was too short, its pelvis tilted too far forward, its bottom jaw jutted to the side, overflowing with fangs. Above that awful jaw, its face was almost human. Green eyes glared at me. Every hair on my neck stood up. I'd seen that face yesterday, smiling at me. Brenna. A vicious growl spilled from Brenna's deformed mouth. She shook. Gashes crisscrossed her body, oozing black pus and blood, as if her skin had randomly burst in places. Dallas scrambled back on her butt, leaving bloody tracks in the snow, until she bumped into the car with her head. "Brenna, it's me! It's me! We're friends! Please don't!" Brenna snarled again. "Brenna, don't do this!" I stepped toward her. Brenna's eyes fixed on Dallas with the unwavering focus of a predator about to charge. "Please, please don't!" Dallas pressed tighter against the car. "Please!" Brenna lunged. Her mangled body flew above the snow, as if she had wings. Brenna or Dally? No time to think. I lunged forward and sliced at her back. Slayer cut through flesh, aborting Brenna's charge in mid-leap. She twisted in the air and hit me. Huge jaws fastened on my leg, searing my thigh with pain. "No!" Dallas screamed. I cut again, cleaving through her spine. Brenna's fangs let go. She crashed into the snow, jerking like a marionette on the strings of a mad puppeteer. Blood and spit flew from her terrible mouth. She growled and bit the air again and again, rending invisible enemies with her teeth. Behind me, Dallas sobbed uncontrollably. I raised Slayer and brought it down. The saber pierced Brenna's chest. I twisted the blade, ripping her heart to pieces. In my head, Brenna's voice said, "Don't worry, Kate, I won't drop you." Brenna stopped thrashing. The glow in her eyes dimmed. Dolly whimpered small, incoherent noises. A tortured snarl echoed through the street. I jerked Slayer free and whirled to the building. A clawed arm scratched at the first-floor window next to the door. Thick fingers slid on the glass, leaving bloody streaks. Bloody hell. I grabbed Dolly and pulled her to her feet. "Dolly, look at me." She stared, wild-eyed. I knew something was wrong. I drove up, and it didn't smell right. "Get into the car, drive down 2 blocks, go into the bakery, and call the keep. No matter what happens, don't leave the store. Do you understand? Don't go in there." "I have to go. If they get out, they might kill somebody." "Then I'll come with you." She wiped at her face with the back of her hand. "I am a fucking tiger. A vegetarian, cross-eyed, half-blind tiger who got sick at the sight of blood. No, I need you to get into the car and go call Curran, please." She nodded. I released her. "Go." A moment later, the prowler rolled down the street. I stepped over its tracks. The door of the house gaped open like a black mouth. I pushed the door open with my fingertips. A body sprawled across the rug 10 feet away. It lay in a tangle of shredded clothes, stained with black pus. A bitter odor filled the hallway, like the scent of chicken meat gone to rot. I'd seen shapeshifters bleed gray before, when struck with silver. Silver killed Likefee, and the dead virus turned gray. To bleed black, Likefee had to be present in record numbers in the body. Only loops carried that much virus in them. Page 77, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http
www.processtext.com/abclit.html. I stepped inside. The carpet muffled my footsteps. Above, something thudded, slow and easy. I reached the body. He lay on his stomach. Dark lesions striped his back, filled with viscous ichor, so dark it resembled tar. The odor of rot choked the air. I gagged and nudged the body with my foot. The head lolled. Unseeing, milky eyes looked up at me from an unfamiliar face. Dead. I kept moving through the long corridor. Right room, clear. Left, clear. Right, clear. Kitchen. A pot boiled over on the stove. 2 shapeshifters lay unmoving. One sprawled on top of the table, midway through the change, his body a mess of fur and skin. His deformed limbs clutched at the table, bones exposed, torn muscle oozing pus onto the green tablecloth. A chef's knife protruded from his neck, pinning him to the table. The other body lay under the table, on the floor littered with chunks of peeled potatoes. A huge gash split open his chest, long, ragged tears, a claw strike. The same black pus spilled from his lips, staining his chin. Nausea squirmed through me. The scene played in my head. The shapeshifter on the right lunging over the table, striking at the guy chopping potatoes. His target taking a hit to the chest, thrusting the knife into his attacker's neck and falling. I moved on to the stairwell. Upstairs or downstairs, to the basement? I leaned to the side. Blood stained the green wallpaper on the landing above. Up. The old stairs creaked under my feet. I ran up and pressed against the wall. Short, hoarse grunts broke the silence in a steady rhythm, each grunt followed by the screeching of nails on glass. I checked the hallway. Something crouched in the gloom, far to the right, on the clump of mangled bodies, digging in the flesh with bloody claws. The creature struck a corpse and wiped its deformed hand on the window. Claws scratched the glass. Screech! I stepped into the hallway. Screech! Screech! The beast looked up at me. A girl, barely older than Julie. She looked at me with pale, dark eyes, the blood and black tarry pus falling from her mouth. Her face was almost perfectly human. The rest of her was not. Her limbs protruded too far, ending in oversized hands. A hump bent her spine, sheathed in gray wolf fur. Her chest was concave, and her ribs were piercing her skin. "It hurts," she said. I kept walking. "It hurts." She dipped her hand into the blood pooling in the stomach of a woman next to her and wiped it on the glass. "Screech!" "What happened?" I asked. She leaped at me with a guttural snarl. I dodged left and sliced across her side. She bounced off the wall, twisting, and lunged at me. I flipped the blade and sliced up through her stomach into the heart. Human teeth snapped an inch from my mouth. Her claws gripped my shoulder, and she sagged on my blade, her life bleeding out. I pushed the child off my saber gently and kept going. Bodies lay strewn across the hallway, one after another, all facing to the end of the hallway, where the solid door to Jim's office stood half ajar. They must have run here and didn't make it. I checked the faces as I walked, afraid I'd see someone I knew. Whatever it was came through the front door. The first shapeshifter collapsed where he stood. The attacker hit the kitchen and headed upstairs. The shapeshifters on the first floor and in the basement must have heard the noise and chased after the intruder. 9 people dead, including Brenna and the child I'd murdered. Jim must have reinforced their numbers, expecting trouble. All of them went after the intruder. Nobody tried to get out until it was too late. A muffled thud came from behind the door. I pushed it open. A naked man sat among the shambles of broken furniture and clumps of papers. A metal manacle clamped his ankle, attached to a spike in the floor by a chain as thick as my wrist. The loop chain. Every pack house had one. A twisted mess of limbs and wounds lay in front of him. To the left, a female shapeshifter hung on the wall, nailed by a sword to the boards. The naked man looked up at me. An oily sheen slicked his skin, stretched tight over the lean body. His eyes were the dim yellow of old urine. The stench of rotting chicken swirled about him. "My favorite niece," Era's voice said. "Only you could make this better. Welcome to Venom's party." The body in front of Venom moved. "You again." The undead stabbed the shapeshifter with a wooden shard and jerked it out for the second blow. I grabbed the body by the legs and pulled it to me, out of his reach. Too late. Era snorted. The shapeshifter's body shuddered in my hands. Black ichor oozed. I knelt and saw bright red hair. Dingo, one of Jim's men. Oh no. A bloody hole gaped where Dingo's left eye used to be. His right looked at me, stark against the mangled mess of his face. "Got him," he whispered. "You did," I told him. His voice was a hoarse, pain-laced groan. "Dying. Kill me." I raised my saber, brought it down, and then he hurt no more. "Disgusting," Era said through Venom's mouth. Neither of us was laughing anymore. "These people were my friends. You made me kill them. You made me kill a child." I could still hear Brenna's voice in my head. "Quit your sniveling. I have no patience for cowards." I got up and slid the cabinet door open. With tech and magic dancing back and forth, most people stuck to things that always worked for backup. Papers, boxes, nothing of interest. I moved on to the smaller cabinet to the right. "I figured out why you don't target women. Women are the future. One man can sire a nation, but kill the women and you kill a people." "Nope, that's not it. You were trained to demolish armies. Not many ancient armies were made of women." "You'd be surprised," Era said. A glass-gallon jug of kerosene, still 3/4 full, sat in the corner. I pulled it out and twisted off the cap. "Why don't you gnaw off your leg and escape?" I asked. "And miss out on your misery? Oh, I'm pretty sure you'd be glad to miss it. If you lose your undead toy, you'll have to look for another body to drain of blood. You didn't escape because making him chew off his foot would hurt you, and you don't like pain." I strode to the undead. Venom lunged at me. I sidestepped, catching his throat in my hand. My fingers touched his skin.
I had already touched Era's mind once. It took me a fraction. Page 78, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://processtext.com, abc.html, of a second to find it again. I grabbed it and dumped the kerosene over Venom's head. Venom twisted, aiming a kick at my stomach. I let go and backed away, out of his reach, clinging to my aunt's mind, chaining her to Venom's body. "Got a question for you." "And?" Era snorted. An awful pressure ground on my mind. I unclenched my teeth. "Can you outlast me?" I pulled a lighter from my pocket, clicked it on, and threw it at Venom. Flames surged, licking his skin. Era screamed. Her mind grabbed mine and shook, the way a dog shakes a rat when it wants to kill it. I hung on with everything I had. Every ounce of fury I had to crush to get through this house. Every drop of guilt at watching Brenna's blood splash the snow. I sank all of it into Era's mind, fastening her to Venom. Burn, bitch, burn. The air stank of burning hair and charred fat. Venom flailed on his chain like a rabid dog. "I'll tear you limb from limb. Does it hurt? Tell me it hurts." Heat and pain wound about my mind in white-hot ribbons and squeezed. Tears swelled in my eyes. Venom burned like a human candle, and I clung to Era's mind. The ribbons turned into blades and sliced into me, pulling me apart. I felt myself unraveling, as if my mind were disappearing thread by thread. An absurd vision of my veins being pulled from my body thrust itself before me. It hurt. Dear God, it hurt so much. But the fire hurt her more. Era howled like a dog. "I'll rip you apart and suck the marrow out of your bones. I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth. You can't hide your blood. I'll know it anywhere. I'll track you down. I'll murder everyone who knows you and make you watch them die. You'll pay for this. You'll pay." The pressure ground my mind into nothing. "Quit your sniveling." Venom crashed to the floor. A light exploded in my mind like a razor-sharp star. I tasted my blood. My nose was bleeding. Pushing the words out of my mouth took a long time, and they came out slurred. Death shock. That's what happens to a master of the dead when a vampire she navigates dies before she can let go of its mind. Since you keep your undead so close to your heart that it hurts you when they're battered. "Let me go!" my aunt screamed. "This is how you die," I told her. "Chained to this undead piece of meat. You'll die with me," she snarled. Pain crushed my skull. I slumped against the wall. Fragments of my thoughts dashed back and forth like frightened rabbits. Worth it. A short shape dashed into the room. I focused. Dark clothes. Indigo veil. The old woman I'd saved from some lowlives on the way to the order. What the hell? She leapt over the bodies and landed by me. Era screamed in agony. The old woman jerked her hand up. A short spear glinted with the light of the flames. Her black eyes glared at me. I end this. Let go, now. I had no strength to fight her. I'd sunk all of myself into keeping Era put. Don't. The spear spun in the woman's hand. She flipped it and rammed the butt into my solar plexus. Pain exploded under my diaphragm, dropping me to my knees. I clawed onto the mind link, but it slipped from me. The pressure vanished. My aunt broke free. Venom jerked one last time and died. Not again. I surged to my feet and lunged at her. She made no move to counter. I slammed her into the wall. Why? A red sheen rolled over her eyes. Diamond-shaped pupils stared back me. I must protect you. It's my job. The wall exploded. A 7-foot monster broke into the room, her fur dark, eyes glowing with green from a nightmarish meld of human face and wolf muzzle. Smaller shapes streamed into the room. "Protect the mate," the werewolf snarled in Jennifer's voice. "Secure the room." Claws clamped me and threw me out of the room into the waiting hands of another shapeshifter. I sat on the steps and watched the shapeshifters carry bodies out of the house. Jennifer sat next to me. I felt hollow and tired. If it wasn't for the wall propping me up, I'd collapse. If I concentrated hard enough, I could wiggle my fingers. Concentrating hurt. Kate Daniels, deadly swordmaster. Fear my twitching pinky. A young female shapeshifter carried a misshapen body out of the house. She looked a little like Brenna, with lighter hair, except she was alive and Brenna was dead, because I killed her. "I killed a little girl," I said. The werewolf, Jennifer, stirred next to me. She was my sister. I was so numb, her words took a minute to register. "I wouldn't let them leave." Jennifer's voice unnaturally calm. "I delayed evacuation because it was our house. We're the wolves. We can't be run out of our own den. Now, Naomi is dead." I didn't know what to say. Jennifer turned to me. "Did she hurt when you burned him?" "Yes." "It's not enough." Jennifer looked at the bodies laid out on the snow. "No. I wanted to kill her, but she stopped me." We both looked at the woman. She sat cross-legged in the snow, her spear on her lap. 4 werewolves watched her. "Naomi was 12, Jennifer said, a year younger than Julie." The alpha female turned to me. Her eyes were wet. "I hate you for killing her." Welcome to the club. A caravan of pack jeeps entered the parking lot. "It hurts, and you want to hurt someone, and you don't care who," I said. "Because hurting will make you feel better." "Yes, it won't. I killed dozens of Fomorians after Bran died. It didn't help." "I'm not you," she said. "We're all human," I told her. An arm wrapped around me. My heart tried to leap out of my chest. Curran pulled me to him and kissed my forehead. "I'm going to put a bell on you," I told him. "That way I'll have some warning." He peered at my face. "Are you okay?" "I killed Brenna and Jennifer's little sister, and the dingo. Other than that, I'm great. Everything is lovely." "Right. He looked at Jennifer. Page 79, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://processtext.com abc.html. She sat frozen. The cars are here. Load your people up. Daniel is waiting for you at the keep. He turned to me. Can you walk, or should I carry you? I'd be damned if I let him carry me anywhere. I pushed to my feet. My legs wobbled a bit, but held. We walked side by side to the pack jeep. He opened the passenger door, and I got in. He gave some final instructions, and we were off. The keep was made of stairs, and more stairs, and then more stairs. Just keep climbing, one foot after the other. Brenna's bite on my thigh burned. My lungs had shriveled up to the size of golf balls. I would not collapse on the damn stairs. The higher we climbed, the more people stopped and looked at us, and I would not faint while half of the damn keep watched. One more floor, Curran murmured. I clenched my teeth. Step, and step, and step. The landing before his private hallway. Made it. The door barring access to Curran's quarters swung open. Derek held it ajar from the inside. Curran turned to the small group of shapeshifters that had trailed us. Leave. I blinked and the stairs were deserted. Our escort had vanished at a record speed. Curran picked me up. What do you think you're doing? Nobody is going to see you. Your reputation is intact. It's just you and me. I looked at Derek. He didn't see anything, Curran said, carrying me through the door. I saw nothing, Derek confirmed, and bolted the door shut. I put my arms around Curran's neck and let him carry me past his gym and bimbo room, up another staircase, all the way to his rooms. Where to? He asked. On the left, a living room waited with a large gray sectional sofa. Up ahead was the door to the bedroom. On the right was another door. Bathroom, I said. He carried me through the door on the right. An enormous bathtub took up most of the room. Hot water. Heaven. Do you mind if I take a bath? He lowered me to the floor gently. Can I get you anything? I shook my head and began to strip. He waited to make sure I made it into the tub and left. I sat and ran the water so hot it was near boiling.
Even with the water up to my collarbone, the tub still had 1.5 feet of space left. Sometime later, Curran walked in, carrying a glass of water with ice. He sat by the bathtub and put his hand on my forehead. You have a fever. I shook my head. Brenna bit me. Venom's poison must have been very potent. The like V virus would have multiplied in record numbers trying to counteract it, making the shapeshifters go from 0 to complete loop. Loops were contagious as hell, and I'd got a walloping dose of like V from Brenna's saliva. It's nothing major. My body will burn through it in an hour or two. Curran nodded. I probably shouldn't have said that. I took the water and sipped. Why is everything so large? The tub is sized for my beast form. I smiled. Do you take baths as a lion? Sometimes. The wolves found one of their own in the basement of the wolf house. He attacked them on sight. Did Jennifer tell you that? He was trying to help me with my guilt. She was a bit busy. I'd killed her little sister, and she was trying to hold it together. I did what I had to do. I had no choice. We both knew it. Even Jennifer knew it. But knowing that didn't make any of us feel better. Do you need to be somewhere? I asked. He shook his head. I scooted over to the side. He stripped his clothes off and slid into the tub with me. I leaned against his chest, with his arm around me, and we sank into the hot water. Where is the old lady? I asked. In a loop cage downstairs. Any idea who she is? Nope. I closed my eyes. I dumped some foaming stuff into the tub from one of the bottles I found sitting on the edge, and now it smelled clean and soapy, like Irish Spring. For all I knew, he used this stuff for his mane, and I had just exhausted a month's worth of his shampoo. Of course, with my luck, we were sitting in a tub full of his flea dip. Curran's skin was warm under my cheek. I could sit like that forever. It won't last. The words escaped before I had a chance to think about it. What won't last? You and me. Us. Even if we win this time, something else will come along and ruin our lives. Eventually, I'll lose a fight, or you will, and it will be over. He pulled me closer to him. Something else will come along.
When it does, we'll kill it. Later, something else will show up. We'll kill it too, and then we'll go home." I grimaced and climb a million stairs trying not to collapse. I don't do collapsing. Of course not. What was I thinking? His voice was rock steady. "We don't live in a safe world. I can't give you the white picket fence, and if I did, you'd set it on fire." True, only if I ran out of kindling, or needed some hardened wooden shards to drive into someone's eye. I stretched my legs. "You don't actually burn wood to harden it. You turn it over the fire, so it soaks up the heat but doesn't char." He growled low in his throat. "Thank you for that little nugget of wisdom." "You're welcome." His arm stroked my back. "There are only two things that can screw this up for us. You and me. Then we're doomed for sure." I had to tell him about my aunt. I just couldn't get myself together to do it. "My father was the best fighter I ever knew," Curran said. "Even now, I'm not sure I could take him." "We have that in common," I murmured. Page 80. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http www.processtext.com. We lived on the edge of the Smoky National Park, in the mountains. I don't know if it was North Carolina or Tennessee. Just mountains and the four of us. My dad, my mom, my younger sister, and me. My parents didn't want to deal with any shapeshifter politics. We're older than most shapeshifters. Different. Worry crawled up my spine. "The first were there first," Era said in my head. "What happened?" "Loops," Curran said. His voice was devoid of any emotion. 8 of them. They caught my sister first. She was 7, and she liked to climb trees. One day she was late for lunch. I went looking for her. Found her up in a maple about a mile from the house. I thought she fell asleep and called out. She didn't answer, so I climbed up, right into their trap. They strung a silver wire, and it caught my throat like a noose. He leaned back, exposing his neck, and I saw a pale, hair-thin line across his throat. As I flailed, trying to keep from suffocating, they wrapped me in silver mesh. I remember hanging off the tree, burning up from silver poisoning my skin, and I could finally see Alice. They had eaten her stomach and her eyes and her face, all the soft parts, and leaned what was left on the branch to snare us. Oh God, how old were you? 12. My dad was next. He'd tracked me down by scent, and he came into the clearing roaring. The loops were stronger and faster than people of the code. 8 against 1, even Curran would have no chance. "My father killed 3, he said. I watched the rest tear him apart. I learned then that you can't survive on your own. You need numbers. After they ate, they went after my mother. The wire on which I hung cut through the branch, and I fell. By the time I got free, she'd stopped screaming. I shifted closer to him. And then I ran. They chased me, but I knew the mountains, and they didn't. I lost them. They set up camp at our house. For about 4 months, I lived on my own in the woods, trying to get stronger, while they tried to catch me. I'd come up the crags to watch their camp, waiting for an opportunity to pick them off one by one. Never got it. They were always together. In the fall, Mahan found me. His cousin made money guiding hunting parties into the mountains. The Loops found one, left nobody alive. Mahan took it personally and brought 20 shapeshifters with him, most family, some from other clans who owed him a favor. I watched them comb the woods for 4 days before I let them see me. Mahan offered me a deal. If he gave me a shot at the Loops, I'd come with him out of the woods. I agreed. "Did you get your shot?" I asked. He nodded. "I got one of them. Bit his neck in half. It was my first battle kill. Mine was at 10. Voron had paid a street tough $50,000 to kill me. I killed him instead, and I was sick after, and then he brought out the second guy." Curran's eyes looked into the distance. "People think I built the pack because I'm the guy who has the welfare of all shapeshifters in mind. They're wrong. Everything I built, I did so that when I mate and have children, nobody can touch my family. That's why you stabilized the clans, no infighting." He nodded. "That's why I built the damned castle. I fight for them, I deal with their petty politics. I make them play nice with the Order and Pad and every other asshole with a badge. I do it all so my children won't have to see their sister's half-eaten corpse." My heart squeezed itself into a tiny, painful ball. And here I thought you were only pretending to be insane. Curran shook his head. No, I'm the real thing. Paranoid, violent, not happy unless things are my way. Right now, I'm back in that damn tree, watching Loops feed on my father. I promised myself I'd never feel it again, but there it is, right there. I built all this so I can protect you. I need to know that you want it. I need to know if you will stay. I sat up straighter. There are some papers in the pocket of my jeans. He reached for the jeans and fished out several torn book pages, folded into a small square. I'd ripped them from a ruined book after Era trashed my place. Curran unfolded the pages. The first showed a tall man in a cloak marching down the road to the city. Tendrils of smoke, made with short ink strokes, stretched from the man outward like a foul miasma. Before him, animals galloped through the fields. Cattle, sheep, oxen, horses, dogs, all caught in a terrifying stampede. The caption below it said, Era the Plague Bringer. Curran looked at it for a long breath, wet stains spreading through the paper from his fingers, and dropped it on the floor of the bathroom. Second page. The same cloaked figure walking through the street as people fell before it, their faces disfigured by boils.
He discarded it too. The same figure with 7 others crouching in the fog before him. The fourth page, Era again, depicted as a man, laughing, his arms held wide as a temple burned behind him. Era, I said, drawn as a man, but really a woman, over 6,000 years old, Roland's older sister. Curran was looking at me. I swallowed. Breaking 25 years of conditioning was a lot harder than I thought. I pointed to the page. What do you see? An enemy. Thank you for making it that much harder, Your Majesty. I had to say it. He put his cards on the table, and he had a right to know what he was getting into. You can't smelt happiness out of a lie. The world doesn't work that way. I unclenched my teeth. I see my aunt. It took him a moment. Understanding flared in his gray eyes. Yup, he got it. She won't stop until she or I are dead, I said. There is no place I can hide, and even if there was, I'm not running. You saw what she does. If I don't fight, she'll go after everyone I've ever known. She's my family and my responsibility. It's to the death now. My throat was so dry, my tongue turned into a dry leaf in my mouth. If I lose, I die. If I win, Roland will want to know who nuked his sister. Either way, I'm screwed. There are consequences to being with me. This is one of them. By my presence, I'll endanger you and your people. I know I said things before about wanting warmth and a family, but the truth is that I'm alone for a reason. Once we're together, you and everyone you know will become a target. I couldn't read his face. I wished I knew what he was thinking. I'll never sit demurely by your side. I'll tell you exactly what I think, and you won't always like it. I won't be your princess, all snug and safe in the tower you built. That's just not me. And even if it was, no army in this world could make me safe. If I choose to have children, they may never be safe. That's the kind of mate I'd make. He said nothing. I was rambling. This was important, and I was mangling it all to hell. My fingers had gone cold. All this hot water, and I was freezing. My voice came out flat. Being without you makes me very unhappy. I don't have enough willpower to walk away. I've tried. So, if you want to break it off, I need you to use whatever it is that made you Beast Lord and leave. Don't tell me what you think I want to hear unless you really mean it. No hard feelings. Climb out of this tub, get Derek to find me a separate room, and I'll never bring it up again. I looked at Curran. He still wore his Beast Lord face, flat and about as expressive as a stone statue. I was a hair from punching him in the jaw just to see some emotion. Any reaction would do at this point. Anything else? He asked. No. Curran shrugged and pulled me back to him. You don't pick the family you're born into. You pick the one you make. I already chose my mate and glued her ass to the chair to make sure she knew it. He didn't care. The stupid, stupid idiot. This gluing thing won't keep me put, I said. Page 81. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http www.processtext.com/abclit.html. Maybe I'll chain you to it next time. Is that werelion humor? Something like that. I kissed him. He tasted like Curran, and it made me absurdly happy. Everything took a step back. Era, the dead, the guilt, the fear, the pain. I shoved it all aside. If one of us died tomorrow, at least we would have these few hours. We would make the best of them, and no force on earth, not even my bitch of an aunt, would interfere. I brushed my hand through his blonde hair. You're a fool, your furriness. Tiny gold sparks flared in his irises. You're in my rooms, in my bathtub, naked, and you're still mouthing off? Did he expect something different? Hey, I didn't kick you or punch you in the throat. I consider this progress. And you haven't choked me again, which is some sort of record for you. He grabbed me with a growl. That's it. You're in for it. Very scary. I'm shaking in my... He locked his mouth on mine, and I decided it was a good incentive to shut up. Chapter 25. I awoke because Curran slipped out of bed. He did it in complete silence, like a ghost, which was impressive considering the bed was 4 feet tall. He strode out of the bedroom. A door swung open with a soft whisper. A barely audible voice murmured something. I couldn't make out the words, but I recognized the rasp. Derek. A moment later, the door swung shut. Curran entered the bedroom and stopped when he saw me looking at him. He looked at home. His hair stuck out at a weird angle, probably dried odd, since we went from the tub straight to bed. His face was peaceful. I've never seen him so relaxed. It was as if someone had lifted a huge weight off those muscled shoulders, and dumped all of it on me. What time is it? I asked. A little past 5. He paused in mid-stride and leapt on the bed. I rubbed my face. I dimly recalled getting out of the bathtub, wrapped in a criminally soft towel, and letting him convince me that we needed to lie down and rest for half an hour. We slept for a solid 10 hours at least. I meant to go and talk with the old woman and to call Andrea. Instead, I passed out here with you. It was worth it. It was totally worth it. No more tubs for me. I jumped off the bed and pulled on a pair of pack sweats. They make me lose all sense. Curran sprawled on the bed with a big, self-satisfied smile. Want to know a secret? Sure. It's not the bathtub, baby. Well, aren't we smug? I picked up the corner of the lowest mattress and made a show of looking under it. What are you looking for? A pea, Your Majesty. What? You heard me. I jumped back as he lunged and his fingers missed me by an inch. Getting slow in your old age. I thought you liked slow. A flashback to last night mugged me, and my mind executed a full stop. He laughed, ran out of snappy comebacks. Hush, I'm trying to think of one. As long as we kept sparring, I could pretend that surviving today would be a breeze. Curran slid off the bed, presenting me with a view of the world's best chest up close. While you're thinking, Raphael and Andrea are waiting for us downstairs. Nash doesn't matter, but if I keep the scion of Clan Buddha waiting for too long, I'll have to smooth his feathers, and I don't feel like it. Feathers? Yes. Curran snagged a white t-shirt from the drawer. B's precious peacock, strutting around and making sure all the ladies faint in his wake. I arched my eyebrow at him. He's not a bad guy. Curran shrugged. Spoiled, arrogant, good in a fight, but thinks with his dick. When things don't go his way, he throws a tantrum. Andrea is perfect for him. Unlike his mother, she doesn't buy any of his bullshit. So, if I invite him over for tea and cookies, as long as it's in public, it wouldn't be an issue. Just don't expect me to show up. I'll be indisposed. If you invite him into our rooms, I'll rip his head off. Is it because you're jealous, or because it would be a breach of pack protocol? Both. The muscles along Curran's jaw tightened. He handed you a fan so you could fan yourself while watching him. If he steps a hair out of line, he won't live to regret it, and he knows it. I slid Slayer's leather sheath on my back. Now is probably a good time to mention that I made a deal with his mother. Curran stopped. What sort of deal and when? I sketched it out for him while putting on my boots. Curran grimaced. Typical. She picked a moment when you were at your weakest. I shrugged. It's a good deal for me. It is. But then she tried to feed you.
That's my privilege. Curran held the door open. B will always push you to see how far she can make you bend. I won't interfere with the way you handle her, but if it was me, I'd call her to a meeting once this is over. Somewhere public where the two of you would be on display. Make her wait. Half an hour ought to do it. Are you actually holding the door for me? Get used to it, he growled. I bit my lip so I wouldn't laugh, stepped through the door, and Mr. Romance and I went down the stairs to the conference room.
Raphael paced along the wall, flipping a knife. Andrea leaned against the table. Her face was grim. Raphael nodded as Curran and I walked through the door. Milord, Milady. Page 82, generated by ABC Amberlit Converter. http www.processtext.com abclit.html. Andrea blinked, her eyes opened wide. Kate? What are you doing here? She's his mate. Where else would she be? Raphael's voice dripped bitterness. Something had happened between them, and it wasn't good. It's not the same for her, Andrea said without turning around. No, it's not. She actually came through when our people were dying. She had a choice. I didn't. Raphael's eyes shone with red. She had the exact same options you did. Enough, Curran said. Raphael turned around, spinning his knife, and resumed his pacing. Curran glanced at me. You quit the order. Ted made it a choice between Brenna's SOS phone call and keeping my ID on my neck. So you picked the shapeshifters over the knights? Raphael put in. Andrea shot him a look of pure fury. No, I said. I picked people in danger over a direct order to ignore them. Now things were clear. I went to help the shapeshifters, and Andrea stayed, and now Raphael wanted to bite her head off for it. I have your dog, Andrea said. Thank you, universe. Has he barfed anywhere? He ate my bathroom rug, but other than that, he's okay. I owe you a rug then. She nodded. I perched on the table. What's the order's plan for dealing with Era? Andrea grimaced. Ted's brought in some female knights from Raleigh, and they're setting a trap for her at the mole hole. Tamara Wilson is here, Master-at-Arms, Blade. She's supposed to be out of this world good and immune to fire. Ted's going along with your plan to directly challenge Era. They've put her name on a flag and are flying it over the mole hole. The mole hole used to be Molan Enterprises until it exploded. The slender glass tower once belonged to the Molan Corporation, owned by one of the richest families in Atlanta. Rumor said the Molans had gotten a hold of a phoenix egg. The plan was to hatch the egg so the young phoenix would imprint on them, giving them a superweapon. The phoenix did hatch, but instead of going, "Mommy," it went boom, took out the Molan Tower and the 3 city blocks around it. Phoenix didn't squat once they hatched. They rose, like ancient rockets, straight into the sky. Eventually the dust cleared, revealing a perfectly round crater. About 140 yards across, it gaped almost 50 feet deep and full of molten glass and steel. When the crater cooled 2 weeks later, a foot-thick layer of glass sheathed its bottom. Enterprising citizens cut steps in the crater's earthen wall, turning it into a makeshift amphitheater. All sorts of legal and illegal events took place in the mole hole, from skateboarding competitions and street hockey to dogfights. The mole hole is in the middle of the city? I frowned. 15 minutes from the People's Casino, 20 from the Witch Oracle in Centennial Park, 25 from the Water and Sewer Authority, Andrea said. How badly was the order trashed? Curran asked. It was still smoking when I left at the end of the day, Andrea told him. Then Moynihan needs to administer severe and very public punishment, Curran said. The order must save face. He'll get plenty of spectators at the mole hole, Raphael said. The last time I was there, the buildings on the edge of it were packed full, at least 3,000 people, maybe more. I felt an urge to hit my head against a wall. You were there when I told him that Era loves to panic crowds, right? I was there, Andrea confirmed. I refreshed his memory. He told me to shove it. And that's the person for whom you will put yourself in harm's way? Raphael shook his head. But you won't do the same for our people. He's one of many knights, Andrea said. He's not the order. His views are outdated and don't reflect the attitudes of the majority of the order's members. I didn't swear allegiance to him. I gave my loyalty to the mission. And that mission is to clean you and me off the face of this planet, Raphael growled. The mission is to ensure the survival of humankind. Yes, and Moynihan doesn't think we fit the description. I don't care what he thinks, Andrea snarled. I'm there because I dedicated my life to it. It gives me a purpose, something to believe in. Unlike you, I actually did something with my life instead of wasting my time rutting with anything I could hold still for 30 seconds. A lot of good it did you. You sit on your ass in the order all day long, polishing your weapons, and the one time you could have made a difference, you chose to do nothing. Andrea slammed her hands on the table. I chose to obey an order from my commanding officer. Discipline, look it up. They were dying. They called you for help and you did nothing. Yes, because Kate went there. Derision twisted Raphael's face. So you let her take the fall for you? I'm not her, Andrea pointed at me. I can't just dramatically rip my ID off and walk away. I glanced at Curran in case he decided to wade in. He sat next to me, his jaw resting on his fist, watching them the way one would watch a fascinating play. Andrea kept going. The order was there for me when nothing else was. Where was your precious pack and these fabled shapeshifters when I was 16 with a sick mother on my hands and no way to feed myself? Where were you? I won't be a flaky slut, Buddha. When I give my loyalty, I mean it. You're giving it to the wrong people, can't you see that? Andrea's eyes blazed. If I leave, Ted wins. I won't let that fucker force me out. Do you hear me? Do what you want. Raphael shook his head. I'm done. Oh boy. There are only 2 streets leading from the mole hole, so if Era panics the crowd, she'll run them either toward the casino or toward the Water and Sewer Authority, I said. Era gets off on watching people run. The street leading to Water and Sewer is dark, but the street to the casino is well lit. The casino is more likely, Andrea said. Not only can she pick off the stragglers, but scared people naturally tend to run toward the light. It gives them an illusion of safety. And the light will be full of vampires. Era might be reluctant to destroy vampires, which could limit casualties. The people won't enter the fight, Curran said. They have nothing to gain. Nataraja may or may not know the connection between Roland and Era, but Gastek doesn't know, I said. He realizes that something odd is going on, and he wants a piece of it. He went through a giant guilt rant when I wouldn't let him have Daedalus' head. He won't jump into the fight if you or I ask them, but if a Knight of the Order calls them. Ted would never approve vampire deployment. He wants this to be solely the Order's affair. Andrea crossed her arms. You're wasting your time, Raphael said. She won't do anything to help you. You're an ass, Andrea snarled. Raphael executed a perfect bow. Does the Beast Lord require my presence any longer? Page 83, generated by ABC Amberlit Converter. http www.processtext.com abclit.html. No, Curran said. Raphael walked out. Curran gave me a beautiful version of an I told you so look. I turned to Andrea. If you call Gastek and tell him that Ted's planning a showdown with the Navigator of Undead Mages less than 2 miles from the casino and doesn't want the people involved, Gastek will foam at the mouth. Thanks for the tip. Andrea grimaced. Would have never thought of it on my own, being as I sit on my ass all day polishing my weapons. Curran rose. The pack thanks the Order for its continued cooperation and goodwill. We look forward to successful relationships in the future. That's it. You're done. Go away now. Andrea drew herself upright. I'm not done, I said quietly. Curran ignored me. You and I have an understanding, Andrea. Don't abuse it by insulting your friend and my mate. Andrea walked out. Oh, I sighed. You don't get to decide when I'm finished talking to my friend.
Curran perched on the edge of the table. The conversation was going nowhere. They're both hurt, and neither of them was in the mood to listen. That didn't change anything. I thought this was a joint venture. Am I wrong? Curran fell silent for a long moment, obviously picking the right words. Yes, it is. I know it goes against the grain, but please don't contradict me again in public. You can scream and kick me in private, but in public we must present a united front. Always. Anything we do outside of those rooms upstairs will be scrutinized, and people like B will exploit every rift to their advantage. When a decision is made, I need to know that you will support it. I tapped my fingernails on the table. Even if the decision was made without my input? He exhaled slowly. I'm not used to sharing. I've never had to do it before. If you cut me some slack, I promise I'll do the same for you. I will attempt to always include you, but it won't always be possible. You have to trust me. Trust goes both ways. Curran leaned closer. If she were one of mine, I would have had my claws on her throat. I permit her to insult you because she is your friend and you don't play by the same rules. I want some credit for that. This was going to be an uphill battle. I could see it in his eyes. You permitted her to insult me because she is a knight of the order, and even you can't murder them with impunity? That too. As long as you're aware that I will make my own decisions, and I will fight you if you attempt to interfere. I will make an effort to always include you, Your Majesty, but it won't always be possible. Gold sparked in his eyes and vanished. I deserved that, he said. We're even now. Peace? He watched me carefully. It was important to him. What I said would matter. Curran was used to unquestioned obedience, and I rejected all authority. He'd never shared his power before, and I never had any. Both of us had to give, and neither wanted to. Peace, I said. This is going to be really difficult for us. Yes, but we'll work it out, with enough time. If it got to be too much, there was always the gym. We sat in silence for a long minute. What are you thinking? I asked finally. Era's down to 3 undead, wind, animal, and the third one. Gale, beast, and darkness. And nobody knows what darkness does. Curran nodded. Assuming that whatever trap the order sets for her fails, which it will, I added, she'll chase the crowd toward the casino. We have to keep her away from the crowd. I pulled Slayer from the back sheath and put it on my lap. There is no telling how many she will kill, if they panic. Not that many, Curran said. Most of the deaths will be from people trampling each other. Thanks, your fuzziness. That makes me feel loads better. Ted doesn't care about the loss of life. He deals in large numbers. The welfare of many outweighs the lives of the few. I can't do that. I know. Curran leaned back. We'll take a squad from each clan, female fighters only. I raised my eyebrows. How many per squad? Between 5 and 10. We position them along the roofs. You'll wait on the street by the casino. She'll chase you. If you back away far enough, our people will swarm her undead helpers. You and I will key on her. As plans went, it was painfully simple, but anything else depended too much on Era's actions, and she was unpredictable. It makes sense. I played with my sword, running my hands along the blade. You shouldn't go to this fight. You're male and a shapeshifter. That makes you twice as vulnerable to Era. I have to go. It's in the job description. It's not a fight that you can win, Curran. I don't get to cherry-pick the battles I know I'll win. A narrow smile curved his lips. He looked wicked and almost boyish at the same time. Something jabbed me right under the heart where I stored my fears, and they surged through me all at once. He was mine. He cared for me. He made me lose all sense. He didn't give a damn about my father. He was what I wanted, because he made me happy. I wanted him like I'd never wanted anyone in my life. I knew how this dance went. I'd gone through its paces before. As soon as I started to care about someone, death would snatch him from me. Curran was going to die. There was nothing I could do to prevent it. He would die, because that was what always happened. My throat constricted. Let me take care of it. No, you aren't strong enough on your own. You fought her twice to a draw. I almost had her. Curran nodded. I heard. And you could have taken her too. My voice came out flat. Rub it in, why don't you? He grinned. No time for that now. Maybe later. I closed my eyes. There wouldn't be any later. Are you imagining me rubbing it in? He asked. I'm counting to 10 in my head. Page 84. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http://www.processtext.com/abclit.html. Is it helping? No. It doesn't help me with you either.
I used to lift weights to alleviate frustration, but someone blowtorched my weight bench. How did you do it, by the way? I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. I felt like I was trying to hold back a giant rock as it rolled down the mountain. No matter what I did, it just kept rolling, grinding at me with its weight. He was going to die. There is another reason, Curran said. You're my mate. I installed you in my rooms. You aren't yet alpha. To get you confirmed as alpha, I'd have to bring you in front of the council, and they will bitch and moan and drag it out, and our time is short. Besides, the true alpha authority comes once you've proven yourself. That takes weeks, months sometimes, and several kills. Because you're my mate, the shapeshifters will treat you with courtesy, but in the field, when they're between life and death, they won't listen to you. 7 squads means 7 female alphas. You've seen how well they get along on their own. It was hard to argue with him because he stubbornly insisted on making sense. Put one of the alphas in charge then. Curran's blonde eyebrows crept together. And raise one clan above all others while undermining your future authority? They'd never let you forget it. I held his gaze. I know Era. I know what she is capable of. You don't. Do you at least respect me enough to let me take the lead on this? He didn't pause. Yes, but I'm still coming with you. I need to be there. The frustration burst from me. I pushed to my feet. I fucking hate her for putting me through this. When I get my hands on her, I'll rip her legs out and feed them to her, boots first. The shapeshifters didn't believe in jails. Typical punishments were death or labor. In the rare cases when they did sentence someone to isolation, they exiled them to a remote area. The keep did have several holding cells, large, empty rooms equipped with loop cages. One of them held my bodyguard. Curran insisted on walking with me to the door. Somehow, despite the early hour, the hallways of the keep were full of shapeshifters who made valiant efforts not to stare at me. For nocturnal people, you're terribly active in daylight, I murmured. The curiosity is killing them. They'd mob you if they could get away with it. That would go very badly for everyone involved. I don't like crowds. Curran pondered that for a moment. I have some final arrangements to make, and then I'm free. Would you have a nice dinner with me? I'll cook, I told him. You sure? I can have it made. I'd prefer to cook. It might be our last dinner. I'll help you then. He stopped by a door. She is in there. Can you find your way back by yourself? I have an uncanny sense of direction. He presented me with his beast lord face. Right. I'll have a compass, chalk, a ball of string, and rations for 5 days brought to you. Ha. If I get in trouble, I'll ask that nice blonde girl you designated as my babysitter. Curran glanced at the young blonde shapeshifter who'd discreetly followed us from his quarters. You've been made. You can come wait by the door. She walked over and stood by the door. Curran took my hand and squeezed my fingers.
The shapeshifters froze. Later, he said. Later. I may have had a hell of a lot of baggage, but he was no prize either. Living with him meant living in a glass box. Curran released my fingers, glanced at the hallway, and raised his voice. Carry on. Suddenly everybody had some place to be, and they really needed to get there. I opened the door and walked into the cell. A large rectangular room stretched before me, completely empty except for a loop cage 8 feet tall with the bars the size of my wrist. The magic was down, or the bars would fluoresce with enchanted silver. 8 support beams extended from the cage's ceiling and floor, anchoring it to the keep itself. The woman sat within the cage, in the same cross-legged pose as the last time I'd seen her. Her spear leaned against the wall, well out of her reach. I approached the cage and sat cross-legged on the floor. I could cover the floor of the room with all the questions I wanted to ask her. The $64,000 question was, would she answer? The woman opened her eyes, completely black and impenetrable, like 2 chunks of coal. We looked each other over. She had the face of a woman who spent a lot of time outside and laughed often. Her pale brown skin was weather-beaten, crow's feet fanned from her eyes, and her mouth seemed perpetually hiding a sardonic laugh, as if she was convinced she was the only able mind in a world of fools.
Hez very strong. An odd accent tinted her voice. Stubborn and proud, but very strong. Hez a good choice. She meant Curran. What's your name? Naima. Do you really shift into a crocodile? She inclined her head, a nod in slow motion. Crocodiles are cold-blooded, that is a truth. Most shapeshifters are mammals, that is a truth also. So how does it work? Naima gave me a wide smile without showing any teeth. I'm not most shapeshifters. Touché. Why do you protect me? I've told you already, it's my job. Pay attention. Who hired you? Red sparked in Naima's eyes and melted into her anthracite irises. Let me out of the cage and I will tell you. I raised my eyebrows. How do I know you won't stab someone in the back? Naima gave me a patronizing look. Bring the spear. I rose and got the spear. It was about 5 feet long, with a plain metal head, about 9 inches long and close to 3 inches wide at the base. A tightly wrapped leather cord reinforced the socket, binding it to the shaft so well the spearhead seemed to sprout from the wood. I raised the spear on the palms of my hands, bringing it to eye level. Bent, almost as if it had been a branch at some point, instead of a wooden pole cut perfectly straight from a larger piece of wood. Heavier than expected, and very hard. The texture was odd too, smooth, polished, and pale, like driftwood. Small black marks peppered the wood, etched into it with heated wire. Birds, lions, wavy lines, geometric figures. Hieroglyphs written sideways on the shaft. Each set of characters was segregated by a horizontal line. Small vertical strokes ran in a ring just before the line. In some places only a few, in others so many they circled the shaft. Page 85. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com abclit.html. The burned marks ended a couple of feet from the spearhead. Interesting. Look there. Naima pointed to the last set of hieroglyphs. Her face took on a regal air. She seemed ancient and unapproachable, like a mysterious statue from a long-forgotten age. That is my name. Next to it is the name of my father. Following it is the name of his mother, and then her older brother, and then their father, and their father's father before him. And these? I drew my fingers across the short marks. Those are the assassins we have taken. Naima sneered. We don't kill for profit. Any jackal can do that. We are the hunters of killers. That is what we do. I checked the last name. At least 3 dozen marks, maybe more. How old are you? My sons had children before you were born. No more answers. Decide. I went to the door and stuck my head out. The blonde shapeshifter waited for me in the precise spot Curran told her to stand. Do you have a key to the loop cage? Yes, mate. She pulled the key out and handed it to me. Thank you. And don't call me mate, please. Yes, Alpha. Right. Naima chuckled from her cage. I sighed and went inside. I unlocked the door and handed her the spear. It's not as funny when you're on the receiving end of it. Naima took 2 steps out of the cage and sat back down. I joined her. I let you out, and I'm due some answers. Who hired you? Hugh Dombray. Knock me over with a feather. It made sense in a twisted way. Hugh had seen me shatter the sword. He was either actively gathering information about me or planning to gather it, and he put a bodyguard in place to make sure nothing happened to me meanwhile. With my history, he ran the risk of standing on Roland's carpet explaining that he had found his lost daughter, but she got herself killed before he could gather enough evidence to prove her identity. That would fly. She'd pronounced Hugh's name with distaste. I wondered why. What's your relationship to Hugh? Some years ago, when my children were young, he killed a man one of my sons protected and captured my son. We bargained for my son's life, and I traded one favor of Hugh's choosing. No love lost. Good for me, bad for Hugh. Where is Hugh now? Naima's smile turned predatory. I don't know. I'm not his keeper. I tried a different plan of attack. What are the precise terms of your arrangement with Hugh? Naima chuckled again. He ordered me to watch you and keep you safe from those who are a danger to you. I wasn't to interfere or reveal myself unless your life was in grave peril.
Curiouser and curiouser. For how long? He didn't specify. I had a hunch I just found a loophole big enough to drive a cart through. Is Hugh excluded from those who are a danger to me? Naeema's smile grew wider. He didn't specify. Hugh isn't as clever as he thinks he is. That is a truth. What if I told you that Hugh is the second biggest threat to me, second only to Era? I would say I already know this. How? Naeema leaned forward. The gaze of her black eyes fastened on me. You shouldn't have conversations by the window when the wall of your house is easy to climb. She'd heard me and Andrea talking about Hugh, probably every word. What will you do if Hugh attacks me? I will protect you. My debt must be repaid. Score. And how long will you continue to guard me? That would depend on you. She had me there. Naeema drew herself straight. I've protected people of power and people of wealth. Many, many people. I've judged you worthy. Don't disappoint me. That was all I needed. Apparently, the universe had decided that my life would be that much richer with a judgmental crocodile bodyguard in it. I'll keep it in mind. I'm going to fight Era tonight. If you attempt to rescue me again, I will kill you. I'll keep it in mind. I rose, and Naeema stood up with me. I had to do something with her, and I had a feeling that getting her to work with the rest of the guards wouldn't go over so well. She'd need her own space. Come with me, please. We need to get you a room. She followed me out. The blonde shapeshifter gaped at her as if Naeema were a cobra with her hood spread. Naeema ignored her. I headed back to Curran's quarters, my 2 babysitters in tow. Jim would just love this. If I wasn't careful, I'd give him an aneurysm before my first month here was up. Chapter 26. Sunset bled on the sky, smoldering in its final death throes. The encroaching twilight tinted the buildings black, turning the blanket of snow indigo. I sat on top of the building, watching bonfires illuminate the rim of the mole hole through binoculars. Curran sat next to me. He wore his warrior form, a 7.5 feet tall gray creature stuck on the crossroads between man and beast.
After Curran's guards suffered a collective apoplexy over Naeema, it managed to install her into her own set of rooms and went to cook our dinner. The Beast Lord joined me a few minutes later. We made venison steak, French fries smothered in cheese, and a quick pumpkin pie. We ate, then we made love and slept, curled up together in his ridiculous bed. And then Curran changed into his warrior form, and I spent 2 hours drawing the poem of Era on Curran's skin with a little tube of henna. When I got tired, I made him call Dolly, and she took over. Her handwriting was better anyway. I had no idea if it would offer him any protection, but at this point I would try anything. Behind us, female shapeshifters waited, positioned in individual squads along the street leading to the casino. The wolves were right behind us, the Buddhas lay in page 86, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, https www.processtext.com abclit.html. Wait across the street, then the rats and Clan Heavy, jackals, cats, and finally, almost 3 blocks out, Clan Nimble. The squad from Clan Nimble consisted of an older Japanese woman who was apparently the alpha, and 4 slender women who looked like they were 15 tops. Curran told me they were foxes. They held themselves with stern elegance, and I bit my tongue and hoped they knew what they were doing. Somewhere in the darkness, Naeema hid. She picked her own spot, and I didn't argue. Her scent made the shapeshifters uneasy. I looked back to the mole hole. A bonfire burned in the center of the crater, flanked by clusters of metal drums. To the left, a row of biohazard vans waited. People crowded the lip of the crater, medtechs, PAD, bowmen. Most were male. Despite my reports, Ted chose to put men at the crater, probably because he couldn't raise enough female fighters in time. I'd cursed when I first saw them. Curran shrugged and said, "Bullet meat." Beyond the bonfires, a crowd had gathered in the remnants of office buildings. They sat on the makeshift wooden scaffolds, in the darkness of broken windows, on the roofs, on the mountains of rubble. Damn near half of Atlanta must have seen the flag and turned out to watch the order slug it out with the plague-bringer. Every single one of them could die tonight, and there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it. My binoculars found Ted standing next to a large, fit woman with short red hair, hard, pale eyes, black pants, black leather jacket, a sheath at her waist with a blade in it, a boar's head on the pommel of her sword. Sounder's Armory. They made falchions, single-edged swords of medium length shaped like the bastard children of a longsword and a scimitar. Great quality swords, but expensive as hell. Judging by the sword and the getup, I was looking at Tamara Wilson. Ted had imported order knights from out of the city. He'd planned this. It would have taken him at least 2 days to pull personnel from North Carolina. Whether I walked off or not, this wouldn't have been my petition anyway. The magic rolled over us in an invisible wave. Showtime. Tamara started down a staircase cut into the side of the mole hole. She crossed the floor of the crater to the center, where a huge bonfire burned on the glass. Positioning herself before the bonfire, she held up a long pole with the order's standard. A lance and a sword crossed over a shield. The light of the bonfire clutched at her black armor. She pulled a watch cap onto her head, hiding her hair. A lean creature climbed over the roof. Long, hunched over, covered with clumps of gray fur, it moved with fluid quickness. Its feet and hands were disproportionately large, and short black claws tipped its fingers. A conical muzzle flowed into an almost humanoid face, framed by round pink ears. A were-rat. Stealthy, fast, deadly. They didn't make good warriors, but they made excellent scouts and assassins. She scuttled over to us and sat on her haunches, her arms folded to her chest. Her muzzle opened, displaying oversized incisors. The barrels are filled with napalm. Her misshapen mouth slurred the words, but they came out clear enough. They have archers hidden along the edge, some with incendiary arrows. Made sense. Arrow walks into the mole hole, heads for the standard, because it's a challenge. The archers hit the barrels with incendiary arrows. Era drowns in a sea of fiery napalm. Tamara magically escapes. Good plan, except for the part that it won't work. Everybody is going to die, I said. The were-rat's dark eyes fixed on me for a second and flickered to Curran. Also, the people have got themselves a bloodsucker party. They're camped about 2 miles behind us. Good, Curran said. Andrea had come through. I never doubted she would. A high-pitched scream erupted from the darkness of the street to the left. It tore through the encroaching night, a long, piercing shriek suffused with sheer terror. The shapeshifters tensed. A man emerged from the gloom. Of average height, wrapped in a long cloak that flared with his every step, he strode through the snow, and as he walked, snowflakes rose in the air, swirling in glittering clouds. Gale. Era's undead with the power of air. Another man leaped into view and crouched on the rim of the mole-hole. Nude, covered in dense dark hair, he was slabbed with thick muscle like a weightlifter on a lifelong steroid binge. Huge and hairy. Right, here comes the beast. Era had brought at least 2. No matter how strong her powers were, controlling 2 at once had to be hard. It was likely they would mirror each other's movements, acting in groups. A third figure followed, a naked man, so thin his skin clung to his bones, outlining his ribs and pitiful chest. He turned his head, scanning the crater, and I saw his eyes, yellow, like egg yolks. Darkness. The 3 undead froze, still as statues, milking the entrance for every drop of the drama. A long moment passed. Another. Get on with it, I growled. Another. This was getting ridiculous. The mist parted. Era strode into view, head and shoulders above her undead. The light of the fires washed over her. A white fur cape streamed from her shoulders, the waterfall of her hair a dark stain on the pale collar. A hush fell over the mole-hole. Era's gaze swept the crowd, taking in the archers, the biohazard, the vans, the equipment, the audience up in the ruins nearby. She raised her arms to the sides. The cape slipped off for her. Glossy red fabric hugged her body. It clung to her like a second skin of pure scarlet. My aunt apparently had developed a fetish for spandex. Who knew? Gale thrust his hand through his cloak. His fist gripped a large axe. The orange light of the flames shimmered along the 10-inch blade attached to a 4-foot handle. The axe probably pushed 6 pounds in weight. A normal swordsman would be slower than molasses, but with her strength, it wouldn't matter. She could swing it all day and then arm wrestle a bear. Gale turned on his heel, walked 5 steps to Era, and knelt before her, offering the axe on the raised palms of his hands. "We should clap or something," Curran said. "She's trying so hard. Maybe we could scrounge up some panties to throw." I adjusted the binoculars to focus on her face. Era raised her head. Power brimmed in her eyes. She looked regal, like some arrogant goddess poised above the chasm. I had to give it to her. My aunt knew how to put on a show. Would have been more dramatic if she had 7 undead instead of 3, but hey, at least she had some flunkies to bring. Era reached for the axe. Her fingers closed on the handle. She thrust it at the sky. With a hoarse scream, power pulsed from her like a shockwave, shaking the foundation of the ruins. It slammed into me, setting my blood on fire. Curran snarled. By the mole-hole, people cringed. Needles burst from Era's red suit. Veins of dark crimson spiraled up her legs. The fabric flowed, thickened, snapping into recognizable shapes. Fitted cuirass, spiked pauldrons, gauntlets. It wasn't spandex. Shit. I leaned to Curran.
She's wearing blood armor. It's impenetrable to normal weapons, claws and teeth. His eyes darkened. If I hit her hard enough, she'll still feel it. I nodded. My sword will eventually soften the armor, but it will take time. She doesn't know you're here. If you wait, you could get in a good shot. My personal monster leaned closer. Still trying to keep me from the fight? I slid my fingers along his furry cheek. Trying to win. She made no helmets. She's too vain. Ancient or not, she was still a human, and he was a werelion. If he timed it right, he could crack her skull like an eggshell with a single blow. One shot, he said. I'll keep her busy. Just don't bite her. Broken teeth aren't sexy. Page 87. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http www.processtext.com abclit.html. He grinned, presenting me with a mouth full of finger-sized fangs. I rolled my eyes. Era took a step forward. For a moment, she towered above the drop, light dancing over her scarlet armor, and then she plunged into the mole-hole. Gale chased her, a soundless shadow gliding across the glassy floor. Darkness and beast remained behind. 20 yards to the center, and the bonfire. 15. 10. Tamara unsheathed her sword. Fiery sparks flared at the edge of the crater. Pad archers lighting their arrows. 8. The archers fired. The barrels exploded, punching my eardrums with an air fist. An inferno drowned the mole-hole, emanating heat. Within its depths I glimpsed Tamara, unscathed, the fire sliding along her body but never touching her. The spectators cheered at the human barbecue. The roar of the flames gained a new note, a deep whistling tune. It grew louder and louder. The flames turned, twisting faster and faster, rising in a spiral, like a tornado of fire. The cone of flame parted, revealing Gale floating in the heart of the tornado, his hair streaming from his head, his arms crossed on his chest. His body leaned back, completely relaxed. His eyes were closed. So much for napalm. Below him, Era stood. A red helmet hid her face and hair. The blood armor encased every inch of her. Oh, good, because it wasn't hard enough before. She had to go and put a helmet on. The fiery tornado shifted out of her way. The helmet crumbled, revealing her face. Her mane of hair spilled over her back. Score. No helmet was good for us. With a grimace, Era swung her axe and charged. Tamara struck, her sword preternaturally fast. Era batted it aside like a toothpick and swung in a crushing reverse blow. The axe bit deep into Tamara's shoulder, cutting through the collarbone all the way into her ribs. Tamara screamed, a desperate sound of pain and fear. Curran clamped his oversized hand on my shoulder. You can't help her. We wait. Era caught Tamara by her throat and lifted her off her feet. Her roar smothered Tamara's screaming. Is this all you offer me? Is this it? She shook Tamara once, as if flinging water from her hand. The noise of the fire drowned out the telltale crunch of bones, but her head flopped to the side, loose on a broken neck. Where are you, child? I rocked forward. Not yet. Curran pushed me down. She'll kill them. You go in there now, we'll all die. We stick to the plan. In the air, Gale opened his eyes. There is no escape. I'll find you, Era promised. The cone of flame unfurled like a flower and splashed against the rim of the mole-hole, torching the archers. Tortured screams ripped the night apart, followed by the sickening stench of charred human flesh. Gale turned, and the inferno followed, roaring like a hungry animal. He cooked the survivors alive as they fled.
All around the mole-hole, people in PAD and biohazard suits ran aimlessly, their weapons abandoned. The idiot spectators still packed the building. Era's magic didn't reach them. "Here I come!" Era thundered. Charred, smoking corpses littered the opposite side of the crater. A thin female voice cried somewhere close, sobbing hysterically, a high-pitched note against the guttural screaming. At the far right, Darkness and Beast perched on the edge of the mole-hole, untouched by flames. They must have circled around while we watched the human barbecue. "Wait," Curran said. I clenched my teeth. A gust of air erupted from the bottom of the mole-hole, lifting Era to the edge. A moment later, her 3 undead joined her. "Go." Curran released me. I ran across the roof, grabbed the rope attached to the fire escape, and slid into the street. Snow crunched under my feet. Behind me, the casino floated in a cloud of ethereal light, streaming from the powerful Fey-lanterns. I had a simple mission. Get Era's attention, draw her down the street, away from the crowd, so the shapeshifters could get behind her. Yeah, piece of cake. I braced myself. Strawberry Shortcake called. She wants her outfit back. Era turned to me. I waved my fingers at her. "Hey, Twinkle Toes." A gust of air shot from Gale. I ducked, but not low enough. Wind slammed into me. The ground vanished, and I flew a few feet and slammed against a parked truck with a thud. My back crunched. We don't run from a fight, and we don't hide behind lesser men. Era started toward me. "You're young and weak, but have no fear. I'll help you. I won't let you flee and shame the family twice." I rolled to my feet and swung my sword, warming up my wrist. "Shaming the family is your job. Nothing I've done could ever compare. You flatter me so." She started toward me, bringing her goons in a triangular formation. Beast on the left, Gale on the right, and Darkness in the center. "Keep coming, Auntie dear. Keep coming. I'm just giving you your due. Every war your brother started, you managed to screw up. You have a record of failure thousands of years long." I spread my arms. How could I compete? "Before you die, I'll set you on fire," she promised. "I will burn you slowly for hours." Promises, promises. I began backing up again. She followed. "Come with me, away from people. Come with me, Era. Let's dance." Darkness raised his arms. Magic pulsed from him like a blast wave after an explosion. The world went white in a haze of panic. I couldn't breathe. My thoughts fractured and scurried off, leaving me lost and unbalanced. A luminescent haze floated before me, like a thundercloud backlit by splashes of lightning. And beyond it, I sensed a gaping void. Nothing but calm, empty darkness. So that was what darkness meant. Fear. All-consuming, overwhelming fear. So powerful that it tore you from your life and threw you into the void, alone and blind. Rage reared inside me. I grabbed it like a crutch and pulled myself up, back to reality. My vision returned. I shook myself like a wet dog. Is that all? I thought it would be something powerful. She raised her arm, showing off the segmented gauntlet. "Where is your blood armor, whelp? Why don't you cut your wrist and grow a blade? What's the matter? You can't do it, can you? You don't know the secret of molding the blood. I do. All you do is talk and run. My family was full of overpowered assholes." I kept walking. We were 4 blocks from the mole-hole now. I had no idea what her range was. No matter. Page 88. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http www.processtext.com abclit.html. What you do or how hard you try, you will never surpass your brother. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Magic splayed from darkness in dark translucent streams, bending back, flooding the mole-hole behind him, and stretching farther and farther, to the decrepit buildings, to the hundreds of people packed like sardines into the concrete shells of the ruins. The enormity of his power shook me. "Watch," Era called out. The darkness brought his arms together. "No! God damn it, no!" A wild howl pierced the night. Another voice joined, another, more.
A torrent of people burst from the ruins behind her. Fucking shit! People streamed toward me, eyes mad, mouths gaping open, running like crazed cattle. I ducked behind a car. The human stampede thundered past me. Bodies thudded into the metal, making it shudder.
Screams filled the air, and above it all, Ura's laughter floated, like the toll of a funeral bell. A blast of magic ripped from darkness. Reality fractured, and I floated among the pieces, unsure who I was or where I came from. Thoughts and words swirled around me, round and round, in a glowing cascade. Darkness beckoned just beyond the chaos. I reached into the cloud and pulled a word out. Dare. Release. Magic bit at me with needle jaws. I shuddered, shaking, the shock of the pain tearing the haze. A body landed next to me, shaggy with fur. Mad eyes glared from a face that was neither beast nor human. A female shapeshifter. Her body snapped, twisted, jerked, and a coyote stood before me. She leapt up and dashed down the street, galloping after the herd of terrified people. He didn't send them after the undead? Not yet. We'd agreed. I jerked upright and saw Ura in the middle of the street, the undead behind her, no shapeshifters in sight. The lone shapeshifter must have been hit with a stray blast of power. Every inch of me hurt from magic spent too quickly. You're the distraction. Get up and do the distracting. I got up and walked into the open, Slayer bare. She started toward me, and I backed away. Half a block to go. Close enough to the casino, far enough from the mole hole, the perfect distance for the shapeshifters to strike. Again you run? Not my fault you walk too slowly to catch me. Up close her armor resembled scale mail, blood-red scales, some large, some small, overlapping over her frame. Now why couldn't I do that? What was I missing? I crossed over the manhole cover. The last of the stragglers dashed by. The street was empty except for me and her 3 corpses. She charged. The world ground to a screeching halt. I heard myself breathe, my chest rising slowly, as if underwater. In the 3 seconds it took her to cover the distance between us, I heard Voron's voice from my memories. It said, "If it bleeds, you can kill it." She bled, her armor testified to it, and I was better. Ura smashed into me. I leaned back, letting her axe swing past me, ducked, thrust, and sliced under her arm. Slayer glanced off. She whipped around, but I danced away. She lunged. I ducked and jumped clear. "You can't win," Ura snarled. Behind her, dark shadows lined the roof. Of the 50 Curran had brought, only half were left. Here's hoping it would be enough. "I'm not trying to win," I told her. "What are you trying to do?" "Keep you occupied." The shapeshifters dropped off the roof like clawed ghosts. A 7-foot-tall scaled monster hit Beast. They clashed in a mess of fur and claws. The primeval deep roar of an enraged crocodile rolled through the street. I launched a whirlwind of strikes. My sword became a whip, cutting, slashing, dicing, left, right, left. Focus on me, damn you. As long as I kept her busy, she would have trouble coordinating the movements of all 3 undead at once and keeping me at bay. Over Ura's shoulder, Gale rose into the air, clutching darkness in his arms. The shapeshifters had missed them. Damn it. Ura's axe ground against Slayer. She drove me back. Gale soared above the street 20 feet in the air, wrapped in a cone of wind. Foul magic pulsed from darkness. A chorus of enraged snarls and howls answered, punctuated by an eerie slice of hyena laughter. Ura kept pushing me back. I veered from the wall and danced back, toward Gale. I ducked and dodged, trying to turn her, but she barreled at me like a freight train. To the left of me, an enormous werewolf crouched on the pavement. She hooked the manhole cover with her clawed fingers, did a 360, and hurled it at Gale. The metal disc cut like a knife through the whirlwind surrounding Gale and smashed into darkness.
A deep female voice yelled, "Noboru! Sekasu koromotachi! Noboru! Noboru!" Red-furred shapeshifters surged up the walls of the building, the foxes of Clan Nimble. Ura elbowed me. I flew back and rolled into a crouch, just in time to swipe her legs from under her. She fell. I struck her twice on the way down and withdrew. Dark slashes scored her armor, like the strikes of a whiplaces, where Slayer connected. None looked deep enough to do any damage. Voron had promised me that the saber would slice through blood armor, given enough time, but so far Slayer wasn't cutting it. If she'd been wearing regular armor, she would have been bleeding like a stuck pig. If wishes were money, the world would have no beggars. Still, something looked different about her. Something. The spikes on her armor were gone. I backed away. Where the hell did the spikes go? Ura hefted her axe, her face demonic in its fury. Her chest heaved. My arms ached like they were about to fall off. A slow pain gnawed on my back, and when I turned the wrong way, something stabbed my left side with a hot spike. Probably a broken rib. That was okay. I was still on my feet. The werefoxes launched themselves at Gale from the roof. They clung to him, biting and clawing. The fox on the left ripped out an arm. Ura snarled. Gale dropped darkness, shuddered, and plummeted to the ground, banging into the buildings as he fell, the foxes still clinging to him. Gale bounced once off the pavement, and the rest of shapeshifters swarmed him. Ura looked no worse for wear. When out of options, mouth off. I nodded at darkness, lying only 20 feet away. Whoopsie, did that hurt? Now there is only one. One will be enough. Ura grinned. A small chunk of her armor broke from her shoulder and fell to the asphalt, turning liquid. I watched it sink into the snow. A tiny streak of vapor escaped, and then it vanished into the white. A crumb of her armor, her blood, a drop of her blood. Behind us, the snow churned by our feet marked our trail. We'd drawn a circle in the street, and all the while we beat on each other, she'd been dripping blood from her armor. A dark shadow loomed on the roof behind Era. Curran. No! I lunged at her, but it was too late. He dived off the roof. Ura dodged at the last moment, but Curran's paw connected to her skull. The blow took her off her feet. She flew, nearly plowing into page 89, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com, abclit.html. Run! I lunged at her prone body and stabbed with all my strength again and again. Run, Curran! Ura roared. Slayer's blade kept glancing off. A wall of red flame surged up from the snow, sealing the four of us from the shapeshifters. She'd locked us in a blood ward. Ura rolled, knocking my legs from under me. I stumbled back, and she jumped to her feet. Blood dripped from her cheekbone and poured from her mouth. The left side of her head was caved in, dented by Curran's blow. I lunged at her and ran right into the spike topping her axe. It took me in the stomach, just below my ribs. Pain exploded. I jerked free, and she kicked me, driving me back into the snow. The axe jabbed through my left side. I screamed. She'd pinned me to the ground. Ura spat blood and teeth and swung, as if throwing a baseball. Spikes shot from her armor, falling in a ragged line between Curran and me. The blood wart snapped up just as he charged, and he crashed into it at full speed. She'd halved the circle, her and me on one side, darkness and Curran on the other. "You want to rut with a half-breed," she snarled. "Watch, I'll show you exactly what he is." Curran spun toward the undead. A torrent of magic burst from darkness, tearing at Curran. The blood ward cut us off, and I felt nothing. Curran got the full dose. He stumbled, shook once, as if flinging water from himself. His body shifted, growing leaner, slicker. Fur sprouted along his back. This was it, the darkness's power. It would make Curran go wild. I writhed under the axe, trying to break free. The Beast Lord took a step forward. Ura's hand clawed the air. Darkness vomited another torrent of crippling fear. Curran shuddered. His hands thickened, growing longer claws.
Another blast of magic. He kept walking. Another blast.
Look, Era leaned into the axe, grinding it into me. Curran crouched in the middle of the street. Dense fur sheathed him, flaring into an enormous mane on his back and disproportionately huge head. No trace of a human or lion remained. His body was seamless and whole, a nightmarish, mutated blend that was neither. Long limbs supported a broad, muscled body, striped with dark gray. His eyes glowed yellow, so bright and pale, almost white. I looked into their depths and saw no rational thought, no intelligence or comprehension. He raised his head, unhinging his enormous jaws, and roared, shaking the street, all teeth and fur. Curran had gone mad. I wouldn't lose him. I would not lose him on this dark, cold street. It wouldn't happen. The beast that used to be Curran leapt at the undead. Huge hands grasped darkness, pulling him up. Muscles bulged and Curran tore him to pieces, dismembering his body as if it were a rag doll. Blood gushed from the savaged body, drenching the snow. Era's hands shook on her axe, but her weight kept me down. Curran smashed into the blood ward. Magic boomed. He hit again, the impact of his body shaking the red wall and the street beneath. His eyes blazed white. The fur on his arms smoked from the contact with Era's blood ward. Again, again, again. Cracks formed in the blood ward. Era stared, her face slapped with shock. Curran whammed the ward. The red wall cracked and fell apart. He burst through it, roaring, his fur on fire, and crashed into the snow. Magic tore at me like a typhoon wild in its fury. I screamed, and Era echoed me, doubling over in pain over me, her hair falling like a dark curtain. I grabbed her hair and jerked her down with all my strength, straight onto my sword. Slayer slid into her eye. I felt it pierce the bone and drove it in all the way. Era vomited blood. It drenched me like fire, my magic mixing with my aunt's lifeblood leaking from her body. I felt the magic in it, the way I'd felt it in the Rakshasa's golden cage. I smeared our mixed blood onto her face, pushed, and saw a forest of needles burst through her skin. She screamed and laid on the axe, and I screamed as the spike ripped my innards. The needles crumbled and melted into her skin. "You will not take me down," Era ground out. "You will." Her legs failed and she crashed to her knees. "It's over," I whispered to her with bloody lips. Desperation claimed her broken face. She clawed at the spear, trying to pull herself upright. Our blood painted the snow a bright, rich scarlet. "Die," I told her. She fell on all fours next to me. Her one good eye stared into mine. "Live long, child," she whispered. "Live long enough to see everyone you love die. Suffer like me." Her words clamped onto me like a curse. She collapsed in the snow. Her chest rose for the last time. A single breath escaped with a soft whisper, and the life faded from her eye. I looked at her and saw myself, dead in the snow. The smoking ruin that was Curran raised his bloody head. "Curran," I whispered, "look at me." The burns blotching his monstrous face melted. Fur sprouted, running along his frame, hiding the wounds. His eyes were still pure white. He strode to me, swiped at the axe, and plucked it out of me like a toothpick. Clawed hands picked me up. "Talk to me." I peered into his eyes and saw nothing. "Talk to me, Curran." A low growl reverberated in his throat. "No, no, no." Emaciated, twisted shapes dashed by the ward, the first vampiric scouts. They'd watched the battle until they figured out the winner. Curran saw the vampires. A horrible sound broke from his mouth, halfway between a roar and a scream. He lunged at the ward. In the split second before we hit the scarlet flames, I thrust my bloody hand into Era's defensive spell. Magic shot from me. The red collapsed and everything went black. Chapter 27. Everything hurt. "Don't move." Urgency filled Jim's quiet voice. Page 90. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http://www.processtext.com/abclit.html. I lay absolutely still, my eyes closed. The magic was down. The air smelled of blood. Something fanned my face. I opened my eyes just enough to glimpse a clawed foot passing out of my field of vision. "You're on the floor," Jim said. "I'm at the door directly in front of you. When I say, run to me." My eyes snapped open. Jim crouched in the doorway, Doolittle next to him. Derek stood to the left, his face white. Beyond them I saw Mahone looming like a mountain. Jim's eyes shone with green. "She doesn't understand," Doolittle murmured. Jim leaned an inch forward. "You're in the keep. Curran brought you here 3 hours ago. He's pacing back and forth around you. He attacks anyone who tries to enter. He isn't talking. He doesn't recognize me or anyone else." He paused, waiting for it to sink in. "Kate, he may have gone loop. You must get out of here before he kills you. If you run, we'll shut the door as soon as you make it out. We've got enough people to hold it." 3 hours. He hasn't spoken in 3 hours. I sat up. A dark, bloody stain slicked the floor under me. I must have bled. I turned and saw a furry gray back at the far wall, and above it a tangled, blood-stained mane. "Curran. Kate," Jim hissed. The beast that used to be Curran whipped around. White eyes glared at me. I stood up. He leapt across the room, covering the distance between us in a single bound. His hands clamped my ribs. He jerked me up to a mouth full of teeth. "Hey, baby," I said into his maw, breathing out to let him inhale my scent. White eyes peered into mine. A deep growl rolled from him. "Very scary," I told him softly. "I'm terribly impressed." He snarled. Teeth clicked a hair from my throat. "Curran," I whispered, "remember me." He inhaled my scent. His ears twitched. He was listening to the shapeshifters at the door. "Close the door, Jim." Jim hesitated. "I'm his mate. Close the door." A moment later, the door clicked shut. I put my arms around his neck. "You're mine. You can't let her win. She can't have you." He was listening, but not hearing. "I love you," I told him. "You said you would always come for me. I need you now. Come back to me. Please, come back to me." I put my head against Curran's mane. "Come back to me. I know you're in there. You brought me here. You didn't kill me. You must know who I am." Fur slid under my fingers. He stood rigid. "If you come back to me, I'll never leave you," I whispered into the furry ear. "I'll make you all the pies you could ever eat." All of the magic I had, all of the power of my blood, all of it was useless with the magic down. He was slipping away, farther and farther, with each passing second. "Come back to me. Please. Remember you wanted me to say please. I'm saying it now. Please, come back to me." "Nothing. Who'll protect me from myself if you're gone? Who'll fight with me? I will be all by myself. You can't abandon me, Curran. You can't orphan the pack. You just can't." He clenched me to him. Pain exploded and I cried out. Curran snarled and gripped me tighter. He didn't remember me. Curran was lost. She took him from me. She ripped him right out of my life with her dying breath. The world broke to pieces and caved in on me. I couldn't even breathe. My eyes grew hot. Something inside me broke and I cried. I hugged his thick neck and cried because he was dying second by second and I could do nothing. "Come back to me. Don't leave me all alone. Don't die on me, you stupid son of a bitch. You goddamn fucking idiot. I told you to stay out of the damn fight. Why the hell don't you ever listen? I fucking hate you. I hate you, you hear me? Don't you dare die on me, because I need to kill you with my bare hands." The fur boiled under my hands, and my fingers grazed human skin. Curran's gray eyes looked at me from a human face. "Talk to me, baby," I whispered. "Please talk to me." His lips moved. He struggled for a long moment and forced it out. "Not dead yet." His eyes rolled back in his head. He swayed and we crashed to the floor. Doolittle wiped his hands with a towel. "He's comatose."
His body is human, but whether his mind returns is the question. However, he spoke. We heard him through the door, and it was clear and coherent. That gives us hope. When will he wake up? Doolittle looked at me, his eyes troubled. I don't know. Can you do anything? Can't you fix him? He shook his head again and pulled back from me. I'm out of cures. It's up to his body and time now. Jim thrust himself into my view. You need to let him fix you. I stared at him. Let the doctor fix you, Jim said, as if to a small child. You're hurt. It's not good for you to be hurt. I wanted them to leave me the hell alone. Since when did you turn into my nursemaid? Jim crouched by me. By now, the whole keep knows the Beast Lord is in a coma. They're scared and pissed off, and they want blood. What they need right now is the Beast Lord's mate standing on her own 2 feet. You need to be up and running so I can walk you through the keep to keep people from panicking. I'm not going anywhere while he's like this. Jim shook his head. You're going to pick yourself up and take up right where he left off. That's your job now. Leave me the hell alone or I'll hurt you, I growled at him. That's real nice, Jim said. But first, we'll need to fix you. Doolittle put his finger on my jeans a couple of inches above the knee. Cut from here to the ankle. Jim flashed a knife, slicing my jeans along my right leg. Doolittle pointed down. Look here. My knee had developed a large bump on the left side. The muscle around it had swelled, disfiguring the leg. You know what this is? Doolittle said. Dislocated kneecap. Page 91. Generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http www.processtext.com/abclit.html. Good girl. You have 2 broken ribs, severe bruising, a wound in the stomach, and at least 4 deep cuts that I can see, and all of them are filthy. Your wound did seal itself, but if we don't take care of it now, you won't be here if he wakes up. He said, if, not when. If he wakes up. Doolittle grasped my ankle. Hold under her knee. Jim caught the underside of my knee in his hand. Doolittle's eyes found mine. You know how this goes. I clenched the armrests of the chair. Do it. He twisted my leg. A red-hot shaft of pain shot through me, tearing a scream. Doolittle peered into my eyes. That ought to bring you back to earth. Are you with us now? I squeezed my eyes shut against the pain. Good, Doolittle said. Now let's see to those ribs. Derek knocked on the door. I knew it was him because he always knocked twice. I closed the book I was reading out loud. Yes? Derek stepped in. The boy wonder looked me over with a worried look on his face. How are you feeling? Same. It had been 3 days since Curran collapsed. He showed no signs of waking up. I had him move to the couch because the bed was too high, and I'd made a bed for myself on the floor next to him. I hadn't left his side longer than the few minutes I needed to go to the bathroom. The boy wonder had the devil of a time getting me to eat. Julie called me, he said. She says the school won't let her contact you. It was a precaution against Era. I didn't want her to find out Julie was alive. Is she angry with me? She's hurt, he said. I'll talk to her. I could tell there was more. Give, Derek. What else? The Pack Council is going to convene in 4 hours. They are going to debate what to do if Curran doesn't come around. And there is some talk of expelling you from Curran's quarters since you're not officially an alpha. My laughter rang through the room, sounding cold and brittle. Derek took a step back. His face softened, his voice gaining an almost pleading quality. Kate, bring the creepy down a notch, please. Don't worry about it, I told him. The magic had hit for a few hours yesterday, and Doolittle spent most of the wave putting me back together, since he could do nothing for Curran. I wouldn't be able to fight Era again right this second, but I had enough left in me for one good show. Any calls from Andrea? No. The shapeshifters had reported that Andrea had survived the fire at the mole hole, but she'd made no attempts to contact me. My best friend had abandoned me, and I missed her. But then, I probably wasn't good company right this second. Maybe it was for the best. Still no word on Naima? I asked. He shook his head. But there are 2 people from Clan Buddha here. They say you have some sort of arrangement with Aunt B. I pushed myself off the chair and handed him the book. Page 238.
Read to him while I talk to them, please." Derek licked his lips. "I'm not sure he can hear us. When I was out after the Rakshasas nearly killed me, I heard voices. I heard Curran, Julie, you, Andrea. I didn't know what was being said, but I recognized the voices. That's how I knew I was safe. I want you to read to him so he knows he's not dead and he isn't alone." Derek sat in my chair and opened the book. I went through the door into the meeting room. A man and a woman rose at my approach. The man was of average height and built like a young lightweight boxer, ridiculously toned but without any bulk. Those guys were wicked fast. You'd think you could take one out and then you'd be waking up on the nice cold floor. His face was sharp-featured and his hair blazed bright red. It was a wonder he didn't set the room on fire. The woman was black, 6 inches taller, 20 pounds heavier, all of it muscle, and she was trying very hard not to scowl. She failed miserably. They bowed their heads. Both looked to be in their mid-20s. "Aunt B sends her regards," the man said. "I'm Barabbas. This is Jezebel." I arched my eyebrow at him. Ambitious names. "Buddha mothers have high hopes for their children," Barabbas explained. "Our Alpha tells us we're yours. If you find us suitable, we'll serve you from this point on. If not, she will send replacements." I sat into the chair. "What made you a candidate for shit duty, Barabbas?" He blinked. "I don't see Aunt B passing an opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So what did you do to make her want to eject you from everyday Buddha dealings?" "My mother is a Buddha," he said. "My father is from Clan Nimble. I drew Nimble from the genetic lottery. When 2 shapeshifters from different clans mated, which happened more frequently with Buddhas, since there were only 30 or so of them, the children had an equal chance for either parent's brand of Lycopsphy. What do you turn into? Mongoose. There are dominance issues in the clan," he said. "He won't play by the rules," Jezebel said. Barabbas sighed. "I'm gay. They view me as competition and treat me as they would treat a Buddha female, which means a strict pecking order. I don't fit in well, and I have no wish to slaughter a load of my cousins so I can be a proper Buddha female." I looked at Jezebel. "And you?" Jezebel thrust her chin at me. "I challenged my sister for her place in the clan." "How did it go?" "I lost." I sat up straighter. Duels for dominance between the shapeshifters were to the death. Always. "Why are you still breathing?" She stabbed me in the heart with her claws. I went into cardiac arrest and was clinically dead for 8 minutes. When I came to, my sister couldn't bring herself to kill me the second time. It reflects badly on her and on me. I'm a walking dead, and as long as I'm around, I'm the proof that she was weak. Great. You really had to admire Aunt B. If either of them left the clan on their own, it could have been taken as a sign of cowardice on their part. As it was, their honor was intact. "Are you any good at pack politics?" "He's very good," Jezebel said. "I'm better with force, but I know the rules. I know what people can and can't do. I'm not stupid, and I can be useful to you." I sighed. "You're both hired. I have a council meeting in 4 hours. They're going to try to remove me. Find out what I should expect." I got up and went back to Curran. I was 2/3 of the way through The Princess Bride, and he would want to know what happened next. When I walked in, Derek rose from the chair. "About Julie."
Page 92. Generated by ABC Amber LIT Converter, http://www.processtext.com, abclit.html. Yes? He straightened, his new face looking too tight on his bones. I lied. She didn't call me. I fought an urge to slump over. Now he was lying to me. "Is she okay?" "I'm okay," a thin voice said from the middle of the room. I turned. Julie sat on the floor with her feet under her. She wore a black sweater, and her face seemed very pale against the dark wool, almost transparent. Huge dark eyes looked at me. She got up. I ran away. I crossed the floor and hugged her. Derek backed out of the room. "I went home," Julie said softly. "I was worried. There is no home left. All of our stuff is gone. What happened?" "It's a long story. At least I kept her safe." "Am I in trouble?" "No, kiddo." I squeezed her to me and kissed her blonde hair. "You're alive. Everything else we can fix." 4 hours later, I sat in Curran's private meeting room. Barabbas sat across from me.
Jezebel perched on the table, and Derek leaned against the door. Julie had volunteered to read to Curran. "You are not universally loved," Barabbas said. "Tell me something I don't know." "There are 7 clans," he continued. "Of the 7, you can count on the support of Clan Cat, and, unless my great-aunt B is doing a complete turnabout, the Buddhas are on your side as well. The Wolves are fanatically loyal to Curran. Normally they would be behind you all the way, but you killed Jennifer's little sister." The twisted body of the little werewolf flashed before me. "It couldn't be helped." "Nobody is disputing the kill," Barabbas said. "It was a justifiable death, and, given time, Jennifer will see that. But right now, she is in mourning. She has to blame someone, because she can't blame herself any more than she does already. All of that puts Daniel in a difficult position. He won't oppose you. That would be disloyal to Curran. But he can't support you either, because he has to be loyal to his mate. The proper course of action in cases like this is to abstain, and wolves always do the proper thing. So he won't hurt you, but he won't help you either." "That's 3, I said. Barabbas nodded. "Next we have Clan Heavy, the large predators who don't fit into the other packs. Wereboars, werebison, werewolverines, even a werebaboon, but most of them are bears, and bears hate to be surprised. They like the status quo, and Mahan is a typical bear. He will probably oppose you. It's nothing personal. You just don't fit into his picture of the way it ought to be." Barabbas leaned forward and framed an imaginary square box with his hands, palms facing each other. "At 18, people like me have a choice. We can stay with the clan of our parents, or we can go to the clan of our beast. I chose to stay with the Buddhas. All my friends were there and my family, and I didn't know anybody in Clan Nimble. Mahan sat me down shortly after and wanted to know why. He had no right to ask," Jezebel growled. "We just had a conversation." Barabbas glanced at her. "I explained my reasons, but he couldn't wrap his head around it. To him, I was a mongoose, and my place was with Clan Nimble, because that's the way it ought to be. You're a human who is the Beast Lord's mate, and who now nominally occupies the place of Pack Alpha. That doesn't compute in his brain, and he will dig his heels in." "He also raised Curran," Jezebel said. "He's a strong supporter of the Beast Lord, and the Beast Lord chose you." Barabbas nodded. "She's right. When Mahan looks at Curran and you, he sees little babies, which to him means dynasty and stability. If he thinks there is a chance that Curran will pull through, he may decide not to make waves. So he could go either way?" "Yes," Barabbas said. "Clan Nimble is being secretive as usual, so we couldn't find out anything. Clan Rat is problematic." Derek stirred. "You know the Lonescos." A predatory light flashed in Barabbas' eyes. "Why? Because all gay men know each other?" "You ran patrols of the north side with the Rats for 2 years," Derek said. Jezebel snorted at Barabbas. "Dumbass." Barabbas grimaced. "Fine, I walked into that one. The Rats are neophobic. They hate new, they don't attack unless they know they can win, and they trust nobody. The Lonescos don't know you. They won't help you. So far, this was shaping decidedly not in my favor." "Your biggest problem is the Jackals," Barabbas said. "They're a new couple. They came from the west about 2 years ago, waited for the required time in the pack, and challenged the old alphas. Took them right out. They're nasty in a fight, and ambitious. They see you as an easy mark, and they're itching for a chance to snarl and show everybody their big teeth. They'll kill you and won't think twice about it." "Can the council remove me?" Barabbas grimaced again. "It's a touchy situation. Technically, yes. You're mated to Curran, nobody questions that. But you have yet to prove yourself as an alpha. Until the mate of an alpha proves herself, she is treated as a rank-and-file member and is subject to the authority of the council. This almost never happens. I could only find one case in the last 20 years, where the alpha of the clan Wolf died before his mate could prove himself. What happened? The mate stepped down. I looked at them. I won't be stepping down. I'm not leaving Curran alone." Derek left the room and stepped back in. "The council will be ready for you in 10 minutes. I rose. "We go now. Derek, stay here and double the guard while we're gone." We left Curran's quarters and headed down the stairs, Barabbas on my right and Jezebel on my left.
Don't provoke the alphas, Barabbas said. An alpha can't challenge those below him. The challenge has to come from a lower pack member to the higher. Since you technically have no status, as long as you don't openly challenge them, if they attack, it's an assault, and we can help you. You can't bring a sword or any weapons to the challenge, other than a 6-inch knife. Jezebel pulled out a sturdy double-edged knife and passed it to me, in case. If you do fight, fight to the death. Don't leave them alive. The council had scheduled the meeting while the tech was up, trying to put me at a disadvantage. As we turned into a hallway, I could hear Doolittle's voice. Mai spoke. The words were clear, not slurred. That indicates a return of cognitive ability. There is no guarantee that the Beast Lord will wake up, a male voice interrupted. Surely we would all love for him to rise like Phoenix from the ashes, but we have to face a hard fact. He may not. His so-called mate is not a shapeshifter. She has no place in the Beast Lord's quarters. When the same situation occurred within the Wolf Clan, the mate stepped down. The Wolf Clan is not ready to voice an opinion, Daniel's even voice said. Now is the time for leadership, the unfamiliar male jumped in. She must be removed to make room for a new alpha. And who would that be, Sontag? Aunt B inquired. Would that be you? We reached the door. If you challenge someone, we can't interfere, Barabbas murmured. Remember, don't provoke them. I kicked the door open and walked in. 14 pairs of eyes glared at me from around the table. Beyond the alpha, 14 other shapeshifters waited, the betas of each clan, invited as a courtesy. I looked from face to face. What the fuck do you think you're doing? The male voice said. Third man on the left, tall, wiry, Sontag. I looked at him. Ready to put your claws where your mouth is, or are you going to cringe behind the big boys and yip all day? His eyes flared with yellow. Is that a challenge? Yes, it is. He burst from the chair, turning furry in mid-flight. I sidestepped and slashed with my knife across his neck. Blood spurted from the severed carotid like a jet from a water pistol, spraying the table. He swiped at me. I kicked him in the knee. Bone crunched. He went down. I grabbed his hair, cut hard across his neck, and kicked his head. His neck crunched, and Sontag's skull rolled across the table.
His mate lunged at me. I stabbed her in the heart. She clamped her teeth on my right arm, and I jabbed my fingers into her eye sockets. She howled. I jerked the knife out and stabbed her until she stopped moving. The whole thing took about half a minute. Eternity in a fight. I turned to the council. Their eyes glowed. Their nostrils flared at the scent of blood. They said nothing. An older couple rose from among the betas and walked over to the table. The woman kicked the dead body of the female alpha out of the way, and the two of them sat down in blood-stained chairs. Clan Jackal has no objection to the mate's presence in the Beast Lord's quarters, the new alpha of the Jackals said. An older Japanese couple at the far end stirred. Clan Nimble has no objection to the mate, the man said. We remember Myong, his mate said in a heavily accented voice. We do not forget. I surveyed the rest of the council and looked directly at Mahan. Some of you know me, some of you have seen me fight, and some of you are my friends. Have your vote, but know this. If you come to remove me, come in force, because if you try to separate me from him, I will kill every single one of you. My hand won't shake, my aim won't falter, my face will be the last thing you'll see before you die. I jammed the knife into the table and walked out. I got to the stairs before my vision swam and my legs turned to rubber. A firm hand gripped my elbow. Jezebel hefted me upright, bearing all of my weight, and we kept walking. Way to play it cool there, Barabbas ground through his teeth. Every idiot who wants to make a name for himself will be gunning for you now. Jezebel, let go of her. She will be seen. She must walk. She's bleeding. She'll fall. It's better that she falls. She has to walk on her own. I've got it, I growled and made myself walk up the stairs. Every step jabbed a knife into my knee. Fucking stairs. When he woke up, I'd make him install a damn elevator. Only 4 flights to go, Jezebel told me. Is Doolittle behind us? Barabbas glanced back. Yes. Good. A year later, Derek shut the door behind us, and I collapsed on the carpet in the hallway. Moments later, Doolittle stepped through the door. "Pick her up, quickly, quickly." Jezebel swiped me off the floor and jogged with me to Curran's rooms. "What's wrong with her?" "Her kneecap was shattered, and the tendons in her left arm are torn. It took hours to get her walking properly, and she reopened her wounds. Foolish Kate, you're a goddamn fool, that's what you are." By the time they got me to the room, the adrenaline had worn off, and I was screaming. As Doolittle jabbed the needle in my arm, emptying a syringe full of painkillers into my vein, I saw Julie's face. "It's taken care of," I told her. "I got it done." "Did he wake up?" She just stared at me. "Did he wake up?" No. I closed my eyes and let the medicine take me under. The council decided in my favor. The wolves and Clan Heavy abstained. The rats voted against me. The cats, Buddhas, Clan Nimble, and Clan Jackal voted for me. 3 days later, Mahan came to see me. I was being bandaged at the time. The Shapeshifters had declared open season. This was the 5th attack since I'd killed the Alpha Jackals. I was still winning, but barely. I'd kept Mahan waiting for about 5 minutes. When I finally walked out of our rooms, Mahan looked as if a storm had ridden in on his thick, dark eyebrows. Derek was impassive, and my 2 Buddhas obviously were wordlessly conspiring to murder Mahan if he took a step out of line. "I want to see him," Mahan said. I stepped aside. "You as well. I have some things I wish to say to both of you." I led him inside. He stared at Curran. I looked too. I kept thinking he'd wake up any minute, and I watched for the tiniest hint of movement, until I started seeing things that weren't there. "You aren't fit," Mahan said. "You aren't a shapeshifter. You don't understand us, and you probably never will. This," he spread his massive arms, indicating the bedroom, me, and Curran, "was against my better judgment. I told him so before. He has had many women. I thought it would pass. I watched him. If he attacked me here, I'd lose. I couldn't take Mahan at my best, and right this minute, it was a fight to remain standing. As I said, this is unwise. But he chose you. I respect the man he has become, and I respect what he has done for us, and I respect you for standing by him." Mahan met my gaze. "You may never be my alpha. You will have to live with that. But he will always be my liege." I felt like some pretender to the throne in a medieval drama. Mahan leaned over Curran and touched his shoulder. "Sleep well. I won't challenge her, and neither will my people. We will talk more when you wake." He walked out. I walked into the room, carrying a cup of tea and leaning on my cane. Derek rose from the chair, nodded at me, and left without a word. I sat on the edge of the couch and sipped my tea. Curran lay immobile, an IV dangling from his arm. He'd lost weight, 30 pounds at least. His skin was pale. It hurt to look at him. I forced dread aside. I didn't have to kill anybody today. Remember, the first couple of days they were coming 3 a day, then 2, then 1. Today, nobody challenged me. It's late now, so if somebody does show up, your castle guard will tell them to come back in the morning. Maybe it's slackening off. I pulled my boots off, wincing at the stab of pain. "Julie has appropriated your bimbo room. I made them throw away the sheets. Who knows what sort of crazy crap is on there, and she has a new set. Black. She painted the walls black. The curtains are black lace. I tried to convince her to keep the furniture," page 94, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/abclit.html white, but I saw her carry a paint can in there, so I think it will be black by morning. It's like a freaking dungeon in there. I pulled off my sweatshirt and slid next to him. My voice was soft. "That's the good news. The bad news is that it's been 11 days since you fell asleep, and I'm beginning to get scared you won't wake up." I held my breath, but he lay still. "Let's see, what else? I'm sick of killing. Doolittle says there might be permanent damage to my left leg. It will heal eventually, even if he doesn't think so, but meanwhile, it hurts like hell. He wants me to stop putting pressure on it, so he gave me this lovely cane. I can only use it up here, so the rest of the keep won't see me as weak. I just wanted him to wake up.
Of course, he didn't, so I kept talking, trying to keep the panic at bay. Still no calls from Andrea. Jim is keeping his distance, which I can understand. Derek says he's helping from behind the scenes, whatever that means. The wolves keep finding ways to screw with me. They've made me mediate a divorce. Well, they requested I do it, and according to Barabbas, I can't say no. It's a Japanese couple. They were members of a small pack and married very young and had 2 boys. The husband was expelled from the pack under suspicion of stealing. The wife remained behind because the grandparents had the kids. He lay next to me, warm and alive, and if I didn't look at him, I could almost imagine that he was listening. I shut my eyes. My body ached. Doolittle wanted me on bed rest, but the Buddhas wanted me out and about, demonstrating that I was fit as a fiddle and ready to take on everyone and anyone. Apparently the husband had made his way over here, and you took him in about 8 years ago. I had Derek pull his record, and it's clean, so if he's stealing, he's brilliant at hiding it. I've met him. He seems like a decent guy. This September, the small local pack asked to join your pack, and of course you took them in again. Now they are stuck. The husband has someone else, the wife also has someone else, but by wolf law, they're mated for life, and the grandparents on both sides are horrified. It doesn't help that all of them are Japanese. I put them in the same room. Nobody talks. Everybody is embarrassed, and they keep apologizing to me non-stop.
I don't know what to do. Have you tried the second chance law? Curran said. I shut my eyes tighter. I was losing my mind. Now I imagined him talking in my head. Even an imaginary conversation was better than nothing. No, what's that? It's the law that says any shapeshifter joining the pack has a one-time right to a new identity. If the husband didn't use it when he joined, declare him officially dead and let him rejoin under a new name. His former wife will officially be a widow. A warm arm hugged me. My eyes snapped open. He was looking at me. He was pale, his eyes were sunken, but he was looking at me. You stayed with me, Curran said. Always. He smiled and fell asleep. Curran stirred again an hour later. I raced into the kitchen, and by the time I returned with a steaming bowl, he was sitting up and pulling the IV out of his arm. What is this shit? It kept you alive for 11 days. Well, I don't like it. I handed him a bowl of soup. He put it aside, reached for me, and clenched me to him. I buried my face in his neck. My eyes grew hot, and I cried. His hand stroked my hair. You stayed with me. Of course I stayed with you. Did you think I would abandon you? I heard you, reading and talking. I kissed him and tasted my tears. Through your sleep? Yes, I tried to wake up, but I couldn't. I just held on to him. Let's not do this again. Ever. That sounds good. He kissed me. You need to eat. In a minute. He clamped me tighter. We sat together for a few blissful minutes. 2 sharp knocks echoed through the door. Derek. He always knocked twice. Kate? Come in, I told him. Derek walked in. I have a wolf out here who wants to see you. He says it's an emergency. Probably another challenge. What do you want me to... His mouth hung open. Curran looked at him. Bring him in. Don't tell him that I'm awake. Derek closed his mouth with a click and went out. Help me up? I grabbed his hand and pulled him off the bed. He blinked at the wind-up clock on the wall. Is today Wednesday? Yes. He picked up the bowl of soup and drank from it. The door swung open. A large Hispanic man stepped through. He saw Curran and froze. Curran finished draining the bowl and looked at him. Yes? The wolf dropped down into a crouch and stayed there, his head bowed, his gaze on the floor. Nothing to say? The wolf shook his head. The council is due for a meeting in 3 minutes. Go down there and tell them to wait for me, and I might forget you were ever here. The wolf turned, rising, and left without a word. The door shut behind him. Curran swayed. I caught him. My leg gave, and we crashed down onto the couch. Ow! Curran shook his head. Are you sure you're ready for a council meeting? He turned to me. Gold rolled over his eyes, cold and lethal. I'm sure. They better be ready for me. He pushed himself up and headed to the bathroom. I followed him in case he tipped over.
He did, on the way back, and caught himself on the wall. I slid my arm around his waist. "The soup will kick in a minute," he said. "Sure, lean on me." He did, and we slowly made our way to the door. "Some tough pair we are." "Tough enough," he growled. 5 minutes later, he walked to the council room on his own power. The shapeshifter saw him and stepped aside, silent. We reached the room. I could hear people mumbling inside. Curran took a deep breath, thrust the door open, and roared. The sound of leonine rage burst like thunder, shaking the windows. People in the hallway cringed. When it died, you could hear a pin drop. Curran held the door open for me. He walked to his seat at the head of the table, got another chair, put it next to his, and looked at me. I came and sat. He lowered himself into his seat. Page 95, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, https://www.processtext.com, abclit.html. The alphas stared at the table. Not a single pair of eyes looked up. Curran leaned forward, his eyes drenched in furious gold. "Explain yourselves." Epilogue. The building was solid brick, constructed according to the new fashion rather than the old, only 2 stories in height, squat, thick metal grates on the windows, and a very sturdy-looking door. It sat on a quiet street just past the Northwestern Industrial District, which was now an old ruin. Aside from being sturdy and in good shape, I couldn't see anything special about it. "What is this?" Curran smiled next to me. "An early Christmas present." I looked at the house again. After the last 3 weeks, a Christmas present was the last thing I'd expected. Curran felt betrayed by his pack. From his point of view, he'd worked years for the benefit of his people, and their loyalty had lasted less than 48 hours. In return for his service, they'd tried to expel his mate, and when she wouldn't leave him, they'd tried to kill her. Curran took the marathon of my fights to the death very personally. Each year, the pack celebrated the traditional Thanksgiving feast, which consisted of a dinner of epic proportions. Curran usually spent hours there, talking to everyone. This time he walked in, growled, "You have my permission to eat," and walked out. We had a private dinner in our rooms, and he gorged himself on pie. Aside from that, he refused to leave our quarters. For fresh air, we went out on the roof, where he had a giant patio, complete with a fire pit and a grill. I built a snowman, and Julie practiced shooting it with a crossbow. We visited his private gym. That was it. So when he asked me to come to the city with him, I decided it was a good sign. It took us less than an hour to get here, and I enjoyed the drive. I cocked my head and looked at the house from a different angle. No special insights or revelations presented themselves. Maybe you bought me a new place to live. Is this your convoluted way of inviting me to move out? You're never moving out, as long as you want. Curran strode to the door through the snow and opened it. I walked in. From the inside, the house looked just as sturdy. The windows were small and barred, but numerous enough to let in plenty of light. The front room took up most of the floor. 2 desks waited in opposite corners. Filing cabinets guarded the walls. I strode through to the doorway on the left. A narrow, long room full of shelves, half empty, half filled with jars and boxes of various herbs. Looked like someone did a decent job stocking up on alchemical supplies. There is more upstairs. A cursory inspection of the second floor showed a basic armory and a room with some diagnostic equipment, magic and otherwise. It wasn't out of this world, but it was enough to get by. I came back downstairs and sat on the staircase. What is this? He gave me his beast lord look. It's yours. I'm sorry? The house and the contents. It's yours if you want it. The pack is backing you up as a business. It purchased the supplies and is fronting your salary and a modest operating budget for a year, after which it will have a 20% claim on your profits. It will drop to 10 when your loan is paid off. I had Raphael draw up the paperwork. He crossed to the desk and lifted a manila folder. All you need is to fill in the name, and it's off to the Secretary of State. I looked at him. Your own order, or your own guild, whichever way you choose to go. Why? He crossed his arms on his chest. The pack cost you your job. I cost myself that job, and it was rotten anyway. He shook his head. You came to help. It's the pack's chance to help back.
Everybody has something, that one thing they must do to feel happy. I think this is yours, and I want you to be happy. You don't have to do it, but it's here if you choose to come back to it. Is there a catch? A couple. Standard pack clauses. Pack requests take precedence, always. The safety of the pack's members overrides everything else, and the pack's interests must be protected at all costs. In a case where a pack member may be suspected of criminal activity outside the pack, you must inform the pack lawyers so the suspect can be provided counsel. I smiled at him.
Do you have any requests as well? He locked his jaw. I laughed. Out with it. I know if you had your way, I'd be locked up in your rooms, all safe, barefoot, and pregnant. I'm not that crazy. I raised my hand, with my index finger and my thumb a small space apart. A little. I know it's killing you to do this, so what would help you breathe easier? He blew air out like a whale. Come home. Every night. Have dinner with me. If you go out of the office for longer than a few hours, I'd appreciate a call so I know you're safe. If you're in trouble, you tell me. No lies, no evasions, no secrets. And if you need muscle, for any reason, you use the pack. You don't run in there all alone to get killed. My personal psycho, in all of his glory, trying his best to be reasonable. Anything else? No business on Wednesday afternoon, if you can help it. Wednesdays we hear petitions and disputes. I grimaced. I hate petitions. I do too, so I shouldn't suffer through them alone. Also, I'd like it if you made time to attend the formal functions with me if they're scheduled during the week, so I don't die of boredom. That's it. We looked at each other. So, do you like it? He asked. I love it. I got up and swiped the folder off the table. Thank you. We kissed and headed out. As we walked away from my new office, he asked, So, what are you going to call it? I smiled at him. I'll have to think of something witty, something that makes reference to my ability to solve cases in a blaze of intellectual glory. Your ability to chop at everything in your way with your sword, more like it. Whatever, your furriness. New Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Notice is given that articles of incorporation that will incorporate Cutting-Edge Investigations, Inc. have been delivered to the Secretary of State for filing in accordance with Georgia Business Corporation Code. Page 96, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/abclit.html. Read on for an exciting excerpt from Bayou Moon, the new Ilona Andrews novel by Ilona Andrews, coming October 2010 from Ace Books. William sipped some beer from the bottle of Modelo Especial and gave the green arrow his hard stare. The green arrow, being a chunk of painted plastic, didn't rise to the challenge. The action figure remained impassive, exactly where he'd put it, leaning against the porch post of William's house. Technically, it was a shack rather than a house, William reflected, but it was a roof over his head, and he wasn't one to complain. From that vantage point, the green arrow had an excellent view of William's action figure army laid out on the porch, and if he were inclined to offer any opinions, he would have been in a great position to do so. William shrugged. Part of him realized that talking to an action figure was bordering on insane, but he had nobody else to converse with at the moment, and he needed to talk this out. The whole situation was crazy. The boys sent a letter, William said. The green arrow said nothing. William looked past him to where the wood rustled just beyond his lawn. 2 miles down the road, the wood would become simply woods, regular Georgia pine and oak. But here, in the edge, the trees grew vast, fed by magic, and the forest was old. The day had rolled into a lazy, long spring evening, and small, nameless critters, found only in the edge, chased each other through the limbs of the ancient trees before the darkness coaxed predators from their lairs. The edge was an odd place, stuck between 2 worlds. On one side lay the broken, with no magic, but plenty of technology to compensate, and rules, and laws, and paperwork. The damn place ran on paperwork. The broken was where he made his money nowadays, working construction. On the other side lay the weird, a mirror to the broken, where magic ruled and old blue blood families held power. He was born in that world. In the weird, he'd been an outcast, a soldier, a convict, and even a noble for a few brief weeks. But the weird kept kicking him in the teeth the entire time until he finally turned his back on it and left.
The edge belonged to neither world, a perfect place for the man who fit in nowhere. That was how he first met the boys, George and Jack. They lived in the edge with their sister, Rose. Rose was sweet and pretty, and he'd liked her. He'd liked what they had, she and the kids, a warm little family. When he watched them together, a part of him hurt deep inside. He now realized why. He'd known even then that a family like that was forever out of his reach. Still, he'd tried with Rose. Might have had a chance, too, but then Declan showed up. Declan, a blue blood and a soldier, with his flawless manners and handsome face. "We used to be friends before we screwed it up," William told the Green Arrow. "I did beat the shit out of him before he left. The joke was on him because Declan left with Rose and took the boys with him." William let them go. Jack required a lot of careful care, and Declan would raise him well. And Rose needed someone like Declan, someone who had his shit together. She had enough trouble with the boys as it was. She sure as hell didn't need another charity project, and he didn't want to be one. It had been almost 2 years since they'd left. William lived in the Edge, where the trickle of magic kept the wild within him alive. He worked his job in the Broken, watched TV on weekends, drank lots of beer, collected action figures, and generally pretended that the previous 26 years of his life did not exist. The Edgers, the few families who lived between the worlds like he did, kept to themselves and left him alone. Most people from either the Broken or the Weird had no idea the other dimension existed, but occasionally traders passed through the Edge, traveling between worlds. 3 months ago, Nick, one of the traveling traders, mentioned he was heading into the Weird, to the southern provinces. William put together a small box of toys on a whim and paid the man to deliver it. He didn't expect an answer. He didn't expect anything at all. The boys had Declan. They would have no interest in him. Nick came by last night. The boys had written back. William picked up the letter and looked at it. It was short. George's writing was perfect, with letters neatly placed. Jack's looked like a chicken had scratched it in the dirt. They said thank you for the action figures. George liked the Weird. He was given plenty of corpses to practice necromancy on, and he was taking rapier lessons. Jack complained that there were too many rules and that they weren't letting him hunt enough. "That's a mistake," William told Green Arrow. "They need to let him vent. Half of their problems would be solved if they let him have a violent outlet." He raised the letter. Apparently, he decided to prove to them that he was good enough. The kid went and killed himself a deer and left a bloody thing on the dining room table because he's a cat and he thinks they're lousy hunters. According to him, it didn't go over well. He's trying to feed them and they don't get it. What Jack needed was some direction to channel all that energy. But William wasn't about to travel to the Weird and show up on Declan's doorstep. "Hi, remember me? We were best friends once, and then I was condemned to death, and your uncle adopted me so I would kill you? You stole Rose from me? Yeah, right." All he could do was write back and send more action figures. William pulled the box to him. He'd put in Deathstroke for George. The figure looked a bit like a pirate, and George liked pirates, because his grandfather had been one. He also stuck King Grayskull in for Declan. Not that Declan played with action figures. He had his childhood, while William spent his in Hawk's Academy, which was little more than a prison. Still, William liked to thumb his nose at him, and King Grayskull, with his long blonde hair, looked a lot like Declan. So, the real question here is, do we send the purple wildcat to Jack or the black one? The Green Arrow expressed no opinion.
A musky scent drifted down to William. He turned around. 2 small, glowing eyes stared at him from under the bush on the edge of his lawn. "You again." The raccoon bared his small, sharp teeth. "I've warned you. Stay out of my trash, or I will eat you." The little beast opened his mouth and hissed like a pissed-off cat. That does it. William shrugged off his t-shirt. His jeans and underwear followed. "We're going to settle this." The raccoon hissed again, puffing out his fur, trying to look bigger. His eyes glowed like 2 small coals. William reached deep inside himself and let the wild off the chain. Pain rocked him, jerking him to and fro, the way a dog shook a rat. His bones softened and bent,
His ligaments snapped. His flesh flowed like molten wax. Dense black fur sheathed him. The agony ended, and William rolled to his feet. The raccoon froze. For a second, William saw his reflection in the little beast's eyes, a hulking, dark shape on all fours, and then the interloper whirled about and fled. William howled, singing a long, sad song about the hunt and the thrill of the chase and the promise of hot blood pulsing between his teeth. The small critters hid high up in the branches, recognizing a predator in their midst. The last echoes of the song scurried into the wood. William bit the air with sharp white fangs and gave chase. William trotted through the wood. The raccoon had turned out to be female and in possession of 6 kits. How the hell he missed the female scent, he would never know. Getting rusty in the edge. His senses weren't quite as sharp here. He had to let them be. You didn't hunt a female with a litter. That was how species went extinct. He'd caught a nice, juicy rabbit instead. William licked his lips. Good. He would just have to figure out how to weigh down the lid on the trash can so she couldn't get into his garbage again. Maybe one of his dumbbells would do the job. Page 97, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http www.processtext.com/abclit.html. He caught a glimpse of his house through the trees. A scent floated to him, spicy, reminiscent of cinnamon mixed with a dash of cumin and ginger. His hackles rose. William went to ground. This scent didn't belong in this world outside of a bakery. It was the scent of a human from beyond the edge's boundary, with shreds of the weird's magic still clinging to them. Trouble. He lay in the gloom between the roots and listened. Insects chirping. Squirrels in the tree to the left settling down for the night. A woodpecker hammering in the distance to get the last grub of the day. Nothing but ordinary wood noises. From his hiding spot, he could see the entire porch. Nothing stirred. The rays of the setting sun slid across the boards. A tiny star winked at him. Careful, careful. William edged forward, a dark, soft-pawed ghost in the evening twilight. 1 yard. 2. 3. The star winked again. A rectangular wooden box sat on the porch steps, secured with a simple metal latch. The latch shone with reflected sunlight. Someone had left him a present. William circled the house twice, straining to sample the scents, listening to small noises. He found the intruder's trail leading into the woods. Whoever delivered the box had come and gone. He approached the house and looked at the box. 18 inches long, a foot wide, 3 inches tall. Simple, unmarked wood. Looked like pine. Smelled like it too. Nothing ticked inside. His action figures were as he'd left them. His letter, pinned down by the heavy hulk, remained undisturbed. The spicy scent didn't reach it. It was untouched. William pulled the door open with his paw and slipped inside. He would need fingers for this. The pain screamed through him, shooting through the marrow in his bones. He growled low, shook, convulsing, and shed his fur. 20 seconds of agony, and William crouched on human legs in the living room. 10 more seconds, and he stepped out on the porch, fully dressed and armed with a long knife. Just because it didn't tick didn't mean it wouldn't blow up when he opened it. He'd seen bombs that were the size of a drink coaster. They made no noise, gave off no scent, and took your leg off if you stepped on them. He used the knife to pry the latch open and flip the lid off the box. A stack of paper. William plucked the first sheet off the top of the stack, flipped it over, and froze. A small, mangled body lay in the green grass. The boy was barely 10 years old, his skin stark white against the smudges of crimson that spread from a gaping wound in his stomach. Someone had disemboweled him with a single vicious thrust, and the kid had bled out. So much blood. It was everywhere, on his skinny stomach, on his hands, on the yellow dandelions around him. Bright, shockingly red, so vivid it didn't seem real. The boy's narrow face stared at the sky with milky, dead eyes. His mouth opened in a horrified O, short, reddish hair sticking up. It's Jack. The thought punched William in the stomach. His heart hammered. He peered closely at the face. No, not Jack. A cat like Jack's slit pupils, but Jack had brown hair. The boy was the right age, the right build, but he was not Jack. William exhaled slowly, trying to get a handle on his rage. He knew this. He'd seen this boy's corpse before, but not in a picture. He'd seen the body in the flesh, smelled the blood and the raw, unforgettable stench of the gut wound. His memory conjured it for him now, and he almost choked on the bitter phantom patina coating his tongue. The next picture showed a little girl, tiny, 10 at most. Her hair was a mess of blood and brains. Her skull had been crushed. More pictures came, 8 in all. 8 murdered children lay on his porch. 8 changeling children, taken out of the prison known as Hawk's Academy for an outdoor exercise. 15 years ago, he was just like them, locked in the sterile rooms of Hawk's, the place where the country of Adrianglia exiled its changelings to turn them into productive members of society. The studies were taxing, the exercise exhausting, the rules rigid, and freedom was in short supply. Only outdoors the children truly lived. These 8 must have been giddy to be let out into the sunshine and grass. They had been led to the border between Adrianglia and the Dukedom of Louisiana, its chief rival. The border was always hot, with Louisianans and Adrianglians crossing back and forth. The instructors allowed the kids to track a group of border jumpers from Louisiana as a routine exercise. He had done it before a few times when he was small. William stared at the pictures. It should have been an easy track and find. But this time, the Louisianans turned out to be no ordinary border jumpers. They were agents of Louisiana's hand, spies, twisted by magic and powerful enough to take out a squad of trained soldiers. They led the children on a merry chase, toying with them for a few miles, and then they let themselves be caught. When the kids failed to report in, a unit of legionnaires was dispatched to find them. William was the tracker for that squad. He was the one who found the children dead in the meadow. It was a massacre, brutal and cold. The kids hadn't gone quickly. They'd hurt before they died. The last piece of paper waited in the box. William picked it up. He knew what it would say. The words were burned into his memory. He read it all the same. Dumb animals offer little sport. Louisiana kills changelings at birth. It's far more efficient than wasting time and resources to try to turn them into people. I recommend you look into this practice, because next time I'll expect proper compensation for getting rid of your little freaks. Sincerely yours, Spider-Mind. Mindless hot fury flooded William, sweeping away all reason and restraint. He raised his head to the sky and snarled, giving voice to his rage before it tore him apart. For years he'd tracked Spider as much as the Legion would permit him. He'd found him twice. The first time, he'd ripped apart Spider's stomach, and Spider broke William's legs.
The second time, William had shattered the Louisiana's ribs, while Spider nearly drowned him. Both times, the hand's spy had slipped through his fingers. Nobody cared for the changelings. They grew up exiled from society, raised to obey and kill on command for the good of Adrianglia. They were fodder, but to him they were children, just like he once had been a child, just like Jack. He had to find Spider. He had to kill him this time. The child murderer had to be punished. A man stepped out of the wood. William leapt off the porch. In a breath, he pinned the man to the trunk of the nearest tree and snarled, his teeth clicking a hair from the man's carotid. The man made no move to resist. "Do you want to kill me or Spider? Who are you?" "The name is Irwin." The man nodded at his raised hands. A large ring clamped his middle finger, a plain silver band with a small polished mirror in it, the sign of the Adrianglian Secret Service, the hand's greatest enemy. "The mirror would like a word, Lord Sandine," the man said softly. "Would you be kind enough to favor us with an audience?" Cerise leaned over the tea-colored waters of Horseshoe Pond. Around her, massive cypresses stood like ancient soldiers at attention, the knobby knees of their roots straddling the water. The mire was never silent, but nothing out of the ordinary interrupted the familiar chorus of small noises: a toad belching somewhere to the left, the faint scuttling of edge squirrels in the canopy above her, the persistent warbling of the bluebill. She rolled up her jeans and crouched, calling in a practiced sing-song, "Where is Nellie? Where is that good girl? Nellie is the best Rolpy ever. Here, Nellie, Nellie, Nellie." Page 98, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter. http www.processtext.com/abclit.html. The surface of the pond lay completely placid, not a splash. The Rolpy was in there. Cerise was absolutely sure of it. She'd tracked the stubborn animal since 3 past midnight when Arthur heard Nellie break out of the Rolpy enclosure. Cerise had been going from stream to stream for the last 4 hours. The trail, a long smudge in the mud, flanked by swipes from the paws, ended 5 feet to the left of her. "Here, Nellie, here, girl. Who is a good girl? Nellie is. Oh, Nellie is so pretty. Oh, Nellie is so fat. She is the fattest, cutest, stupidest Rolpy ever. Yes, she is." No response. Cerise looked up. Far above, a small chunk of blue sky winked at her through the braid of cypress branches and mire vines. "Why do you do this to me?" The sky refused to answer. It usually did, but that didn't stop her from talking to it. A chirp echoed overhead, and a white globe of bird poop plummeted from the branches. Cerise dodged and growled at the sky. Not cool at all. It was time for emergency measures. Cerise leaned her sword against a cypress knee, anchoring the scabbard in the muck, shifted her weight, pulling the backpack off her shoulders, and dug in the bag. She fished out a length of rope with a head collar, designed to fit on the Rolpy's muzzle and loop behind her ears, and arranged it on the mud for easy access. The can opener was followed by a small can. She held the can out and knocked on it with the can opener. The sound of metal on metal rolled above the pound. Nothing. Oh, what do I have? I have tuna! A small ripple wrinkled the surface about 30 feet out. Gotcha! Yummy, yummy tuna. I'll eat it all by myself. She arranged the can opener on the can and squeezed, breaking the seal. A brindled head popped out of the water. The Rolpy sampled the air with a black nose framed with long, dark whiskers. Large black eyes fixed on the can with maniacal glee. Cerise squeezed the top of the can, letting some of the fish juice drip into the pond. The Rolpy sped through the water and launched herself out onto the shore. From the bottom up to the neck, she resembled a lean seal armed with a long tail and 4 wide half-legs framed with flat flippers. At the shoulders, the seal body stretched into a graceful long neck, tipped with an otter head. When she was a little girl, Grandpa once told her that Rolpies were reptiles, and their fur was actually modified feathers. But looking at one, you wouldn't think it. Cerise shook the can. Head? Nellie licked her black lips and tried her best to look adorable. Head, Nellie? The Rolpy lowered her head. Cerise slipped the collar over her wet muzzle and tightened it. You'll pay for this, you know. The black nose nudged her shoulder. Cerise plucked a chunk of tuna from the can and tossed it at the Rolpy. Razor-sharp teeth rent the air, snapping up the treat. Cerise swiped her sword off the ground and tugged on the leash. The Rolpy lumbered next to her, wiggling and pushing herself across the swamp mud. What the hell was that? Breaking out in the middle of the night and taking off for a stroll, are we? Did you get tired of pulling the boats and decided to take your chances with mire crocs?
The Rolpy squirmed along, watching the can of tuna like it was some holy relic. They can bite bone sharks in half. They'll look at you and see a plump little snack. Brunch, that's what you'd be. Nellie licked her lips. Do you think tuna grows in the mud? Cerise plucked another chunk of fish out of the can and tossed it at Nellie. In case you didn't know, we live in the edge between two worlds. We have to get our tuna from the Broken. The Broken has no magic. But you know what the Broken does have? Cops. Lots and lots of cops. And alarm systems. Do you have any idea how hard it is to steal tuna from the Broken, Nellie? Nellie emitted a small squeal of despair. I don't feel sorry for you. It takes 4 days to get to the boundary that separates the edge from the Broken because it's 3 miles offshore, and crossing the boundary hurts like hell. And we can't afford to get arrested in the Broken. They don't know the edge or the weird exist. Most of them don't have enough magic to see the damn boundary, let alone cross it. Can you imagine how hard it is to explain why you have no ID to a Broken cop? If you think that you'll get tuna treats every time you decide to take a stroll in the moonlight, you have another think coming, Missy. Besides, I work hard, and I have better things to do than drag my butt out of my very comfortable bed and chase you all around the damn mire. The vegetation parted, revealing the dark water of Priest's Tongue Stream. A green mire viper lay in the mud. It hissed as they approached. Cerise hooked the snake with her sword and tossed it aside. Come on. She threw another bite of tuna to the Rolpy and led her into the stream. Cerise wrapped the leash loop tighter around her wrist and slid her arms around Nellie's narrow neck. You'll get the rest when we get home, and no dives into the peat at the bottom either. Cerise clicked her tongue and the Rolpy took off down the stream. 20 minutes later, Cerise shut the gate on the Rolpy enclosure. Someone, probably the younger boys, had made a reasonable attempt to repair the chain-link fence, but it wouldn't hold if Nellie decided to ram it. In the twisted creeks and rivers of the swamp, Rolpies were vital. In some places, the water was completely stagnant and the swamp vegetation blocked the wind. The Rolpies pulled the light swamp boats all over the mire to help save gasoline. As long as a human was present, Nellie was an excellent Rolpy, obedient, sweet, powerful. The moment you took the person out of the equation, the silly beast freaked out and tried to take off. Maybe she had separation anxiety, Cerise reflected, starting up the hill toward the rat hole. Segregating Nellie in a smaller enclosure would only lead to disaster. Knowing her, she would bray night and day because she was alone. And reinforcing the fence was too much labor just to secure a single Rolpy. Cerise chugged up the hill to the Marr family house. Water dripped from her clothes and squished between her toes inside her boots.
She wanted a hot shower and a nice meal, preferably with some meat in it. Things being what they were, she'd settle for fish or bacon. She'd have to oil her sword, too, but that was part of living in the swamp. Water and steel didn't mix very well. The Wrath Hole sat on top of a low hill, a sprawling 2-story monster of a house. 50 yards of cleared ground separated the house from the nearest vegetation, the kill zone. 50 yards was a lot of ground for enemies to cover when they had rifles and crossbows trained on them. The ground floor had no entrance or windows. The only way in lay up the stairway to the second-floor veranda. As she approached the stairs, a small shape slipped from behind the veranda's colonnades and sat on the stairs. Sophie. Lark, Cerise corrected herself. She wanted to be called Lark now. Her sister gave her a weary look from under dark, tousled hair. Her skinny legs stuck out of her capris like matchsticks. Mud smudged her calves. Scratches and bruises covered her arms. She hid her hands, but Cerise was willing to bet that her nails were dirty or bitten off, probably both. Lark used to be a bit of a neat freak, as much as an 11-year-old girl brought up in the swamp could be. All gone now. Worry pinched at Cerise. She kept her face calm. Show nothing. Don't make Lark self-conscious. She came up the stairs, sat next to Lark, and pulled off her left boot, emptying the water out. Adrian and Daryl are riding the doom buggy through the snake tracks, Lark murmured. The doom buggy was a hellmobile made of pure fun. In fact, Cerise had snuck away with it before and had so much fun she'd flipped it over. But touching the dune buggy without adult supervision was strictly forbidden.
Stealing it and wasting expensive gasoline were punishable by 3 weeks of extra chores. Of course, both 15-year-old Adrian and his 14-year-old sidekick, Daryl, knew this and could handle the consequences. The most pressing issue was that Lark had just tattled. Lark never tattled. Cerise forced herself to calmly pull the other boot off. The very core of her sister's personality was changing, and she could only watch, helpless. The boys didn't take you with them? The answer was so quiet she barely heard it. No. Page 99, generated by ABC Amber Lit Converter, http://www.processtext.com/abclit.html. 6 months ago, they would have. Both of them knew it. The urge to reach out and hug Lark's bony shoulders gripped Cerise, but she kept still. She'd tried that before. Her sister would stiffen, slide away, and take off into the woods. At least Lark was talking to her. That was a rare thing. Normally, Mom was the only person who could get through to her, and even she had a hard time drawing Lark out lately. The kid was slipping away into her own world, and nobody knew how to pull her out. "Did you tell Mom?" Cerise asked. "Mom isn't here." Odd. Dad? They left. Together. Cerise frowned. The family had been feuding with another clan for the last 80 years. Sometimes the hostility between them burned bright, and sometimes, like right now, it smoldered, but the feud could burst into warfare at any moment. The last time the feud had flared, she lost 2 uncles, an aunt, and a cousin. The standing rule was, you go out, you let someone know where you're going and when you're planning on coming back. Even Father, who was the head of the family, never strayed from this rule. When and why did they leave? At sunrise, and they left because Cobbler got his butt bit. Cobbler, an old wino, bummed about the swamp doing odd jobs in exchange for moonshine. Cerise never cared for the man. He was mean to kids when he thought their parents weren't looking, and he'd stab anyone in the back just out of spite. Go on. He came over and told Dad wild dogs got into Grandpa's house. They chased him, and one bit him on the butt. His pants had holes. The Scene Manor had been boarded up for years, ever since their grandparents had died there of red fever 12 years ago. Cerise remembered it as a sunny house, painted bright yellow, a spot of color in the swamp. It was an abandoned wreck now. Nobody went near it. Cobbler had no business going there either. Probably was looking for something to steal. What happened next? Lark shrugged. Cobbler kept talking until Dad gave him some wine, and then he went away. And then Dad said he had to go and take care of Grandpa's house, because it was still our land. Mom said she would go with him. They rode out. Getting to Scene Manor by truck was impossible. They would have gone on horseback. And you haven't seen them since? No. Scene Manor was half an hour away by horse. They should have been back by now. "Do you think Mom and Dad are dead?" Lark asked in a flat voice. Oh, gods, no. Dad's death with a sword, and Mom can shoot a mire crock in the eye from 100 feet. Something must have held them up. A muted roar rolled through the trees, the dune buggy's engine getting a workout. Dimwits. Didn't even have the patience to turn the engine off and roll the buggy back up to the house. Cerise rose. "Let me deal with this, and if Mom and Dad aren't back by the end of the hour, I'll go and check it out." An old dune buggy burst out from between the pines, splashing through the mud on its way to the house. Cerise raised her hand. 2 mud-splattered faces stared at her from the front seat with abject horror. Cerise drew in a deep breath and barked. "Cramp!" Magic pulsed from her hand. The curse clutched at the 2 boys, twisting the muscles in their arms. Adrian doubled over, the wheel spun left, the dune buggy careened, and the whole thing toppled onto its side in a huge splash, sliding through the sludge. The Hellmobile turned, vomiting the 2 daredevils into the mud, spun for the last time, and stopped. Feel free to go over there and kick them while they're down. When you're done, tell them to clean everything up and head straight to the stables. Aunt Karen will be overjoyed to have 2 slaves for the next 3 weeks. Cerise took her boots and headed into the house. She'd have to take at least 2 people with her. Someone steady and good in a fight. Someone who wouldn't fly off the handle. This wasn't going to end well. She just